part of the agreement, and at least until they showed some positive signs of complying with the ceasefire, that they were in no position to ask for more concessions. We were convinced that they had no intention of fulfilling their side of the agreement. The South Africans tried to placate us by saying that they were pulling back only a short distance. If there was no proof of the ceasefire materializing, their troops would return to their positions on the border. But our people thought differently. They believed this was the thin edge of the wedge, the beginning of the South African plan to pull out, as I had mentioned to Vorster at our meeting last year. Our security chiefs had expressed concern on a few occasions that our ammunition stocks had run perilously low, and that supplies from South Africa were not forthcoming. It became so desperate once that our chief of staff and senior supplies officer flew down to Pretoria. They had always maintained excellent relations with their South African counterparts, and the degree of trust and cooperation was of a high standard and had never wavered. The South African commander took over the problem immediately and never left his telephone until it was cleared to his satisfaction. He showed great feelings of anger and sorrow over what had taken place, and confided that it was politicians and not the military who were to blame. A request came in for me to go down to Cape Town for talks with the South African Prime Minister on the new developments which were taking place. I welcomed the opportunity to make sure that we were on the same wavelength and that each party was getting the correct message. With the new détente concept in full swing, South Africa was certainly exploring new country, and there were many exciting new developments, with many people trying to get in on the act. To me, it seemed the concept was right, but that it was not going to be a quick, easy exercise, quite the reverse. I was worried that the South Africans were simplifying a deep and complex problem in conducting constitutional negotiations with black nationalist leaders who were dedicated to the Marxist-Leninist philosophy of one-party state dictatorship and committed to supporting the terrorist gangs surrounding them. Once these people had decided on a course, they did not allow themselves to be confused by fact or logic or negotiation. The barrel of a gun was far more effective in getting people to make up their minds, or if need be to change their minds. And the principles and basic decisions were not determined by local circumstances, but made in Moscow, and Peking, and Libya, and Dar es Salaam, countries with no links, trade, economic ties, or transport routes with southern Africa. If Conda expressed an opinion, it was always subject to approval by Nyerere and the UA and Addis Ababa with its hotline to Moscow. We spoke from considerable experience. Even the British conceded this, but I was not sure the South Africans did. So I welcomed the opportunity for a face-to-face discussion. The meeting was laid on for 16 February 1975, and Jack Gaylord, the cabinet secretary, flew with me to Cape Town. We were met by our ambassador, Harold Hawkins, and drove straight to Groot Schuur where Vorster was awaiting me. Hawkins said that from his contacts it did not seem as though there was anything out of the ordinary about our meeting. Vorster simply wanted to keep in contact concerning the détente exercise. How wrong he was. Vorster took me through to the side lounge where we had talked previously, and there awaiting us were Hilgard Muller, P.W. Botha, then his Minister of Defense, and Jimmy Kruger, the Minister of Police. This was unusual, because on all previous occasions we had met privately, and other ministers were called in only if there was some special information I was looking for. Vorster went straight to the point and said that the South African government had come to the conclusion that there would have to be a dramatic change in their policy towards Rhodesia, and because this was so serious and far-reaching, he had brought in 3 of his colleagues to ensure that he was putting over the message clearly and correctly. For some time now, he and his cabinet had become concerned at reports that their troops in Rhodesia were questioning the justification and morality of asking them to fight for a cause which was in conflict with South Africa's philosophy and beliefs. As I knew, everybody knew, South Africa's policy was apartheid, while Rhodesia, by contrast, had a common voters' roll which would eventually result in majority black rule. Their cabinet had given this matter deep and long consideration, as they were not prepared lightly to accept a departure from the course which they had expressed over the past decade. while Vorster and his political colleagues had no wish to change. Obviously, they must give consideration to the men on the ground, the people whom they represented, and the signal which they had been receiving for some time now was positive and consistent. He spoke at length and had obviously prepared his case well. Muller was then given the nod, and in characteristic fashion he presented his vision of the same theme, smoothly and quietly, and with great feeling for their men, who were parted from their wives and families, and were obviously engaged in dangerous work, as witnessed by the deaths of those 5 who had recently been killed. If their forces no longer had the heart to fight, believing that our cause was no longer their cause, then the South African cabinet obviously had a great problem on their hands, which they had to face up to in complete honesty. We cannot sidestep this issue. It would be morally indefensible if we attempted to do so. I wondered how he could talk like this and look me straight in the eye. It had been only a few months ago, the end of the last year, when he had come to Salisbury on that most important mission, requesting the release of the detainees as part of the détente exercise. He had agreed with me then that there could be associated problems, but made not even a suggestion of the problem we were now discussing, and which the South African cabinet had been considering for some time. The next contribution in the orchestrated chorus came from Kruger, and although he talked for some time, he did not manage to add anything to what had already been said. Unfortunately for him, his facility for presenting a case left a lot to be desired. Finally, Botha spoke. I wondered what his contribution would be, because we were constantly getting messages through our security network about the dissension and ill feeling which prevailed between foreign affairs, Muller, and defense, Botha. So, I was not surprised when his contribution, while not disagreeing with his colleagues, was mild, brief, and apologetic for the message which he had to convey. Vorster then spoke again in an obvious attempt to soften the blow, saying that there was not going to be any immediate action, and if the détente exercise succeeded, then, of course, the problem was solved. But the South African government believed that they should give me the earliest possible warning of the new situation which was confronting them. It certainly came to me like a bolt from the blue, and the more they talked, the more I was convinced that it was a trumped-up case as part of the campaign to pressurize us into coming to an accommodation with our terrorists. In fact, it was subtle blackmail. I was unable to fathom why it was necessary to resort to these tactics, because I was as keen on detente as Vorster, had encouraged him, and given him our utmost cooperation. What more was expected from us? Certainly they had never criticized our actions, or tactics, or philosophy, and we had always believed that they had accepted that our dealings were direct and honest, and that this feeling was reciprocated. I was at a loss to fathom what was taking place. I told them that in all honesty the message had come as a shock, and that I would like to clear my mind on a number of points before returning to discuss the changed scene with my cabinet and caucus. I told them that I found it surprising that we had never had an inkling of this new development, in spite of the fact that our security forces worked closely with the South Africans, from the level of the general right down to the private trooping. The South Africans had a colonel permanently stationed in Salisbury as a linkman to keep in contact with the South African forces and relate to our people any problems which developed. Our ambassador Hawkins had good relations with the top South African officials and with a number of government ministers, and he had not mentioned this to me. Vorster interjected to remind me that this was a new development, which had come as a surprise to their cabinet, so there had been little time for the message to spread. He wished to put me in the picture at the earliest opportunity. He was changing his ground, because at the outset of the meeting, he said that his cabinet had been giving the problem long and deep consideration. I came back saying that probably the most worrying thing was that we had not picked this up in Rhodesia, the source of the problem, and I would certainly want to know from our security chiefs the reason for such a lapse. Forster immediately pointed out that this was really a matter for the politicians, and he hoped that I would not do anything which would create factions among their troops. Muller interjected, saying that we were dealing in the realms of politics, and as the army was non-political, it would be wrong to embroil them. But they were embroiling the army as a means of covering up their political decision, using their soldiers in a blatant attempt to appease Konda and Nirir. They were obviously feeling uneasy about the way my thinking was developing, not surprisingly, because clearly they were on shaky ground. I assured them that I would be responsible in my action, but that it was a tremendously serious situation for Rhodesia, with which I had been confronted, and on the evidence before me, incomprehensible. I simply wanted to get to the bottom of it all, to find the truth, so that we could ensure there was no misunderstanding, no mistake. I was sure it would be the wish of the South African cabinet that Rhodesia should be satisfied that what was taking place was based on fact, on the truth. There was no reply. I had always been of the opinion that the South Africans serving in Rhodesia were basically volunteers, and that far from resisting, they looked forward to doing their stint on the frontier. Surely the problem, I argued, could be solved by confining Rhodesian postings to volunteers. After all, this was a system which had been put into practice with the South African forces in the last World War. It was obvious that they had not anticipated such a suggestion. After a while, Forster ventured the opinion that it might cause problems, but that they would give it thought. I then reminded him of a point he had consistently made to me over the years, that the further north we could hold the line against communism, the better, and that the Zambezi was a far stronger defense barrier than the Limpopo. Hence, the South Africans welcomed the opportunity to play their part in the battle to hold the line against communist encroachment down the continent of Africa. As I saw it, that position had not changed. We both opposed communism, and we both supported freedom and our democratic way of life. Moreover, South Africa had always proclaimed its opposition to interference in the internal affairs of other countries. Was its new stance not in conflict with these principles? They thought for a while, because it was not an easy question to answer. Then Forster said, speaking very quietly, that he acknowledged the points I had made, and certainly there was no deviation from those principles. But they were now confronted with a new situation. New evidence had been produced, and as practical people they had to face up to it. It had become patently obvious that they were being less than honest in the case they had presented to me. So I decided to put it to the test in another way. The problem centered on the fact that our Rhodesian philosophy was not compatible with South Africa's apartheid. Did that imply that, if we were prepared to change and come into line with South Africa's policy, the problem would be solved? This caused immediate and deep consternation, with all of them shaking their heads negatively. Forster said that would not help. It would simply create more problems. I had proved my point, so I simply made the observation that, in any case, Rhodesians would not be prepared to make the change. Obviously, they were relieved, and Forster reiterated that it was their hope that detente would succeed, and that would mean that they would never have to face up to making a decision. They were grateful at having the opportunity to meet and put me in the picture. I stressed that Rhodesia would continue to act responsibly and cooperate in the detente exercise, and specifically in the effort to find a solution to our problem. To the best of my knowledge, the South Africans had never had cause to criticize our efforts in this regard. But I wish to make it clear that decisions affecting the future of our country and its people should be left in our hands, because we would not be prepared to surrender the principles we believed in and had fought for. And even if it meant that in the final analysis we had to go on alone, our history had shown that we would face up to the challenge. Forster was quick to come in and say that, as I knew, and as history recorded, the South African government had consistently stated that the settlement of Rhodesia's problem was a matter for Rhodesians, and that South Africa had no intention of trying to tell us how it should be done. South Africa was constantly trying to get the rest of the world to desist from interfering in the internal affairs of other countries. And if South Africa did not practice what it preached, clearly the rest of the world would accuse it of hypocrisy and double standards. But what had he been doing over the past few hours other than pressurize me over our internal affairs? And what made it all the more reprehensible was that he was using a dishonest, concocted story in order to support his case. What were they doing when they delayed the delivery of our ammunition supplies, other than giving us the message as to what would happen if we did not pay attention to their wishes? And there had been similar cases with the delivery of fuel. What I could not tolerate was the deviousness. We fully understood the position we were in and how we relied on them. Whether we liked it or not, we were sensible, practical people, and we went out of our way to avoid confrontation. Relations between our security forces could not be better. I had often spoken to their security chiefs on their visits to Rhodesia, and in confidential discussions they assured me of how well they worked with the Rhodesians. In my relations with Vorster, I said, we had never had a difference of opinion. Certainly, he had never mentioned such a thing. If something was wrong, if we were out of step, why not say so in a straightforward, honest way? And we could try to put it right, and if need be make counter-suggestion. How could we deal with a problem if we did not know what the problem was? Forster said that lunch was prepared and asked me to join them, but I simply could not have faced up to that. So I used the pretext that there was pressing work back home, and I would have a snack on the plane. As I walked out towards the front door, Mrs. Vorster came across and greeted me. She pleaded with me to have some lunch before going to the aircraft. She was a genuine and kind person whom we always held in high regard, and I sensed that she was aware of the content of the message that Vorster and his colleagues had passed on to me, and her whole attitude was one of sadness and compassion. As she held my hand, I thanked her for her kindness, but assured her that my time had run out. Driving with me to the airport, Hawkins and Gaylord were shocked at my account of the meeting. Hawkins was particularly irate, as he had been in close contact with Brandfori, Cabinet Secretary, over the past week, planning the meeting between the two prime ministers, as always in the past. And there had been no suggestion of any other ministers being present. This was pure deceit. Moreover, there had not even been a whisper about the concern of troops fighting for a cause other than apartheid. These people were obsessed with one thing, according to Hawkins, detent, and this was a blatant attempt to ensure that I got the message and that Rhodesia would not step out of line. I asked Hawkins if he knew of any case where we had stepped out of line, or if he had heard any rumblings in that direction. Absolutely not, he replied, and he and the other Rhodesians at the mission had such genuine and strong contacts with the South Africans, both in Cape Town and Pretoria, that they would have picked up any such information or feelings. So the picture was clear. The local politicians wanted us to make greater progress towards our settlement. This was what the frontline presidents of Angola, Botswana, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Zambia expected as South Africa's contribution to detent. The predicament of the South African side was that they were unable to indicate precisely what they wanted us to do. Any attempt to bring the matter out in public would land them in hot water for acting in conflict with their declared stand of no interference in the internal affairs of other countries. And the South African public and their own members of parliament would be up in arms. So, they had to resort to underhand means. Hawkins believed that the majority of their cabinet were not in the picture, and there could be trouble in gaining their support for such action, especially as the deceit associated with the tactics would be patently obvious. Foreign affairs were the principal players in the scheming and conniving, and because of Vorster's obsession with detent, they found him a willing partner. Kruger was easy to manipulate, but P.W. Botha must have been a reluctant participant, because the security forces would never subscribe to this. When I told him my question asking if the problem would be solved if Rhodesia changed its policy into alignment with South African apartheid, Hawkins immediately interjected, that must have made the blood run from their faces. Our adoption of apartheid would have destroyed the main plank of detent, the imminence of a black government in Rhodesia that was being dangled before Conde and Nyerere. What a feather in their caps if the South Africans could deliver this, and in return receive a pledge concerning an end to terrorist incursions into South Africa, and establish friendly relations with the governments to the north. My comment was that I could not believe that the South Africans were so naive as to fall for this, when the evidence before them was so clear. Communists were masters at the craft of extracting concessions from their opponents, and then reneging on their part of the contract. If they were challenged, they simply waved a mocking hand, claiming that this was compensation for past exploitation by the white man. The subservience of Vorster and Hilgard Muller to the demands of the black terrorist leaders to their north was something I found incomprehensible. One could understand it, although not condone it, from British politicians, but South African, especially die-hard members of the National Party. Gaylord said that what shocked him was how suddenly the whole scene had become infested with treachery and intrigue. We would have to get to the bottom of it, and he was convinced that our investigations in Salisbury, and those of Hawkins in Cape Town and Pretoria, would disclose that it was nothing more than a confidence trip. As we flew home, a long journey chugging along in the old Viscount, I wrote my diary of the meeting, as was my custom. As I would be giving my cabinet colleagues a comprehensive briefing the next day, I was happy to have time to ponder over this unusual event, try to fathom the reason for it, and above all, plan future strategy. We were obviously confronted by a profound change in South African thinking, and it seemed to me that this would necessitate dramatic and traumatic replanning of tactics, and in particular, our long-term objective. Above all, I was unable to fathom why they had suddenly abandoned the direct and honest approach, the trust which had always been there. I had never shown any reluctance or resentment when facing up to tough and difficult decisions. How many times did we do this with the British? And it was continuing. That's part of politics. It was only a few months before that I had accepted Vorster's request to release our detainees, in spite of my reservations. There was deep concern from many of my cabinet and caucus members because of their belief that the South Africans did not fully understand the scene and were getting out of their depth. Some went so far as to claim that the South Africans were using us for their own ends. However, I stressed the need to retain our faith and trust and reminded my team that, since one could not guarantee success in politics, we had to try to reduce risk to a minimum. We stuck to our part of the plan, and this had happened on more than one occasion. We talked, argued, finalized the best conclusion, and got on with it. What was the problem? I kept on asking myself. What had happened to bring about this dreadful change? A situation of mutual trust and respect, and genuine friendship, had now been changed to a position where there was obvious deceit, leading to suspicion and distrust. Any attempt by Vorster to make amends for what had happened, to correct the situation, would not change the history of what had taken place. While it would be possible for the wound to heal, the scar would remain for all time. My cabinet colleagues were deeply shocked at the message I brought back. I urged them to take time and think deeply. When we came back for deliberations the following week, the general consensus was that Vorster was obviously trying to pressurize us to accommodate him over detente, and that our best tactic would be to await further developments. There followed a visit from South African security chiefs, who made the trip specifically because they had received a report of the Cape Town meeting. They debunked Vorster's story, and on their return took the issue up with their minister, P.W. Botha, who admitted his embarrassment at what had taken place. The generals made it clear that they took exception to politicians manipulating the security forces for their own convenience, and especially when this involved bending the truth, since it made fools of them in front of their Rhodesian counterparts. On a subsequent visit of mine to South Africa, when I broached the question with a few of the cabinet ministers with whom I was in contact, they were obviously taken aback and ignorant of the situation of which I spoke, in spite of the fact that Vorster had informed me that he was presenting the case after careful consideration by his cabinet. It was shortly after my Cape Town visit that Chaiteo, one of the black nationalist leaders living in Lusaka, was killed by a bomb explosion. I was briefed that his death was a product of the interfactional strife within ZANU. This seemed to be confirmed when the head of ZANU's armed wing, Josiah Tongogara, was arrested in Zambia and imprisoned by Kanda for the murder. Then a judicial commission of inquiry, set up by the Zambian government, found that Tongogara and others were responsible. I, and everyone else, learned later. When Ken Flower of the CIO published his memoirs in the 1980s, that he and the CIO had concluded that the assassination of Hitepo would serve to broaden the rifts between the terrorist organizations and their supporters. And, at least in the short term, Flower was right. The death of Hitepo sowed deep suspicions among the terrorist ranks. For some time we had accumulated considerable evidence of dissension along tribal lines among the Shona-speaking terrorists in Mozambique, accompanied by fighting and even killings. Their supply lines and communications were bad, and there was lack of leadership and direction from the top, as the political leaders were competing for control. Our security forces had made contact with a number of terrorist leaders who were showing interest in coming to an accommodation with us. Their food and other supplies were short. The local Mozambicans, who were themselves short of food, resented the intrusion of foreigners who made additional demands on their meager supplies. And, probably most important of all, the Rhodesian security forces were having great success in the war against the terrorists, and their kill rate had reached the highest peak ever. For all these reasons, our security chiefs and their ministers were not enamored of Vorster's detent capers. Obviously, any successes in this direction would have the effect of strengthening terrorist morale and encouraging them to stand together. They presented their case convincingly. Clearly, this placed me in a dilemma. My logic and reasoning was to support them and urge them to step up their campaign, which was proving so successful, and request that Vorster hold back for a while on his détente exercise. But it was obvious that this would have proved disastrous. Not only had I supported Vorster in his plan, but our officials were cooperating and working with the South Africans. Any attempt by me to delay the plan, especially after the recent Cape Town meeting, would play right into Vorster's hands and enable him to accuse me of going back on my word. It was our belief that the South Africans were misjudging the situation and were walking into a trap. This was, however, a matter of opinion, and we could be wrong. Therefore, we obviously would have been on shaky ground if we had tried to get the South Africans to change course, especially in the new circumstances, where I think it is fair to say they were even prepared to resort to a bit of blackmail. This was a classic example of double dealing, with the South Africans saying publicly that they had no intention of interfering in our affairs and telling us how to solve our problem, while at the same time pressurizing us to support them in their scheming to make South Africa more acceptable to the rest of the world. We were able to stand our ground with any other country if they were trying to pressurize us to accept conditions which were not in Rhodesia's interests. South Africa, however, controlled our lifeline and had already made it clear to us that, if need be, they were prepared to use this control to force us to cooperate. Thus we had little choice in the matter. At the official meetings taking place with the South Africans, the Rhodesians tactfully suggested that time appeared to be on our side because of new developments of contacts with terrorist leaders in Mozambique, and that there could be advantages in allowing time to put this to the test. However, these suggestions were brushed aside by the South Africans, who clearly had no intention of deviating from their course. We were presented with Vorster's latest brainchild, a meeting in a South African Railways saloon parked on the middle line of the Victoria Falls Bridge, half on the Rhodesian side, half on the Zambian side. This was a bizarre attempt to appease Kanda and the Rhodesian blacks, who were using him as a stalking horse to gain concessions via South African government pressure on Rhodesia. Part of the South African pressure on us to cooperate with them came as a result of their ill-fated interest in Angola, where they were planning a large-scale incursion with the agreement of the USA. In return for American support for the Angolan operation, Vorster agreed to withdraw the South African police detachments from Rhodesia, part of an obvious attempt to appease Conde and Nyerere. In the beginning of August 1974, I received an early morning phone call informing me that the South Africans were pulling out. I replied that it was difficult to believe this in view of the fact that Vorster had given me a categorical assurance that no police would be withdrawn until he had personally discussed the issue with me. There must be some mistake, I declared, and as soon as I arrived at my office, we would get a message off to Pretoria. I was assured there was no mistake. The main part of the convoy had passed through Bulawayo in the early hours of the morning, and the vanguard was already at Beitbridge. Clearly, they had decided to travel during the hours of darkness so that they would be over the border before the matter was brought to our attention. The response which I received from Vorster, which did not arrive until the following day, simply indicated that this had been done as part of the détente exercise, in return for which there would be benefits for all of us who lived in this part of southern Africa. There was no comment on the breach of the undertaking which he had given me. In all honesty, we should have been informed. No doubt it would have been an embarrassment to admit that we had been used as a pawn in a South African game. Nevertheless, in pursuit of an accommodation of our problems, I visited Vorster in Pretoria and, on 9 August, committed the Rhodesian government to attending a formal conference without any conditions with the ANC at the Victoria Falls before 25 August. Mark Chona, the Zambian foreign minister, signed on behalf of our African nationalists in the ANC. The agreement was a. The Rhodesian government, through its ministerial representatives, and the London Green Inc., through their appointed representatives, will meet not later than now, 25 August, on the Victoria Falls bridges, in coaches to be supplied by the South African government for a formal conference without any preconditions. B. The object of the formal meeting is to give the parties the opportunity to express publicly their genuine desire to negotiate an acceptable settlement. C. After this, the conference to adjourn to enable the parties to discuss proposals for a settlement in committee or committees within Rhodesia. D. Thereafter, the parties to meet again in formal conference anywhere decided upon to ratify the committee proposals which have been agreed upon. A. The South African government and the governments of Botswana, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Zambia, respectively, hereby express their willingness to ensure that this agreement is implemented by the two parties involved. I signed, but I was amazed at the impracticality of the South African plan of trying to fit everyone into a railway coach with a conference table down the center surrounded by chairs. We would have no problem, as my delegation would amount to 5, but on the other side would be the 4 factions, each with about a dozen hangers-on, all determined to make their contribution. Why not use the nearby Victoria Falls Hotel, an ideal conference center which Conde himself had attended for the conference handling the breakup of the Federation? The South Africans conceded that it was done in order to placate the black extremists, who were averse to attending a conference on Rhodesian soil, in spite of the agreement in Lusaka on 11 December 1974 that negotiations should take place in Rhodesia. In reply to a query from me, Vorster simply stated that, as the plan had already been laid, and the others had all agreed, he hoped I would not obstruct. Clearly, I had been compromised. As the preparations continued, an additional reason for the Falls Bridge plan became obvious. The South Africans were determined to be in the foreground, in order to gain for themselves maximum credit for any resulting success. Hence, the use of South African Railways facilities, and the position of no man's land in the middle of the bridge, which they would not have achieved at the Victoria Falls Hotel. Not only were they pressurizing us into going along with their scheming, they were now involving themselves in planning the details, and the more we observed the plans they were making, the more convinced we became that they would end in disaster. Our information sources had been well established in Lusaka over the years and been proved to be highly reliable. They told us that the various factions had not reconciled their differences, were not prepared to accept Muzorwa as leader, and were determined to ensure that the conference did not succeed. I drew this to Vorster's attention, and in reply he assured me that the plan was underpinned by both Konda and Nyerere, and there was no doubt that the opposing elements from their side would be firmly put in line. Surely it was obvious that they dare not confront the northern leaders on whom they relied totally for their existence. It sounded good on paper, but our chaps in Lusaka were adamant that it was no more than a papering over of the cracks. We continued to get worrying reports from our officials who were working with their South African counterparts. They said that, when they put forward differing proposals, they were eventually confronted with the words, "If you don't like what we are offering, you always have the alternative of going it alone." Into the bargain, there continued worrying reports of lapses in the supply of strategic essentials from South Africa. More subtle blackmail. The date for the conference was fixed for Monday, 25 August. We flew up to the falls the day before, in order to check on the arrangements and ensure that our people were giving maximum assistance and cooperation to the South Africans. We were met by a horde of pressmen and TV cameras. The whole place was buzzing, and it was obvious that the novel concept of a conference in a railway carriage on the middle of the Falls Bridge had caught the world's imagination. The South Africans would be happy, I knew. We went straight down to Devil's Cataract and had a brisk walk around that corner of the falls, and as always, it was magnificent and exhilarating. Then we went on to the bridge to have a look at the conference setup. The saloon was exactly in the middle, bisected by the boundary line, impressive with its stinkwood furniture, but once the delegates were seated at the table, there would be no space for people to move from one end to the other. There were buffet saloons attached to both ends, loaded with every conceivable kind of drink. This worried me, knowing how different people react differently to alcohol. The presence of so much of it was hardly going to be conducive to the atmosphere we were trying to create for a serious and contentious meeting which was going to be charged with emotion. The last thing the participants required was additional stimulation. After lunch, we exchanged ideas and discussed tactics. Our position was straightforward, as had been accepted at the Pretoria meeting, where Mark Chona, Konda's representative, had made the agreement with Vorster. The plan was simple: bring the two opposing sides together, the Rhodesian government and the black nationalist leaders, to reach an agreement that each side would appoint representatives to meet in Salisbury in order to negotiate a new constitution. We had made two requests. First, there should be no preconditions, and second, the negotiation should take place in Rhodesia. It was, after all, a meeting of Rhodesians discussing a constitution for Rhodesia. Vorster sent me a personal message to assure me that our requests were accepted unreservedly, and Chona had brought with him a message from Konda, confirming that the question of one man, one vote was not for consideration. It all looked good in theory, but we wondered if the deeds would match the words. On the one side we had Vorster coaching the Rhodesian team, and on the other, Konda and Nyerere coaching the black nationalists. The Rhodesians would play according to the rules of the game, but what about the black nationalists? Their record was far from consistent. We received confirmation that Vorster was flying up from Pretoria the next morning, Monday 25 August. He and Konda would personally give their blessing to the conference and then leave it to the two delegations to get on with the substance. My passing comment before our meeting broke up was that it would have been much easier and more certain of success If we had simply received a message after the Vorster-Chona meeting in Pretoria, informing us that the plan had been finalized and a date given, which could have been agreed, for the negotiating team to meet in Salisbury, that would have avoided all the ballyhoo and the expense and time consumed in laying on this jamboree. I was quickly reminded by one of my colleagues, however, that I had missed the main point: South Africa's involvement and the credit which they would derive from it, and thus the need for maximum publicity. We went down to the falls once again for a late afternoon viewing, with the setting sun as a background, and the rainbow in the spray was more spectacular than at our morning visit. One of the attractions of Victoria Falls is that its character can change, not only by the day, but often by the hour. We had a good dinner, a stroll in the fresh air, and got off to bed early so that we would be up bright and fresh with the dawn. Vorster, accompanied by Hilgard Muller, duly arrived in good time and was brought to our hotel, where accommodation had been laid on for the day. We were staying at the New Elephant Hills Hotel, a magnificent place overlooking the Zambezi, a short distance above the falls. We could see the spray billowing up on our right, and immediately below was the beautiful golf course designed by Gary Player. As we looked down over the scene, Vorster commented, "I wish we had the time to stay over an extra day. I would enjoy a round on this course." There were kudu and impala grazing the green grass, and warthog running around with their tails sticking straight up into the air. We went inside and talked about the meeting, and Vorster reassured me that the plan was on course. Only yesterday, Conda had reiterated that our nationalist leaders had received a firm message from both him and Nyerere that there could be no backing down from the agreement. Vorster had warned Conda that he did not have time to waste on any wild goose chase, so he was satisfied that my fears were unfounded. I was pleased to hear this and simply repeated that it was in conflict with our information, but that we would soon know the truth. The Rhodesian team were ready, I said, and he could rest assured that we would honor the agreement. He graciously expressed his appreciation to me, conceding that he was well aware of our reservations, and thus that we were reluctant participants. He believed the result today would prove that our fears were unfounded. He said he would be meeting Conda on the northern side of the bridge, and together they would put in an appearance at the opening ceremony to make it clear that what we were about to do had their support and blessing. Thereafter they would retire to an adjoining coach on the Rhodesian side to hold their own meeting while we were in session. The meeting between Vorster and Conda, their first ever, was an important breakthrough for Vorster's detent. Relations between the two countries had been cool for some time, as Conda had accused Vorster of misleading him on an issue they had been working on, so this would be an additional bonus from the bridge meeting. We motored down separately, parked on the Rhodesian side of the bridge, and walked across. After examining the conference layout, Vorster continued and met up with Conda on the Zambian side, and they returned together. We talked for a few minutes before they moved on to their coach on the Rhodesian side. We moved into the conference area, and gradually the others from the Zambian side drifted in. There were 6 on our side, and about 40 on theirs, packed in like sardines. Vorster and Conda then entered, fortunately at our end, where there was room to move, but only just. It would have been impossible to move from one end to the other without walking along the top of the table. First Vorster, and then Conda spoke, briefly and tactfully, wishing us success and Godspeed in our mission to bring peace to Rhodesia, and then departed to their saloon to await the result, which, according to the plan, should have come soon. Muzorewa was sitting in the chair at the opposite end of the table to me. At least that was in keeping with the plan, as there had been some speculation that he would have been replaced by Nkomo or Sithole. I asked if he wished to open proceedings or if he would like me to do so. He chose to speak first and immediately got into his stride, out of keeping with his usual retiring, even timid character. It was obvious that he had been primed by the aggressive members around him and had been forced to change his stance in order to retain his position as leader. He stated that during the days preceding the conference they had given very deep thought to the proposals which he was about to submit to us. They believed it was important to be direct and honest, so that there was no doubt in our minds as to what they believed necessary if we were to reach agreement. First, and most important, one man, one vote was a basic necessity. In addition, they demanded an amnesty for all terrorists, including those who had been convicted of murder by our High Court, and the right of everyone to return to Rhodesia immediately to conduct political campaigns. This was a blatant breach of the agreement on which the conference had been arranged. I replied, with when the ideal, utmost calm and dignity, that I had a benign assured on a go number of the occasions by Mr. Forster that both President Kaunda and President Nyerere had confirmed to him that the Rhodesian black nationalist leaders in Zambia had accepted that this conference was being held purely and simply to bring together these Rhodesian government and the nationalist leaders in order, first, to agree to hold a meeting to resolve their differences, and, second, to determine a venue in Rhodesia. Specifically, we were assured that no preconditions were to be discussed and, in particular, the question of one man, one vote was not at issue. Moreover, I said, all this had been confirmed to me only this morning by both Forster and Kahn. Accordingly, we were taken aback by this new and unexpected confrontation. Clearly, from what I have said before, it was not unexpected by the Rhodesian team. We had given ample warning that from our experience, we doubted that they would comply. In keeping with their Marxist-Leninist training, an agreement was something which enabled them to win a tactical advantage, to gain ground, and thereafter to be rejected. My reply provoked a flood of rhetoric. The speakers evaded my question and returned to their parrot cry of being a suppressed people who had been denied freedom in their own country. All they were seeking, they said, was to return home and live normal, peaceful lives. I allowed them free rein, and when they eventually appeared to have run out of steam, I simply reminded them that there was nothing preventing them all from returning home at any time and leading normal, peaceful lives. They were in their current position of their own volition, and the whole purpose of our meeting was to clear the decks and facilitate the process. I refrained from reminding them of how they had rejected all the opportunities offered to them by the various agreements made with British government. These had promised them preferential franchise facilities and extra money to improve educational studies, to develop their farming areas, and generally to promote improved facilities for our black people. I was tempted to remind them that our Constitution offered all Rhodesians equal rights, equal access to the vote, whatever their race, color, or creed, in fact, preferential facilities for our black people. But sadly, at the instigation of their nationalist leaders, accompanied by the usual intimidation, they had rejected these offers, renounced the method of constitutional evolution, and in its place resorted to unconstitutional means and terrorism in order to overthrow the legal government of our country. My brief contribution enabled them to get their second wind, and they came back more vehemently than before, covering all the same ground again, and then adding that it was pointless, indeed, presumptuous of anyone else to believe that they could negotiate on their behalf. They were not prepared to delegate that authority to anybody. This was no surprise to me, as it was exactly in keeping with the message which I had given to Vorster and his associates on more than one occasion. Vorster, however, assured me that, on this occasion, it would be different because Konda and Nyerere were not only their black nationalists' mentors, but also controlled their lifelines, and were in a position to throttle them if they dared attempt to bite the hand which was feeding them. Vorster reminded me that the exercise he was urging me to participate in was not the brainchild of the South Africans working in isolation, but that Konda and Nyerere had made it abundantly clear that they were determined to bring the Rhodesian problem to finality, as it was clear to them that the terrorists were failing in their mission, and Zambia and Tanzania were carrying the can. They had had enough. For me, it was time for a break, to get outside for some fresh air and away from the buzzing noise of the air conditioner. It was even more important to confront Vorster and Konda with the impasse in which we were landed. My suggestion of an adjournment was welcomed from the opposite side, and there was a rapid evacuation from the saloon. We were informed that Vorster and Konda had departed from the bridge some time earlier and gone their separate ways. So we returned to our hotel to meet up with Vorster, while our counterparts from the Zambian side of the conference table lost no time in occupying their refreshment saloon with all its inviting contents, both solid and liquid. Not a very promising outlook for the afternoon session. As it turned out, however, I need not have worried. During lunch, we related what had transpired to Vorster and Hilgard Muller. Clearly, they were shocked. Muller was obviously deep in thought, trying to fathom out a scheme, and eventually he produced one. After lunch, he said, I was to accompany him across the river to Livingstone, where together we would meet Konda and sort out the problem. But one could immediately see the fallacy in his plan. Konda conniving with Ian Smith in order to outwit the black Rhodesian politicians and force them back into line. The idea was stillborn. Vorster was quick to agree with me and decided that he was returning to Pretoria. As they were discussing whether Muller should stay to meet Konda and Mark Chona, we decided to take our leave of them and prepare for our return to Salisbury. I resisted the temptation to emphasize that once again our assessment had been proved correct. We knew from experience that any such comment was best left unsaid. We sent a message to the captain of our aircraft to plan for our impending departure, and went to the airport via the bridge to see if, perhaps, there was any chance of a resumption. Apart from the train crew and the security personnel, the place was deserted. We were informed that within about an hour our friends had drained their saloon dry of its contents and had weaved their way across the bridge to their cars on the north bank. I was pleased to hear from the steward in our saloon that not a single bottle had been opened. Not like over there, he said, looking contemptuously to the northern side. They must have rejoiced with a gigantic celebration, because both saloons were stocked to the ceiling with every imaginable liquor from Dramby, Scotch whiskey, KWV brandy, and the rest, enough to satisfy any normal requirements for a long while. It had been cleaned out in a few hours, and sadly in return, the South Africans had been told to mind their own business. There is a clear difference in attitude between the black and white sides. Although Konda and Nyerere had given a commitment on behalf of the black leaders to negotiate without preconditions, when the black leaders rejected that commitment, they concurred. My sources confirm that both Konda and Nyerere were openly saying that it was not for them to tell black Rhodesians how to solve their problems, as this would be tantamount to interfering in their internal affairs, branded as an unpardonable crime worldwide. By contrast, the South Africans were attempting to solve the problem in the best interests of South Africa. Whenever we put forward our thoughts or ideas, we received a clear message, or else. It is difficult to point a critical finger at the black people about loyalty to their cause and their people. However, the history of white communities is littered with cases of deceit, treachery, and betrayal. One can but hope that our case will be an object lesson for future South Africans. When the crunch comes, the blacks will stand together, but with the white people, dog starts eating dog. Jack Gaylord arrived at the bridge from the hotel to say that a message had come from Livingstone, indicating that there was no hope of carrying on with the meeting that afternoon. From the description which we had received of the condition of a number of their delegates, I doubted whether any of them would have been fit to make a meaningful contribution even the following day. We went on our way. We had a pleasant flight home, and over a cup of tea philosophized over the day's events. Our hopes for developments in the cracks, which had begun to appear in the ranks of the terrorists, would have suffered a setback, for a strong message would now go out assuring them of the success of the conference, and the need for continuing a strong and united effort for the final victory that was now within sight. In contrast to the general incompetence which permeates communism in practice, their propaganda machine is highly efficient, and we would have to be prepared for this. It was a sad setback, as we had been receiving growing evidence that large numbers of terrorists had come to the conclusion that their methods could never succeed, and that the only sensible way was negotiation. After all, the Rhodesian government had on many occasions shown their willingness to meet and talk, and the men in the bush now believed that their leaders would accept this offer. Now more time would be wasted before anything further could be done, because it would take time for the rank and file in the bush to realize that the Falls Bridge meeting had produced no results. We accepted that we would have to pick up the threads, as we had done before, but Rhodesians were acclimatized to this and would not be found wanting. 15. The Kissinger Agreement of 1976. After the collapse of the Falls Bridge Conference, Muzorewa decided to travel, visiting Britain and the USA in an attempt to drum up support. Sithole concentrated on building up his power base in Lusaka. Mugabe did likewise in Mozambique, and Como decided to come back and try his hand in Salisbury. So much for the agreement which Vorster sold to us, with the support of Conde and Nyerere, on the basis that they had united the four leaders. The Falls Bridge debacle, followed by the disastrous incursion into Angola in December 1975, in no way dampened the spirits of the South Africans. Having failed in their efforts to use the British, and following that, Conde and Nyerere, as a lever to solve the Rhodesian problem, they now saw an opening to use America. Hitherto, the Americans had shown little interest in Southern Africa, but they were now beginning to awaken to the insidious encroachment of Soviet imperialism down the continent. They did tend to blow hot and cold, understandably so, because their main concern was their confrontation with the USSR, and that involved them principally in Europe, and thereafter the Middle East and Central America. So we were subjected to a continuing subtle pressure. Never applied directly to me, but around the corner via our mission in South Africa, or through our foreign affairs ministries, contacts with the South African delegation in Salisbury, always indicating that they were not attempting to interfere in our affairs. But if they could be of assistance, I asked our negotiators to think aloud in front of their South African counterpart, with all dignity and tact, that if it had not been for the South African escapades involving the Falls Bridge conferences, the withdrawal of the South African police from the Zambezi, the release from detention of our terrorist leaders, etc., there was a strong likelihood that the problem would have been solved by now. They were not hopeful, however, because of Vorster's obsession with his détente brainchild. The main obstacle to the South African efforts was that Conde and Nyerere and the other black leaders to our north questioned the South African credentials for playing a part in trying to solve our problem, when the South Africans themselves were indulging in even greater entrenchment of apartheid and the elimination of their political opponents. When people practice such double standards, then obviously the sincerity of their motives was suspect. Put bluntly, they were not trusted. I hark back to that occasion in Pretoria in 1974, when Vorster was telling me that Ella, Conda, and the others had central him a message requesting his support in settling the Rhodesian issue in return for their acceptance of South Africa and its philosophy of dual apartheid. When I had questioned whether that was credible, he had nonchalantly replied, "My dear friend, you've been so out of touch with the world around you for so long that you don't know what's going on nowadays." We simply kept on with our task and renewed our contacts with the terrorists in the bush, picking up where things had broken down because of the Falls Bridge Conference. The good news was that the war against the terrorists was going better than ever. Now that the Mozambican government had openly declared war against Rhodesia on 3 March 1976 and were actively assisting our terrorists in a stepped-up terror campaign across our eastern border, we were indulging in more frequent cross-border raids. There's a generally accepted convention worldwide that if a country is attacked by its enemies operating from outside its borders, then that country is completely within its rights to go in and attack the bases from which the operations were launched. We had mounted a number of successful attacks, the kill rate was high, and the security forces were reveling and taking the offensive. During one particular period, we had eliminated 100 terrorists in return for 2 of our people killed. The assessment I received was that it was only a matter of time before there would be a general crack-up among the terrorists. Then, however, reports started coming through via security force channels that these raids were beginning to worry the South Africans, as they were detracting from the detent effort. Clearly, this was a political question, so I sent a message to Vorster asking for clarification. A reply came in no great hurry, saying that it was a matter for the security forces and pointing out the need for liaison. Nevertheless, I was receiving stories of frustration from our troops in the border areas because they were suddenly being restrained from crossing the border owing to some political directive. So I immediately arranged a tour of the JOCs, Joint Operations Commands, along our eastern border, and in order to ensure that there was no misunderstanding, I took the Army Commander, Lieutenant General Peter Walls, and a few of his top aides along. Meeting with and talking to the troops on the ground was always a stimulating experience for me, and on this tour I made it clear in deliberate language that as far as our government was concerned, we welcomed the successful cross-border attacks, and hoped for even greater success in the future. Accordingly, any suggestion of political restraint could be discounted. One could detect a number of raised eyebrows. I was never able to ascertain exactly who was responsible for conveying the message to our people, other than that garbled message had come through our security network, indicating that our raids into Mozambique were causing the South Africans to question whether these were not prejudicing detente, and that it might be an idea if they were first cleared with the South Africans beforehand. This was a ridiculous suggestion because if information came through that there were a bunch of terrorists at some point across the border, and if our forces were denied freedom to plan a reaction, the opportunity would be lost. One can imagine the frustration of troops waiting for clearance to act, which could take days, or even never materialize. This was another example of how the South African politicians were resorting to devious methods of pressurizing us in order to assist them in their plan of appeasing the terrorists. I was sad and despondent. Regrettably, that was not all. There were continuing reports of supplies being held up, ammunition, fuel, spare parts for aircraft, necessitating constant approaches to the South Africans. We were informed that the South African security people with whom we liaised were openly unhappy over this new development, which necessitated clearance at political level and obstructed action. Our analysis led us to the conclusion that this was a continuation of the strategy to impress on us our dependence on the South Africans, and thus ensure our compliance with their wishes. Subtle blackmail. I wondered what more they wanted us to do. Whenever their ideas differed from ours, we made our representations in a logical, reasoned manner, and at no time had there been a confrontation. There were times when we deferred to their judgment, and as the record shows, invariably we were proved right, and they were wrong, for the obvious reason that we understood our problems better than they did. The Falls Bridge Conference was the most recent example, and it resulted in a setback from the advantageous position into which we had worked ourselves. Instead of recognizing these facts and accepting the need for greater consultation with UCU, they moved in the opposite direction, working with their partners in their detente exercise, Kaunda and Nyerere, the British, and now the Americans, and then passing on to us their conclusions. In all honesty, their directions. Supporters of ours on the local scene, including some of my caucus members, questioned what they termed our lack of resolve in standing up to South African pressure to move us in the wrong direction. They were not aware, however, of the intrigue of the South African government, or at least of Vorster and those closely associated with him, and the resultant facts with which we were confronted. The last thing I was prepared to do was to initiate anything which might indicate to the public that we were unhappy about the strained relations which were developing, because there was no doubt in my mind that this would be to the detriment of my country. I longed for those carefree days when I was flying around the skies in my Spitfire, saying to myself, "Let anyone cross my path, and he will have to take what comes his way." Conversely, of course, I might have been on the receiving end, but that was part of life, and of little consequence. But now there was a big difference. There were millions of people whose interests were paramount, and most important of all, the children who still had their whole lives before them. There were so many visitors from overseas countries, mainly Britain, USA, and the Commonwealth, who expressed deep feelings for what we were standing for and how our efforts were being sabotaged by our so-called friends. Why, they asked, did we not adopt a more offensive tactic, capturing towns along the railway line into Mozambique and eventually even take Beira, thus securing the terrorist supply routes? With our tremendous security forces, such an operation was feasible, and the local people in Mozambique would be on our side. They were fed up with terrorists, eating their food and seducing their women. Rhodesia, like Israel, had some of the finest soldiers in the world, and we should take advantage of this. It was surprising how many people talked thus. Of course, there was a big difference between the situations of Israel and Rhodesia. Israel was not subjected to UN sanctions, and their friends stood by them and supported them, in particular the USA, which provided them with the most sophisticated armaments in the world. Rhodesia was operating under mandatory UN sanctions, more comprehensive than any previously imposed, and our friends, far from supplying our requirements, had stabbed us in the back. We had survived because of assistance from South Africa and Portugal. With the collapse of Mozambique, only South Africa remained. We had been getting along fine in that situation, but the changing circumstances were worrying. It had been made clear to me by Vorster on more than one occasion that, while trans-border raids to deal with the terrorist bases were perfectly in order, any deep penetration involving more than transitory occupation was tantamount to invasion, and therefore unacceptable. So that was the clear answer to those who thought we should take Beira. Moreover, as I have indicated, the most recent evidence was that the South Africans were getting edgy over bona fide attacks against terrorist bases. So things were not as easy as they appeared on the surface, and I sometimes had problems convincing some of my oldest and most trusted friends. There were many people who could not credit that the South African government would treat us in such a way, and believed that I should disclose the facts, as they were of the opinion that the South African public would not stand for such antics. They were wrong, however. Politics is involved and deep. There would have been spontaneous strong support in South Africa for Rhodesia because of the ties that had always existed between our two countries, and the respect for the fight which we had put up against terrorism and communism, which were now both knocking at the South African door. Yet such support would be momentary, because tomorrow the headlines would be focusing on the problems and the dangers facing South Africa: inflation and the escalating cost of living, education and health facilities, sanctions and the direction in which their country was heading. South Africans are no different from other people, subject to a rule that applies everywhere in the world. Your friends will think of you and try to help you, provided only that it does not detract from their life. Those who are prepared to make a stand on a matter of principle, especially when it demands a sacrifice, you can count on the fingers of your hands. That is why it is so unfair of governments and peoples to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. It happens more and more with the passage of time, in spite of the fact that it is in conflict with one of the founding principles of the UN. And perhaps one should not be surprised that the UN itself is the greatest culprit in breaking this principle. We now went through a period of waiting for the next move from Vorster. The USA, conscious of their about-face over Angola, were seeking means of compensating South Africa and reinstating themselves with the OAG. If by working together the USA and South Africa could solve the Rhodesian problem, this, they thought, would stand them both in very good stead. We were on course, with the war very much in our favor, and the psychological campaign, convincing the terrorists that there was no future in fighting, was once again progressing well. Our fervent hope and prayer was that we would be left in peace in order to get on with our task. It is important that I should underline clearly that Rhodesia at no time opposed the philosophy of detente, which in practice means solving problems and differences by discussion and negotiation, as opposed to by confrontation and war. Our record had always been consistent. The first glorious example was when C.J. Rhodes went on horseback into the Matopos Hills, unarmed, in order to meet and speak to the rebelling Matabele chiefs in 1896. They agreed to stop their fighting and work together. Over the years, the Rhodesian government had never deviated. When the British government reneged on the agreement made at the Victoria Falls Conference in 1963, we talked and talked and talked. In the end, we were forced to insist on the implementation of the contract which had been made, but at no time was our door closed to negotiations. There were the meetings on the warships in the Mediterranean, and after the second meeting on HMS Fearless, it had been Harold Wilson who had slammed the door to more negotiations and taken the issue to the UN. We never changed our stance, and before long, Wilson came back and talked. We talked to the black terrorist leaders time after time. I even sat around a table and negotiated with terrorists who had been convicted in our high court for planning to kill me. When détente, however, is twisted into appeasement for the gaining of questionable short-term benefits by compromising on the long-term future, then surely one is entitled to question the motives and consider the credentials of those participating. This was the agonizing position in which Rhodesians now found themselves. There were many good, sensible people asking me, "Is it not time we called a halt to this detente business? Because we only come out on the losing side." And if one looks back and analyses the history of the past half-century, the pages are littered with cases of how détente, or diplomacy, has been corrupted into appeasement to the advantage of dictators or political gangsters, be they Nazis, fascists, or communists. Always it is to the disadvantage of the free world. One of the early classic examples was Chamberlain's meeting with Hitler in 1938, after which he returned to London, and holding in his hand the paper which Hitler and he had signed, claimed to have brought back peace in our time. In fact, all he had done was to condone Germany's invasion of Austria and Czechoslovakia, and thus give the Nazi tyrants the green light for the rape of Poland, which led to the Second World War. If the major countries of the free world had made a concerted stand at that time, confronting German aggression, it is likely that the war, with all its dreadful carnage and suffering, could have been averted. Fortunately for Britain, and indeed the whole free world, we had Winston Churchill, who had warned time and time again against appeasing the German war machine with its maniacal demagogue. The cost in human lives and suffering for that period of detente was a dreadful price to pay. Yalta was another terrible example of appeasement, where Roosevelt sided with Stalin against Churchill's advice, resulting in the post-war division of Europe between the communists, the USSR, on the one side, and the free world, Britain and the USA, on the other. In all fairness, it must be conceded that Roosevelt was a sick man and unable to cope with the task. If he had handed over to Truman, who proved to be one of America's great presidents, the position would have been different. It was totally unforgivable to abandon so much of Europe and hand it over to the communists. The glaring and obvious case was Poland. We declared war because of Hitler's invasion of Poland, and after finally defeating and driving out the Germans, we handed Poland over to Stalin, a monster no less evil than Hitler. If the three victorious powers, Britain, the USA, and Russia, had formed a joint force to occupy the liberated countries, there would have been no Iron Curtain in Europe. All those countries that were occupied and persecuted by USSR for the following 40 years would have had immediate freedom in the same way as those countries which came under the wing of Britain and the USA. Sadly, the thread of appeasement was still discernible in many parts of the world, with the communists steadily moving forward and the free world retreating. We saw this at its worst during the presidency of Jimmy Carter. Every time Russia took a step forward, he moved 2 steps backwards. Fortunately, for the whole free world, Ronald Reagan put an end to that. The change which took place was amazing to outsiders. During Carter's time, I personally questioned a number of Americans on their government's negative attitude and received no answer. Once Reagan took over, there was a complete transformation, with Americans once again standing tall and able to look you in the eye. Our greatest concern, of course, was with Africa, where we had witnessed the steady encroachment of the communists down the continent, while the free world retreated. That was what détente had come to mean to us. But we believed that Rhodesia was going to be different. The Zambezi was going to be the dividing line. To the north it seemed to be a lost cause, and it was becoming more and more clear, even to our black citizens, that conditions in those countries were deteriorating at an alarming rate. The freedom and better life which they had been promised was non-existent, corruption and nepotism, and the one-party state philosophy rampant. Therefore, our hopes of preserving our freedom, with its free enterprise system, were based on sound foundations, particularly as the South Africans had assured us on numerous occasions of their support, and of their belief that the Zambezi was a far stronger fortification against communist encroachment than the Limpopo. Everything, however, turned on the actions of the South African government. As soon as they retired into the background, our black nationalist leaders came forward and negotiated, but once the South African government emerged onto the scene, invariably with the connivance of the British government, they stepped back. I received this message on a number of occasions from the black leaders, telling me they had had a communication from the British, usually through Lusaka, saying, "Hold on, because we are starting a new initiative with the assistance of the South African government. Well, Unilateral. After the Victoria Falls fiasco, I was not surprised to receive a message that Nkomo wished to talk. This was duly arranged, with meetings taking place in October 1975, and my hopes rose with the news that this initiative had Konda's blessing. There were only a few problems, and we finally came to an agreement to implement what was scheduled to have been accepted at the Falls Bridge Conference. Plans were made to hold a signing ceremony in Salisbury, and Konda had assured Nkomo that he intended to be present for this important occasion. The date was arranged for the first week in December 1975. Janet and I decided to take a break down at the coast, and we duly left after our 11 November Independence Day celebration. We received a message from Harold Hawkins informing us that South African Railways had kindly offered us a trip on the Blue Train, so we flew to Pretoria, and much to our surprise and pleasure, were accommodated in the presidential suite. A trip on this train, generally regarded as one of the finest in the world, is indeed a glorious experience. We arrived in Cape Town the following day, and after a brief stay to attend to a few matters, motored to Knysna, the heart of the great stinkwood and yellowwood forests of South Africa. This must be one of the most beautiful spots on earth. It has retained its rustic, small-town atmosphere, with smokeless factories turning out their beautiful and exclusive furniture. We had previously spent a number of happy holidays among these friendly people, and this proved to be no exception, with many expressing strong feelings of support for Rhodesia. One day we visited the nearby town of George, where we met a spontaneous demonstration of feeling. In one big shopping complex, a lady shook my hand and said in a voice which was audible to many surrounding people, "What? We would like you to know that the people in these parts support you in what you are trying to do for your country, no matter what others, including our government, may say." It was an embarrassing moment, and I thanked the person concerned and moved quietly on. I knew only too well that no matter how much sympathetic support we had from the South African public, any moves from their government would be played in such a way as to make it clear that their actions had received our support and were planned specifically in the interests of Rhodesia. They knew they were safe from any contrary view from our side, otherwise we would have paid the price. Shortly after this, a message from Salisbury came through our diplomatic office in Cape Town, with a request from Nkomo that I return immediately to sign the agreement, as he had made plans to fly next week to see Michelle and the following week to see Nyerere. I understood the reason for this, as Nkomo had always been Konda's man, while Nyerere and Michelle had supported Sithole and ZANU. Clearly, this was Konda's plan in order to ensure that the other two were kept on side. I was not all that enamored with the idea of cutting short our holiday, which was brief enough. Moreover, Nkomo had had the past 3 weeks at his disposal in order to accommodate his friend. So I expressed these views to Harold Hawkins and asked him to convey them to Salisbury. Eventually, a message came saying that Vorster would be happy to lay on a jet to fly me up to Salisbury at my convenience, and that he hoped this would enable me to meet the request from Nkomo. The subtle pressure was obviously being kept up. It had been our intention to depart from Knysna on the Monday, so we agreed to accept the offer of a direct flight and flew out on Sunday, 30 November. It meant missing our return trip on the Blue Train, but there was the compensation of less traveling and getting back home sooner. The Declaration of Intention to negotiate a settlement, paving the way for a constitutional conference, was duly signed on 1 December 1975. Nkomo and his friends were appreciative of my early return and went on their way to brief Michelle and Nyerere. At the last moment, Konda had decided against attending the signing ceremony. Clearly, he had decided for tactical reasons that it would be safest not to commit himself publicly. History proved him right. In order to give Nkomo time to convince Nyerere and Michelle of the desirability of supporting our agreement, we agreed to meet again after the new year. Over a long period, I had been holding occasional meetings with Dr. Elliot Gabella of the ANC and his supporters based in Bulawayo. And recently we had a constructive meeting at Government House in Bulawayo. They believed that the war had got bogged down and were in favor of open negotiation, which they claimed the majority of Matabele supported. Gabela was a sensible pragmatist, and I was impressed with the caliber of the people around him, including young, successful, professional, and businessmen. He had recently returned from a trip outside the country and came to see me on 12 January 1976 in his usual constructive way, trying to assist. He reported that he had a few meetings with Muzorewa while in Malawi and found him on the horns of a dilemma. Muzorewa, intrinsically a peaceful man, was hoping for a peaceful settlement. However, under the influence of Sithole, he had become a supporter of terrorism. Thus, he had acquired a dual personality, was disillusioned and unable to make up his mind. In Mozambique, the terrorist movement was split into the Karangas and Manikas, between whom there was a deep and bitter schism, and this is where Gabela thought Muzorewa could play a part through being the only one acceptable to both factions. Of Como, Gabela's assessment was that he was the most balanced and experienced of my opponents. If I made an agreement with Nkomo, Gabela promised that he, Gabela, and his followers would support it, meaning the support of virtually 100% of the people of Matabeleland. He believed Muzorewa would also back it. For that reason, it would be desirable to encourage Muzorewa to return home. There was a battle for control of the terrorist forces in Mozambique between Sithole and Mugabe, and Gabela believed Mugabe out on top because of his more extreme stance, which had a greater appeal to the young hotheads. Gabela spoke with deep feeling about how fortunate Rhodesians were by comparison with those living in surrounding countries. Not only did they enjoy a better standard of living, but they certainly had more freedom. In most of the countries he had visited, the kind of criticism of government which was an everyday occurrence in Rhodesia would be dealt with quickly and formidably. With a gentle smile on his face, he said, "Those who talk much about fighting and making blood flow are the non-participants, talking from the background of their comfortable positions, remote from the hot spots." Moreover, he added, their sons were far away in America or Europe, where they would remain until the danger was over. His plans were to visit Botswana and Swaziland, and from there he would meet up with Muzorewa again, either in Maputo or Lusaka. The constitutional negotiations with Nkomo were continuing. My diary records. 20.0176. Another meeting with Nkomo and party, and progress is slow. One pleasing feature is the congenial atmosphere, with both sides ready to crack a joke. At one stage, Nkomo mentioned the time that was lost when he was in detention. I reminded him that the concept of restrictive legislation had been the brainchild of Garfield Todd, but because of his summary ejection from office, it was his successor Edgar Whitehead who had the privilege of implementing the legislation. In fact, Nkomo was in detention before our government came to power. Nkomo laughed and said that Todd had now seen the light and joined the right political party. When I asked which party, he replied, ZAPU, of course. I was aware of that fact. The South Africans were loath to leave us alone, as my diary again shows. 6.0276. A message from Harold Hawkins, the Rhodesian diplomat, to say that Vorster had called him in for a briefing on how the talks were going. And then, thinking aloud, wondered whether it might not be a good idea for South Africa to have an observer present. If we agreed, he hoped an invitation would come from us, as they did not want to be seen to be pushing in. We discussed the idea and concluded that it would be preferable if they stayed at home. That evening I broadcast to the nation, warning that a new terrorist offensive had begun and, to defeat it, Rhodesians would have to face heavier military commitments. All was not gloom, however, the next day. 7.0276. Spent a few hours this morning watching our Currie Cup cricket game against Western Province, and Rhodesia put up a very good performance. Eric Rowan, one of South Africa's great batsmen, was there, and he came and had a good talk with me. Cricket and politics. That evening a message came in reporting a successful encounter, where we had bagged 18 terrorists with no casualties on our side. An enjoyable and successful day. Our negotiations with NCOMO resumed on 10 February, with us working through memoranda from both sides on the whole range of constitutional issues. The franchise, the judiciary, distribution of land, etc. South African, and through them, British, pressure continued, and on 17 February 1976, Harold Hawkins came up on a visit to put us in the picture. He said the South Africans were still smarting and divided over the Angola incursion. The military operation was well planned and executed, with the result that their advance was easier and much more rapid than expected. In a matter of weeks they were within striking distance of Luanda, but when their politicians received this news, there was panic. After consultation with America, the South African troops were ordered to pull back, to the total amazement and disbelief of all those involved. Attempts to get together the relevant cabinet ministers to consider the countermand and clear up the resultant confusion were in vain. Ministers were at their holiday resorts for the Christmas break. There was bitter division between the Ministry of Defense, which wanted to get on with the job, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which had opposed the idea from the beginning. Eventually, Hawkins said, after the new year, a message from the Prime Minister's office confirmed the withdrawal. It was a humiliating surrender, according to South African military intelligence. This conflict within South African ranks had now spilled over onto the Rhodesian scene. Hawkins believed. All the defense people were on our side, believing that we were winning, and therefore supporting us. Foreign affairs were obsessed with détente and the appeasement associated with it. Vorster was in the middle, vacillating between the two, but the weight of British and US opinion on the side of foreign affairs was influencing his judgment, much to the concern of defense. Hawkins said that he had found Vorster despondent and uncertain as to which course to follow. It is interesting to speculate on what would have happened if the South African forces had occupied Luanda. Savimbi would have been the popular leader with the support of the free world. The Russians and Cubans would never have appeared on the scene. This would have denied the communists their most important base in southern Africa, from whence they spread their tentacles into Zaire, Zambia, Mozambique, and southwest Africa, giving them the saddle across Africa which had long been their objective. For the following 12 years, this enabled them not only to spread their communist doctrine, but instigate the murder of many thousands of innocent people and promote the creation of chaos, starvation, and misery, which is the fertile ground in which communism thrives. And now it is left to the free world to try and gather up what is left and restore order from the shambles. I was pleased that we had the opportunity to put Hawkins fully in the picture to enable him to brief the South Africans. I gave him copies of our latest communications with the British to hand on to Vorster. He phoned on his return to say that Vorster was grateful for this action and was happy with the way things were going. The recent happenings in Angola had brought home to us the urgency of trying to settle our Rhodesian problem. Clearly, we were the kingpin in the area. I felt strongly that we deserved to be given an opportunity to try our system. Something between those to our north and to our south, with our black and our white people working together in the interest of all Rhodesians, with equal opportunity for everyone whatever his or her race, color, or creed. There was clear proof of the success of our policy. As so many visitors constantly remarked, the happiest black faces we have ever seen. Moreover, as I have said, our black people had the best facilities in the fields of education, health, housing, and cultural facilities in Africa. They were anti-communist and openly conceded the merit of an evolutionary program of gradualism. Statistics going back over many years had also consistently shown that our crime rate per capita was one of the lowest in the world, one more convincing pointer to the success of our philosophy and the resultant contentment of our people. We wondered what more the free world expected us to do. It was clear what the communists were seeking: a revolutionary takeover by their minions. We kept on asking ourselves whether our friends of the free world were aiding and abetting this move. We were not the only ones to express disapproval of Ted Heath and his conservative government. The British electorate felt likewise and had voted them out of office. The interest of the British Labour government in our affairs and that of the Foreign and Commonwealth Secretary, James Callaghan, was suddenly more openly displayed. 26.0276 met with Nkomo and his team this afternoon for a brief discussion to try and clear up a few points which were worrying them. This evening met Dennis Greenhill, British Cabinet Secretary, and his two aides, McNally and Laver. He had been sent by Callaghan to make an assessment. I was happy to talk to Dennis Greenhill, the former head of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, because over the years we had always found him balanced and constructive. He came to see me the following morning by himself before they flew back to London, and assured me that Callaghan was prepared to face up to a decision, and was genuinely trying to help. I made the point that the correct decision for Rhodesia would be unpalatable to the UAO, and therefore I did not believe the British government would face up to it. I hoped I would be proved wrong. After a full discussion, he assured me that I had convinced him on the soundness of our case. Now, it was his task to try and convince the British politicians. He and his party were going away with different ideas from those they had come with. He never ceased to be amazed at how much the distance of 6,000 miles could distort the true picture. The general atmosphere of calm and contentment in Rhodesia was the complete opposite of what people overseas were led to expect. By March 1976, we were having difficulties meeting the expectations of Nkomo. South Africa sought to supply more pressure. 11.0376 A visit from Connie Mulder T, Minister of Information, accompanied by Brand Faree. Clearly a South African tactic to use Mulder, a well-known right-wing conservative, in place of the soft, liberal Hilgard Muller. Best wishes from his Prime Minister. The message was the same as we had previously been fed. A settlement was urgent, and they hoped we could offer more concessions. Faree said that Conda was becoming more demanding, and they felt he might turn against them. I pointed out that the answer was simple. Go back to the Falls Bridge Agreement to which Conda was a party. I was complying with that. Wasn't it time for Conda to knock some sense into Nkomo's head? The discussion with Mulder was most friendly. I was sure the South African government would not wish us to compromise on basic principles which were the foundation of our Western Christian civilization. He agreed with me completely, as I knew he would. He was satisfied with my assurance that we were making progress, and our distinct hope that if we were left alone we could reach agreement. There was no doubt in my mind that by the time we parted company, Mulder was on our side. Regrettably, once back in Cape Town, he would find himself out of step with their foreign ministry. This was just one more example of how the South African government refrained from interfering in our affairs. I am reminded of a meeting I had with a well-known South African opposition politician when he visited this country the previous year. He had worked with all four National Party prime ministers, Malan, Strydom Verwoerd, and Vorster, since 1948. With the first three, when they gave an undertaking, they kept it, he said. But Vorster would tell you one thing today, and do the opposite tomorrow. A slim Carol, too cunning by half. It was April, and reports from the war front continued to be positive, both in the area of eliminating terrorists, and in communication with some of their leaders who supported a negotiated settlement. I received a visit from young Winston Churchill, who had come to make his own personal assessment of the situation. He agreed with me that basically the Conservative Party were wishy-washy on their stand over Rhodesia, and were allowing Labour to make all the running. The pressure from the South Africans continued, including making difficulties over loans. We needed to meet our defense obligations. On 21 April, Harold Hawkins flew up from Cape Town to brief us. He said that the South Africans never stopped talking about their hopes that a settlement of our problem was imminent. Vorster had told him the same story that he had given me at that meeting in Libertas, on his return from a visit to Europe, that he was taken aback at the hostility against South Africa from their traditional conservative friends, who had made clear to him the total unacceptability of apartheid, which was an even greater evil than communism. "We have got to make changes," he said. I asked Harold when he thought the changes would come. It was over a year since their representative at the UN had made an appeal to the rest of the world to give South Africa 1 year, and that then they would see sweeping progress in the removal of racial discrimination, but they had done nothing. Harold replied that the National Party were not yet ready for these changes. "Was there any lead from their leaders?" I asked. He said, "No, it seemed to me," I said, "that they were using the Rhodesian issue as a decoy to distract attention from their problem." "You're right," he said, adding that they were still enmeshed in great controversy over the retreat from Angola. Conda and their other friends in Africa had expressed their disappointment at what happened, as those leaders who had opposed their participation in South Africa's detent exercise were now caught. No. Poop. Saying that their ignominious retreat had pricked the bubble of South Africa's military might, and made the communist victory all the more glorious. This had increased the bitterness of the Ministry of Defense and the military chiefs, because, as everyone was well aware, the truth was the opposite. Had it not been for political intervention, there would have been a total South African victory in a matter of days. So, we Rhodesians were not the only ones on the receiving end of South African political chicanery. Although the negotiations with Como had got nowhere, I turned to the question of bringing some of our black people into government, which had been under consideration for some time, but I was reluctant to do this as part of any agreement with the British, believing that it was a matter for Rhodesians to decide among themselves. When we made the agreement with Alec Home in 1971, I believed this would present the opportunity to make a start. Unfortunately, the Pierce Commission report put an end to those ideas. I realized, however, that we could not go on waiting indefinitely, and we started firming up plans. In one of my meetings with Muzorewa, when we began discussions after Pierce, I mentioned my plans for bringing blacks into government, and Muzorewa responded immediately by requesting me to hold my hand, as this would be valuable for him to use in any agreement we made. Clearly, this was logical and was part of the talks we were holding. But once again the talks dragged on. Then there was the Falls Bridge Conference. Then the talks with Nkomo. Finally, in my broadcast to the nation on 27 April 1976, I made the announcement that I was bringing into government a number of black ministers. This was not as easy as it sounds, though, and I was surprised at how much evidence I was given of the pressure and even intimidatory threats from the terrorist organizations against any blacks actually cooperating with the government. Our hot pursuit raids on terrorists across the Mozambican border were increasing and proving most successful. It had been proved in many parts of the world that this was the most effective means of dealing with terrorists, operating from the safety of a neutral adjoining territory. However, we were concerned about reports of women and children in their camps. Once again, it was no easy problem to solve, as the majority of women were trained and used arms. The older women prepared the food and the children carried the supplies. It was explained to me forcibly that it was impossible to separate them, that they were all terrorists, and that part of the communist teaching was to use women and children as a means of protecting the fighting men. It was pointed out that the terrorists had no compunction about killing women and children. Indeed, that they seemed to show a preference for doing so as part of their trade that made them better terrorists. We sent messages by pamphlets and word of mouth warning that all camps were subject to attack and that women and children there should move out. We were unable to think of what more we could do. The most successful raid of the year was on 9 August against Nyadzania, one of the terrorists' main camps about 50 miles east of Umtali. Our Rexes had been monitoring it for some time, and it was a busy operational area. About 70 Celis scouts went in, using army transport with Mozambican number plates, and a few Mozambicans who were Portuguese-speaking. There were no problems at the border post, and they drove down the main road to Beira for about 20 miles before turning north to their destination. The whole operation went like clockwork. The terrorists were caught off guard, and about 500 eliminated, and the camp destroyed. Major road bridges in the vicinity were blown up, and the group returned home without a scratch to man or vehicle. It was certainly a daring operation, but well planned and efficiently executed. The motto of our famous SAS regiment is, "Who dares, wins." It was not carried out by them, but by an equally famous regiment, trained to the same standard of excellence. The success of the operation reverberated around the world, and messages of congratulation came from far and wide. The telephone exchanges were jammed. Our security chiefs informed me that their South African counterparts were strong in their praise and congratulations. My shock may therefore be imagined when, a day later, Harold Hawkins was summoned by Vorster and given a message in no uncertain terms expressing his disapproval of the raid, claiming that, in his recent meeting with two of my ministers of finance and transport, David Smith and Roger Hawkins, he had warned against this kind of thing. In the report back from these ministers there had been no mention of this, and when I called them in, they were taken aback and said this was news to them. Their secretary produced the minutes of the meeting with Vorster, and there was no record of any such discussion. I replied accordingly to Vorster and made it clear that if we renounced our right to hot pursuit, this would be tantamount to abject surrender to terrorism. Was this what we were being asked to do? This was followed by a message saying that their Air Force commander, General Rogers, was flying up for an urgent meeting with our ACFI. The South African government insisted on an immediate withdrawal of their helicopter crews and signalers, who had been working quietly and well with our people for a number of years. Rogers apologized and made it clear that the message he was conveying was a political one, and did not reflect the views of their defense force. Vorster announced the withdrawal of the helicopter crews on 26 August, but continued to claim that the South Africans were not attempting to influence us in our internal affairs. Jack Gaylord reminded me of the meeting in November 1974, attended by him and Tony Smith, our Attorney General, in Lusaka during the early days of Vorster's detent. They had discussed the proposal that during the negotiations, the terrorists inside Rhodesia should be allowed to remain in their various positions in the field with their arms, i.e., to allow them to continue intimidating and killing innocent Rhodesian tribesmen with impunity. We could understand the Zambians, the terrorist supporters, sponsoring such a monstrous suggestion, but when the two South African government representatives sided with them, this came as a dreadful shock to our two representatives. It was a complete reversal of their previous form, where they had always sided with us against terrorism. But we were now living with this new thing, almost a cult called Détente. It was only the Rhodesians who were on the receiving end. It never applied to South Africa or to the terrorists. Obviously, we had many and long discussions on our problems and on what the future held, not only for ourselves, but for South Africa as well. One of the constant themes which threaded its way through these discussions was our concern that the South Africans had no identifiable long-term objective. They vacillated between appeasing the UL one day and then abusing and threatening them the next. One moment, Vorster was saying that they had no option other than to abandon apartheid, while others of his ministers were further entrenching it and claiming that it was the only means of preserving the white man and his civilization. I recalled that at one of our recent meetings in Pretoria, Vorster said, if we hadn't embarked on this Détente exercise, we wouldn't be sitting here holding this meeting tonight. He paused for a moment and went on. We have cut the black countries to our north completely in half. They are at one another's throats. Yes, I was not the only one who was unable to make head or tail of that, as none of my colleagues could. There was an obvious contradiction at the heart of his statement. It was a sad and disturbing time for us to observe this change of front on the part of the South African government, especially as we were unable to fathom what they were trying to do. Was this part of a plan? A pact they were trying to make with the free world to enable them to preserve the Republic of South Africa as a bastion of the Western Christian civilization established by the European settlers? Whether we agreed or not, if we knew what was going on, at least we could try to make a contribution. But we were completely in the dark. In days gone by, Vorster and I would have long and interesting discussions over our plans for the future. But detente had changed this. When I questioned the wisdom of believing that the black leaders to the north would be prepared to accept South Africa with its apartheid philosophy in exchange for assisting in the settlement of the Rhodesian problem, I was accused of being out of touch with the world around me. Yet it was not long afterwards that he informed me, after his return from a visit to Europe, that even his staunchest conservative friends had impressed on him that apartheid was the greatest evil on this earth. South Africa would have to make the necessary changes. Perhaps it was not surprising that our confidence and trust in the South African government was a bit jaded. Vorster was clearly avoiding personal discussions with me, and, at one of my meetings with our CIO, I was told that they had been given a clear message from their South African counterparts that Vorster hoped that future meeting, as far as possible, could be arranged with my Minister of Finance, David Smith, on the pretext that the discussions had financial implications. Evidently, David was not in the habit of asking searching questions. More serious than that, direct pressure was exerted through a comment to Harold Hawkins in confidence that Vorster found it difficult to accept P.K. van Bellmeral as our Minister of Defense, dealing with such highly confidential and sensitive matters. The issue at stake was PKA's comments to the press over the removal of the helicopter crews, which had infuriated Vorster. In addition, still fresh in the minds of the National Party were the memories of his father, a leading member of General Smut's opposition in the South African Parliament, one of the strongest critics of their government. That was going back almost 30 years. I could not believe it. However, I was assured that if we wished to maintain our favorable relations and the smooth supply of our requirements, it would be advisable to heed the warning. Clearly, I had no option, and on 9 September, in a cabinet shuffle, I gave Reginald Cowper defense but kept P.K. as my foreign minister. We noted again that there was no attempt to interfere in our internal affairs. While our military successes were escalating and the morale of our people was high, there were moments of deep concern, even depression, among those of us who knew what was going on in the minds of our South African friends. The strongest feelings emanated from my African-speaking ministers, who clearly found it more difficult to reconcile themselves with the obvious about-face. In the first week in September, I received a visit from Don G. Olivier, the South African ambassador in Salisbury, bringing me a message from Vorster, asking me to come down to Pretoria with a couple of my ministers to hear a plan which they had worked out with Henry Kissinger, the U.S. Secretary of State, and which Vorster believed was reasonable. We were aware that since February 1976, Kissinger had expressed an interest in solving the Rhodesian impasse and had discussed it with the British. Indeed, he adopted proposals put forward by Callaghan and had set out to sell them. He had toured African capitals in April and May, and had conferred with Vorster in Bavaria in June and on 4 September in Zurich. On the morning of 13 September 1976, as Kissinger began a much-publicized tour of Africa, we went to the Pioneer Day raising of the flag ceremony at Cecil Square. As usual, it was a dignified, happy occasion involving prayers and a short talk from the attending parson, with many people gathered around in silence, paying their respects on this solemn occasion. Nothing flamboyant, just a simple acknowledgement of the arrival of the Pioneer Column, a mere 86 years previously, and the raising of the Union Jack, to signal the establishment of another outpost of the British Empire. Visitors to our country invariably comment on the high standards of civilization which have been built up in such a short space of time. I selected David Smith, my finance minister, and Roger Hawkins, the Minister of Transport, to accompany me on the trip to meet Vorster. Hawkins was needed because South Africa was said to be experiencing transport bottlenecks, which were affecting our vital supplies, all part of Vorster's arm-twisting. After lunch, we flew down to Pretoria, where we were met by Harold Hawkins and taken to his home, where we had dinner and talked long into the night. Next morning, we were off to Union Buildings for our meeting with Vorster, H.A. Muller, and P.W.W. Botha. We were asked to wait at the entrance to the office for a few minutes while TV cameras were set up. And then there was a great fuss made of our entrance. Much shaking of hands and smiling at one another. Something we had never experienced previously, but no doubt all part of the subterfuge to demonstrate to the South African people the friendly and cooperative relations which existed between our two governments. The meeting started with Vorster giving his usual long dirge on the problems facing the white man in southern Africa, and how important it was for us to try and assist one another. He hoped that we would concede that South Africa had done much to help Rhodesia, and he assured us that they would continue to the best of their ability. If it had not been for the fact that I knew it would have been to the detriment of my country, I would have asked how he reconciled this with the withdrawal of the South African police from the Zambezi, the holding back of our essential supplies in order to pressurize us into supporting his détente, the protests over our cross-border raids to eliminate terrorists who were murdering our innocent civilians, the vindictive withdrawal of the helicopter crews and the signalers. Vorster then went on to say that he had warned Kissinger that we were a proud and brave nation, and that if there was an attempt to push us too far, we would fight to the last man, and there would be nothing left in Rhodesia. Kissinger had replied that he was well aware of these facts, and for this reason had refused to accept some of the conditions put forward by the British, thus compelling them to make certain concessions. Vorster said he had to admit that the offer did not measure up to the kind of thing we were looking for, but that it was necessary for us to face up to the facts of life as far as the white man in southern Africa was concerned, and this applied to South Africa as well. If we were not prepared to accept this offer of the hand of friendship from our only friends in this world, Vorster warned, then we would be on our own, with sanctions tightening, terrorism increasing, and finally, the Russians coming in. I found the case unconvincing. We were satisfied that our terrorists had come to the conclusion that they desired a settlement. We were riding sanctions fairly comfortably, and the thought of the Russians coming into these parts smacked of panic. We had often received strong messages from our various contacts to the effect that if the Russians attempted to expand their operations beyond Angola, this would provoke a confrontation with the UK and the USA. Indeed, the South African military chiefs had reiterated the same message. I subsequently confirmed in my diary that it was in 1971 that Vorster said, "The next 2 years are the most vital. If we can see those through, then sanctions will be meaningless." However, all this had now been overtaken by détente, and trying to live in the past did not help. As the record clearly showed, Rhodesians were prepared for change, and our performance was straight and consistent. It was the others around us who were constantly vacillating. Vorster then went on to explain the kind of plan that Kissinger would bring. It was a bit disjointed, as he was picking out parts from notes before him, and it appeared to us that he was leaving out what he did not want to divulge. The first step was to set up a Council of State consisting of 3 whites and 3 blacks, with a white chairman. They would be given 2 years to work out a new constitution, which had to lead to majority rule. The plan had the backing of Conda and Nyerere, and that guaranteed its acceptance. The free world would provide a trust fund of $2 billion to guarantee pensions and foreign exchange for those who wished to leave the country. Once more we were reminded, if this fails, we will not be able to pick up the threads again. The writing will be on the wall for the white man in southern Africa. Oh. We decided to break for lunch to give us time to consider, and then to return to give our views. Before departing, I stressed that it should be made clear to Kissinger, and indeed all and sundry, that every constitution in the history of Rhodesia led to majority rule, and in all the negotiations we had never asked for anything else. Vorster nodded his head in agreement and then said, "They are looking for a quickening of the pace." I replied that this had never been absent from any negotiation in which we had participated. As he knew, it was part of the talks I had with Nkomo earlier that year. Again, he nodded his head in agreement. Over lunch, we came to the conclusion that it would probably be a good thing to bring the Americans in, since this might have a stabilizing effect on the South Africans. I never thought the day would come when I would say that. And, we concluded, until we were given the whole picture by Kissinger, we were unable to make an assessment. We returned to Union Buildings and gave them our thoughts. And I asked Vorster to impress on Kissinger that if they tried to push us too far, rather than accepting abject surrender, we would face the consequences. I pointed out that the kind of changes envisaged would involve amendments to the Constitution, necessitating a two-thirds majority in Parliament. This surprised Vorster, and, I continued, they would be wrong to presume that this was a foregone conclusion. We would hold ourselves available for future meetings. I realized that there would be no point in delaying matters, because our black nationalists would have received the message as to what was taking place and accordingly would not come forward for further discussions. To that extent, we had had the rug pulled out from under our feet. On the flight home, there was little talk. We were all deep in thought, wondering what tomorrow would offer. There would be nothing coming from the South Africans. We could only hope that Kissinger would be better. His recent remarks in Lusaka were not encouraging, and I had received a book from some interested person in America entitled Kissinger, Communist Agent, but it was virtually Hobson's choice for us. What a desperate position for the poor Rhodesians. I had no difficulty in dealing with our enemies, but when it came to our friends, I only hope that when the crunch comes for them, as it inevitably must, they will be prepared to make a stand. Between 15 and 17 September, we were at Umtali for our annual Congress. The timing could not have been better, because I wished to update them on the situation and ascertain whether I had their support. There had been a bit of wild talk from a few of our members, including Desmond Frost, the party chairman, who were questioning the need for negotiations, as we had not yet met Kissinger and accepted or rejected his proposals. Any details were obviously sub judice, but I was able to give delegates a general direction and apprise them of the overall difficult situation with which we and indeed, the whole of Southern Africa, were confronted. After my speech and the debate which followed, I received warm, unanimous support, and when Frost was challenged from the floor to show his hand, his full support was also forthcoming. When we returned to the hotel to collect our baggage, written in chalk across the big glass door at the hall entrance were the words, "That will be the Frosty Friday." It was Friday the 17th. And a clear message to Chairman Frost. The previous night after dinner had been my first opportunity to brief my cabinet colleagues on the talks in Pretoria. Not surprisingly, they were stunned. One question was, does Vorster still deny that he is using us as the sacrificial lamb? In the end, we came to the conclusion that we had to make the best of the situation confronting us. And until we received the terms from Kissinger, it was difficult to come to any conclusions. There was a discussion on Kissinger the man, but nobody could offer any firm views, until someone said, he can only be an improvement on Vorster. On Saturday, 18 September, the day before we were due to meet Kissinger, we flew down to Pretoria after an early breakfast. Not only did we want time to think about and plan the meeting, but there was also an opportunity that afternoon for some decent clean enjoyment. In the midst of all the sordid politics and dreadful despondency surrounding Rhodesia, a rugby test match at Ellis Park between the Springboks and the All Blacks, two of the greatest rugby teams in the world. For good measure, there was also a Rhodesian, Ian Robertson, in the Springbok team. In the past, Vorster and I had always sat together watching the game, but not today. I was shunted off to one side. Not that it mattered, because my seat was as good as any, and I had greater access to my New Zealand friends who were present out, and many other well-wishers who went out of their way to express concern for Rhodesia and their incomprehension at the behavior of their government. The president of the rugby union apologized, saying that he had been asked to put me aside from the main party. Fortunately, that kind of thing has no effect on me, but those who were accompanying me were taken aback at the pettiness and discourtesy. The mayor of Johannesburg also sympathized. On the Sunday morning, after the introductions, Kissinger suggested that he and I go into a small adjoining room. He told me that as he saw it, he was being asked to participate in the demise of Rhodesia. If this were so, he said, then it was one of the great tragedies of his life, an experience he would have hoped to be spared, but fate had decreed otherwise. Anything he could do to lessen the impact would be his wish. Kissinger admitted that the package he had to offer was unattractive, but it was the best he could extract from the other parties, the British government and the front-line states, who had to be taken along. Callaghan had assured him that I was the main impediment to a settlement and therefore would have to be made to stand down. However, Kissinger rejected this idea, saying that it was not for him or any outsider to make that decision. It was for the Rhodesians to choose their leader. And in any case, according to his information, I was the only person who would be able to sell an unpalatable deal to the Rhodesian electorate. I assured him that the record proved conclusively that I had always been constructive in seeking a settlement to our problem, but had always made a stand, with the strong support of Rhodesians in general, against any surrender to communism. From our experience, we had found the socialists in Britain to be small-minded men, often upstarts with large chips on their shoulders, and into the bargain, as far as Rhodesia was concerned, they were still seeking revenge for our UDI. This was no surprise to Kissinger, who had already experienced their deviousness and now had evidence that they were conniving with the black presidents behind his back. Sad to say, he believed he had had more honest dealings with the black presidents. This did not surprise me, because we knew only too well how many British politicians were happy to bend their principles in order to curry favor with the EUOA. Referring to the terms he had to offer, Kissinger said that, regrettably, it had to be accepted that the Western world was soft and decadent, and it was difficult for him to claim that the USA was any different. Their Congress had refused to support him, and President Ford, whenever they tried to take a strong line, e.g. in Angola, when even the loud-talking conservatives had collapsed, and voted with the no-Aziz. He did not see the free world lifting a finger to help us, and with the passage of time, he only saw our position deteriorating. On the evidence now available, it looked as if Gerald Ford would lose the presidential election at the end of the year. And with Carter in office, then the Lord help us. Accordingly, in his assessment, he believed we should accept this offer, unattractive as it was, because any future offer could only be worse. Once again, he stressed that his heart was heavy for us and our wonderful country, about which he had heard so much. If we rejected this offer, there would be understanding and sympathy, never recrimination from him. Rhodesia was one of the great tragedies of the modern world, and the fact that he was a participant made him sad. The decision was for us to make. I assured him that I was a realist, and that Rhodesians were inured to the cynicism of the West, so he would find us cooperative in seeking a solution. However, we were of Africa, and therefore Africans. It had to be pointed out that Africa was different from the rest of the world, and consequently, it was a fallacy to reason with logic in these parts. He conceded that he had much to learn about Africa, which clearly was a deep and involved subject, and he had come to the conclusion since taking part in this exercise that the people he was dealing with, likewise, were ignorant about the subject. Finally, he wished to pass on to me respects from his wife, who was away in Cape Town for the day. Like me, she was conservative by nature, had Scottish blood through ancestry, and believed that we had much in common. We agreed to return and join the rest of the party. He gave them an abbreviated version of what he had told me, and then outlined the plan which was on offer. As he had indicated, it was not attractive. We made it clear that we believed it would be preferable if we called a conference in Rhodesia, blacks and whites, and hammered out our own constitution. In other words, resurrected the Falls Bridge Plan. We said we were currently receiving the clearest indications we had ever had that our black politicians were sick and tired of the procrastination, and would welcome a settlement. This likewise applied to the rank and file of the terrorists, but not to the leaders who were living comfortably in Lusaka, Dar, and Maputo. But, we argued, for this to succeed, it would need the backing of the free world. That was our main stumbling block. Every time we were progressing towards an agreement, the message would come through to them saying, "Hold your hand, the British and South Africans are making a plan which will offer you a better deal." Kissinger was sympathetic, but the problem as he saw it was that it had been made unequivocally clear that this was a package deal tied up by the British, Americans and South Africans on the one side and the black presidents, Conde and Nyerere, on the other, and that there could be no going back over all that ground again. Our option was to accept or reject. If we rejected, the next offer would only be worse. My suggestion of a conference of Rhodesians with the backing of the free world was a non-starter. The free world did not have the stomach to stand up to the black presidents, so we would be left on our own. If that were our decision, he would understand and sympathize, and would never be party to any action which would be to the detriment of Rhodesia. He spoke with obvious sincerity, and there was great emotion in his voice. For a while, words escaped him. Then he said he would commit himself full-time to this task until it was completed. If we agreed that day, he would fly off immediately to reconfirm the plan with Conde and Nyerere. If we rejected it, he would be off to the other side of the world for his business there, and Rhodesia would be behind him. I understood clearly the significance of his message. We would be on our own. That had been made clear to me at Ellis Park the previous afternoon. The case had been explained with superb clarity. The man had an obvious capacity for grasping a situation, analyzing it, and putting forward the pros and cons. Moreover, all of us had the refreshing feeling that it had been done with honesty and sincerity. We had been talking for more than 4 hours, and decided to adjourn for lunch and then reconvene at Libertas's and meet up with Vorster. As we rose to leave the room, Kissinger expressed his appreciation for the manner in which we Rhodesians had conducted ourselves, and again expressed his anguish for the tragedy which was unfolding. He only wished he could do more to help. As we left the American embassy, a crowd of people cheered us. We talked much over lunch, and the consensus was that the offer seemed to be the least of the various evils facing us. Kissinger was right. The free world was weak and decadent, and on the retreat. The thought of Jimmy Carter was frightening. We knew we could not trust the British government. Most important of all, where did we stand with the South African government? We could get along without the rest, but without South Africa's assistance there would be serious problems, and it had been made clear that there were a number of areas in which South Africa could turn the screws on us. According to plan, we arrived at Libertas's at 5 p.m. and joined Kissinger and Vorster. I explained our reservations about the plan and indicated the changes we thought necessary to make it workable and acceptable to Rhodesia. If Rhodesians believed it was a sellout, there would be a mass exodus of skills, expertise, professionalism, and investment, with resultant disaster. It was important to realize that the changes envisaged would necessitate constitutional amendments requiring a 2/3 majority in our parliament. This fact surprised Kissinger, as it had Vorster previously. Vorster said they were satisfied that, if I supported it, there would be no problem. He was, happy to use me when it suited him, but, when it did not, I could be discarded. We returned to the Falls Bridge plan. Why could not Rhodesians be given a chance to work that one out? We asked. If the free world gave it their support, we would succeed. Whenever the other party backed down and broke the agreement, we explained, this was condoned, and then Rhodesia was asked to make more concessions. Why could not America and South Africa support us in implementing the plan, which was the brainchild of Vorster and Conda and Nyerere, with the concurrence of the black nationalist leaders? It was accepted by the Rhodesian government, and then rejected by the black nationalist leaders. Kissinger conceded that our case appeared to be strong, but he was unaware of the Falls Bridge plan. To me, this was incomprehensible. We put him in the picture, and he was deep in thought. When Vorster came in and said that we were dealing with past history, which was not relevant to the world of today, I made the point that it was relevant to the future of Rhodesia, and that only a few months before, Nkomo had been happy to discuss it with me. Until he got the message from Lusaka to hold back because South Africa and America were producing a new plan. I turned to Kissinger and pointed out that at that time he was visiting Lusaka, and he agreed. I asked if Vorster had not put him in the picture on the Falls Bridge Agreement, and there was silence. Then Kissinger made the point that his current mission was to ascertain if his new proposal would be acceptable to Rhodesia. These matters which I had brought up, he declared, were none of his concern, and therefore regrettably he did not believe he could make a contribution. He saw no hope of extracting more concessions from the British and the black presidents. On the contrary, according to his latest information, the British government were suggesting that they might have gone too far. This was the kind of deviousness with which he was associated. For that reason, he argued, an early decision from us was important, in order to close the door on the offer and thus ensure that there could be no backtrack. This gave Vorster the opportunity to come in and make the point that if we accepted, and then the black leaders rejected, we would be in the right, and would receive not only sympathy but practical assistance from the free world. I asked if that would include South Africa. He replied, certainly, I can vouch for that. I then asked if they believe it would mean a removal of sanctions and recognition from the free world, and he said, in my opinion, there would be a strong obligation. It would be quite immoral if they did not. He looked towards Kissinger, who seemed to concur. Kissinger repeated his concern about the need for urgency and inquired how soon I could give a reply. I responded that my cabinet was meeting a couple of days later, Tuesday, and caucus would finalize the matter on Thursday. It was decided that we would break for a few minutes so that all parties could consult. I inquired as to who was the person with the Colgate smile who never stopped talking. Pick Botha, the South African representative in America, replied Harold Hawkins. This whole plan is his brainchild. Botha was constantly leaning over the shoulders of Vorster and Hilgard Muller, and seemed to be influencing much of what was going on. Among ourselves, we had the feeling that Kissinger was absolutely straightforward and genuine, and taking into account the current negative attitude of the South Africans, it seemed that, contrary to our better judgment, we had few options. After a while, Vorster asked us Rhodesians to join him and Hilgard Muller in one of the side rooms. Vorster said that it was necessary to inform us that his government had come to the conclusion that they were no longer able to go on supporting us financially or militarily. Not only was it imposing an intolerable strain on South Africa's resources, but it was attracting growing criticism from their friends in the outside world, who were accusing them of assisting Rhodesia in its efforts to obstruct an agreement with the black nationalists. This was the first time such an argument had been submitted to us, and Kissinger had made no mention of it. It obviously lacked sincerity. Vorster went on to say that he felt strongly over the need for urgency, and therefore we should make our decision, which would enable me to make public my acceptance that night. For a few moments there was a stunned silence on our side, and then I expressed surprise at his suggestion in view of what I had explained earlier to Kissinger. the need to take my cabinet and caucus with me, and the requirement of a two-thirds majority in Parliament, without which the whole exercise would be abortive. I reminded him of the dramatic and far-reaching decision we were being asked to accept, and asked if he was facing such a decision for his own country, would he take it upon himself to give an answer without consulting his cabinet and caucus. Indeed, the Congress of his party, then Disladna Burke, my Minister of Justice, Law and Order, really gave Vorster an earful, expressing absolute incredulity at the suggestion, which he referred to as quite irresponsible, in view of the fact that Vorster was aware of the system as it operated in Rhodesia. Lardner Burke had dealt with Vorster in the days when he was South Africa's Minister of Justice. I was reminded of the days when Days was a fiery loose forward playing rugby for Rhodesia. Then Jack Musset waded in and asked if they were trying to get rid of me as the Prime Minister of Rhodesia, if I did not have the courtesy to follow the correct procedure, especially when dealing with a matter of such gravity and magnitude affecting our country in a most dramatic way. Our Parliament could very well reject the offer, and rightly so. Was that what the South Africans wanted? For a man normally reserved and very deliberate, Musset's attack was surprisingly vigorous. Vorster, obviously shaken, got up and walked out, while Hilgard Muller lay back, slumped in his chair. The Rhodesians clearly felt they had been provoked, and the rumblings went on. Within a short while, Vorster returned and asked us to come through to the main lounge and join the others. Kissinger asked me to sit alongside him, and in his quiet manner said that, while he fully understood the problems which confronted me, we had no option other than to go through with the process. He hoped that I would try to expedite it, because, as he had previously said, there were people, including the British, who were playing the leading part, trying to undermine the plan which had been mutually agreed. This was unbelievable, he said, considering it was a British plan. He was simply being used as the middleman. I assured him that there was no need to remind me of the urgency. I had come to the conclusion, reluctantly, that Rhodesia had no option, and as we flew home that night, I knew each one of us would be wrestling with his conscience, trying to see if we could find a way out from the dreadful dilemma which confronted us. We decided to recapitulate in order to ensure that there was no misunderstanding, and I asked Jack Gaylord to make a clear record. At this point, Kissinger rose and went towards the front door, returning immediately and saying in a loud voice, "Come and let me introduce you to your hero, Ian Smith." He had with him his wife, Nancy, who had just returned from Cape Town. A tall, pleasant, clean-cut-looking woman. She was obviously interested in meeting the rebel from Rhodesia. Unfortunately, our meeting was all too short, as duty called. Dislardner, Burke, and Musset told me they wished they had had a camera to record the faces of Vorster and Hilgard Muller, who were clearly unable to comprehend what was going on. How could anybody think like this about their bête noire? And there was even worse to come. Vorster deliberately made the point that, while we were explaining the proposal to Rhodesia, we should emphasize that no pressure had been applied to us by South Africa. There was a stunned silence. I had to think for a few moments because it was difficult to credit what had taken place. There was a look of absolute incredulity on the faces of my colleagues. I replied that I could not accept the request because it was the complete antithesis of the truth. However, in a spirit of cooperation, I would give an undertaking that with the exception of my cabinet and caucus, I would refrain from mentioning that we had been subjected to pressure. I had to impress on him that my cabinet and caucus simply would not believe me were I to tell them that I believed the decision was in the best interests of Rhodesia, and I was not prepared to deceive them by twisting the truth. I asked if he would care to have an opinion from my colleagues, and he quickly said, "No, Dot. This was fortunate, because I could see that both Delardner, Burke, and Musset were having difficulty restraining themselves, and if they had spoken their minds, it would have been akin to throwing a petrol bomb into the arena. It did not take long to summarize the position, and Kissinger once again expressed his appreciation for the courteous manner and directness with which the Rhodesian team had conducted themselves under what he knew must have been desperately difficult circumstances. He assured us that he would continue right to the end to obtain the best possible terms for Rhodesia. To do anything less would be in conflict with his convictions and his conscience. It was important for me to stress that one of the dangers I saw ahead was that the black leaders to our north would be pressurized into backing down on the agreement they had given, and that we would then be caught in the middle. I spoke from bitter experience. Vorster was quick to point out that this would not happen because it was Conda more than anyone else who was desperate for a settlement of our problem, as it would relieve many of the pressures on him. I countered, saying that, as we all knew, Nair is the dominant personality, that he would make the final decision, and that a settlement of our problem would not bring him any benefit. In fact, I pointed out, his country would lose some of the trade benefits which they were enjoying as a result of Zambia's trading problems to their south. Then I had to remind Vorster that he was repeating to me exactly the same story that he had given me during the run-up to the Falls Bridge Conference, when I had expressed my doubts that our black nationalist leaders would go along with the plan. It had been Nair Rare on that occasion who had condoned their backtracking. There was no reply from Vorster. It was getting on for 9 p.m. when we took our leave for the airport, and Kissinger bade us a warm farewell, expressing the hope that we would meet again. Rupert Anelik and his boys in South African security accompanied us to the steps of our aircraft, and, as so often before, gave us their best wishes for our settlement. They were great people, whose sincerity was never in doubt. A warm welcome also awaited us on board the Rhodesian aircraft from Captain Beck and his crew, and the smart, clean-looking hostesses, a breath of fresh air. We settled down to a good dinner on board and had ample time to discuss the happenings of our historic day. Uppermost in our minds was the South African eagerness to throw us to the wolves in their desperate panic to try to buy time and gain credit for solving the Rhodesian problem. What made us so sad is that we knew their plan would not work. Throwing morsels to the crocodile never does. He is merely encouraged to come back for more. One of my team commented on the change he detected in Vorster. He had previously been firm and straight. Now he was weak and vacillating, and looked like a worn-out and punctured motor car tire. The worrying thing, to my mind, was not so much the change which had taken place over the past couple of years. One is entitled to adapt to changing circumstances, but the lack of logic and reason associated with it, and the covert and veiled manner in which it was carried out. Rhodesians were inured to disappointments, and the need to make tough decisions. Tell us the worst, and then we can plan for it. But when you are told one thing one day, and then confronted by something completely different the following day, without any prior warning or explanation, it is difficult to know what to do. We have been subjected to this type of treatment so many times in recent years, I suppose we should have taken it in our stride. But normal people of character are unable to discard their principles for the sake of convenience. I thought back on those wonderful times when there had been great trust, understanding, and harmony. We had a common enemy, international communism, working its way down the African continent, and the further north we could hold the line, the better. The Zambezi was a far stronger line than the Limpopo, and South Africa was eager to play its part in preventing terrorist incursion. It was equally important for South Africans that sanctions against Rhodesia not be allowed to succeed, because they accepted that South Africa was the ultimate target and that success against Rhodesia would only encourage the communists. Rhodesia was then the front line in the fight against terrorism, while South Africa was still very much in the background. Thus, the South Africans were pleased to have the opportunity to gain practical experience from their association with the Rhodesian War front. Now all of this had been reversed, and the reason stood out like a sore thumb. Rhodesia was to be the sacrificial lamb which would buy for South Africa peace and acceptance of their apartheid philosophy. As Vorster had told me, Conda had given him that undertaking, and if Conda accepted, how could the rest of the world object? I could not credit that a man of Vorster's experience of politics in Africa could have been so naive. No doubt it was a case of necessity being the mother of invention. He simply had to find a way out of his predicament. All of us were impressed by Kissinger's sincerity and straightforward approach. He was merely the middleman, trying to assist in solving the problem. He had repeated in front of Vorster his sadness at being implicated in one of the great tragedies of modern history, and that, if we believed we were unable to accept the offer, he would respect our decision, and as far as he was concerned, there would be no recrimination. So clearly there was no American pressure on South Africa to force the issue. It was after midnight by the time we landed, but there were no signs of fatigue among us. We were too deeply motivated by the dark clouds of impending tragedy looming on the horizon. I advised the others to rest well and take things quietly during the day before them and prepare for what was going to be a strenuous week of informing the party and the country, and making some of the most traumatic decisions that had ever confronted us. On Tuesday, 21 September, the cabinet sat both morning and afternoon, with a break for lunch, and the discussion was intensive and constructive, with some members finding it difficult to credit the story we gave them. There were comments such as, "It looks as if in the end we are beaten. It will not be through enemy action, but because of what our friends have done to us." At the close of our discussion, we decided to sleep on it and come back with fresh minds in the morning for our decision. There was not much discussion when we reconvened. It was indeed a solemn, somber occasion, and the decision most painful, but not difficult. Having a gun pointed at one's head leaves no room for equivocation. No one disputed the fact that we had been given no option. Under those circumstances, a pragmatist faces up to the situation and plans the best means of coping with it. If we could encourage and marshal responsible black opinion, and above all, eliminate intimidation, there would be a chance of rescuing something. If Kissinger could get his plan off the ground expeditiously, but there were too many ifs, and especially in African politics, these almost invariably go contrary to normal expectation. We hoped that the following day's caucus would react unemotionally and with logic. It would not be easy, but from experience I knew that Rhodesians, especially when under pressure, performed with great maturity, and while they could stand their ground if need be, this did not involve impetuousness and a reckless disregard of the long-term interests of the country and its people. There was an air of expectation around Parliament on Thursday, 23 September, when I arrived for the caucus meeting, with shoals of pressmen at the end. The message had come to my office reporting the scene, asking if I wished to enter through a side door in order to avoid possible pressure. As this would have been contrary to my normal behavior, I refused. At Parliament, I simply informed the press that at the conclusion of our meeting, there might be some worthwhile news. They accepted gracefully. Caucus, like cabinet before them, were most responsible. The news of what transpired at the Pretoria meeting was met with incredulity. The questions continued after lunch, and I was determined that no one would be denied the right to express his views, even if it meant returning on the morrow. We described again what we had been through many times over the past couple of years, from the time we first began to detect the change in South Africa. I told of how I had warned Vorster that if Rhodesia was eliminated, the communists would then have cleared the road for direct access to South Africa, their ultimate objective. Vorster had been warned that any concessions we were forced to make today, South Africa would be forced to make tomorrow. That if the countries to our north were given access through Rhodesia to the Mozambican ports, this would weaken South Africa's influence throughout the area. That responsible black opinion in Rhodesia, which was openly telling the world that South African blacks were enjoying more freedom and more justice, and a superior way of life to the blacks to our north, would be silenced, and so on. and on. Ignoring the answer clearly before the South Africans, I said, Vorster was blindly dedicated to his course of appeasement, and anyone who attempted to reason in a contrary direction was given a crude response. Indeed, as far as I was concerned, he had resorted to a different tactic, because his intimidatory technique had not worked with me. Thus, whenever possible, he avoided contact with me and worked through other people. One member of caucus with strong South African and Africans connections spoke with circumspection, but strong emotion, condemning the South African government, as opposed to the South African people, for their treachery to the cause of the Christian civilization which their forefathers had brought to the country. A cabinet minister begged to differ, saying that he was convinced that his counterpart in the South African cabinet would be deeply distressed if he knew what was going on, and that only a few ministers in addition to Vorster were party to the plan. There was a great deal of anguish and soul-searching and seeking of a way out of our predicament. Could we not get all the women and children safely out of the country, and then the men would make a stand and defy Vorster and his gang? Regrettably, there was no sensible, practical way out. Finally, with one exception, the caucus agreed with me and the cabinet decision. They accepted that we were confronted by the one country in the world which controlled our lifeline and which had now issued an ultimatum us no alternative. I was overcome with a deep feeling of pride for the dedication and loyalty of my team, which had stood by me over the years of so much frustration, deceit, and treachery from people whom we had believed to be our friends. They were the kind of people who make great nations, who will carry on to the end if need be, not throw away everything in a vain bid to gain a moment of glory at the expense of what we had built for future generations. The only responsible course was to do what we could to rescue the maximum from the tragedy that was about to unfold. The next morning I received a telephone call from the lone dissenting caucus voice of the previous day, apologizing for any embarrassment he may have caused, but adding his support to our decision. He explained that his constitution was simply unable to accept and digest at such short notice the South African treachery with which he was confronted. Overnight, however, he had come to the conclusion that withholding his support, far from helping, would be to the detriment of his country. That evening, Friday 24 September, I therefore broadcast to the nation, giving them the sad news. Obviously, they knew something was happening with the meeting in Pretoria, followed by cabinet and caucus, and the accompanying speculation in the media. Experience shows that human nature is usually hopeful, in spite of the fact that their optimism often turns out to be wishful thinking. This was a more savage blow than anyone expected. However, in view of the commonly held belief that if Rhodesia went, this would be the first nail in South Africa's coffin, and for that reason we would stand together for our mutual benefit and protection. Although this was the cruelest blow of all, our people behaved with great courage, firmly bracing themselves for whatever was in store. During the following week, my office was inundated with messages of commiseration over the betrayal. There were also congratulations for the manner in which we had handled it, and pledges of loyal support for the future. While these were traumatic, indeed desperate, days, we had the reward of being part of a small nation which not only believed in, but put into practice those old-fashioned ideals and principles which throughout history had created great nations. They were built on the indestructible foundations of courage, integrity, loyalty, and a determination to put into practice the philosophy of "do unto others as you would have them do unto you." Let us not deny that the conditions under which Rhodesians had been living for the past decade tended to instill in people those desirable characteristics, in the same way as they did in Britain during those dark years between 1939 and 1945. Good people, in similar circumstances, brought up under those same traditions, no doubt would have reacted in the same way. So let me emphasize that in no way is this a claim that Rhodesians were a superior people. We simply happened to be living in Rhodesia at this point of history, when we were challenged by the forces of evil. We decided to close our ranks and make a stand for those ideals of Western Christian civilization on which our country had been built. It was a time when it was a privilege to be able to say, I am a Rhodesian. 16. The Geneva Conference. Within a matter of days, a cable arrived from Kissinger in Dar es Salaam, spelling out in precise words the acceptance of the agreement by Konda and Nyerere on the first positive step. About a week passed before a message came in requesting me to visit Pretoria for a meeting with Edward Rowlands, the British Minister of State, and William Chauffolet, the U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs. They had been traveling around to our north discussing the Rhodesian plan with the black presidents, but were reluctant to travel the short distance to Rhodesia to discuss the Rhodesian plan with the Rhodesian. It certainly was not the first time we had been confronted by this kind of arrogance. They received a swift flea in the ear in response, and the following day, 4 October 1976, arrived in Salisbury. I cannot remember meeting people who were so indecisive and simply did not know what was going on around them. Apart from the Rhodesian government, they did not know what other parties would attend the conference. Could Konda and Nyerere not tell them? No, it was a matter for the Rhodesians to decide. What are you going to do? I asked. We really don't know, they replied. We hope it will emerge. The venue? They asked if I would accept Lusaka. I replied, no, why not Rhodesia, which was the home of all the participants and had always previously been the venue. The blacks were against this. Rowlands and Chauffolet said, because it would not be neutral ground. What about Pretoria? That was unacceptable as, not only the UO but the whole world would not touch the South Africans with a barge pole. But who, I asked, was the honest broker in the plan that we are now implementing? I was obviously being far too honest and straightforward. I thought of Vorster telling me that he had these people to the north eating out of his hands, and that in return they would recognize and accept South Africa. I smiled to myself, but then quickly stopped, realizing the tragic seriousness of what lay ahead. What about London? I inquired. That was unacceptable, as there would be serious problems associated with it. The reason was obvious. They were not prepared to let me loose before the TV cameras and press in Britain. Harold Wilson had learned that lesson when I was last there. It will probably have to be in Switzerland, I said. Just get on with it. Geneva was selected. The agenda? There could be no problem with that, I suggested, because it had only one item on it. The interim government, as agreed in Pretoria. Well, they said when dealing with blacks, you cannot expect that kind of thing. We'll have to let them talk about anything and everything. And once they've run out of steam, we'll bring them back to the focal point. I warned Rowlands and Chauffolet that if they did not take a grip on affairs and give a positive lead, the exercise would abort. There was, I warned, a limit to how far I was prepared to allow myself to be pushed around in any attempt to deviate from the agreement which we had made. Inwardly, however, I knew that this was brave talk from an unsure foundation. In spite of the strong front put on by Rhodesians, this agreement had damaged our hopes for and confidence in the future. We hoped to gain something from a settlement of our dispute, an end of sanctions, and peace. But there was no way of going back to where we were before. This had been compromised by the Kissinger Agreement. It had been made absolutely clear to us that any attempt to turn back would result in a head-on clash with the South Africans. Moreover, it was clear to me that it would be difficult, if not impossible, to repair the damage that Rhodesian confidence had suffered. So there was only one way, and even with that we would be living with the ever-present danger of Rhodesia falling between two stools. It was an odd meeting with a couple of befuddled men unable to give any answer to anything. They were pleading for help and guidance and clutching at straws. I can only hope that I succeeded in inserting a degree of firmness into their spinal columns. News started coming through of a change of attitude from the South Africans. As part of the pressure against us, they've been holding back supplies and assistance, but once we acquiesced to their plan, things which we had been awaiting for 6 months suddenly came forward. Their army general, Magnus Malin, said he, now had the political directive to meet our requirement. Their Air Force General, Bob Rogers, indicated that he now had the clearance to train our Mirage pilots without charge, whereas previously we had been informed we would have to pay. Also, the pressure to withdraw helicopter crews had vanished. The Ministry of Defense confirmed that the 20 billion South African loan, which was being held back, was now available. There were sighs of relief all around. It was so easy for the South Africans to convey their messages in keeping with their oft-pronounced statements that there was no attempt to interfere in our internal affairs, and no pressure was being applied. My main concern now was to get the Geneva Conference going, as delay played into the hands of the obstructionists opposed to the plan. We had received messages that the Soviets were attempting to persuade Conda and Nyerere to hold back their support for the conference, and some of the black nationalists were also unenthusiastic about it. Moreover, the specter of Jimmy Carter on the U.S. presidential horizon induced trauma. All of these negative factors pointed to the need to avoid procrastination, but regrettably, the British lacked the will to take any firm action that might be resented by those dragging their feet. So we kept up the pressure every day, and eventually the message came through that Geneva was ready to accept us, and that the British hoped that we could expedite our departure, as there was much pre-conference work to be done. We did just that. My delegation included 4 of my cabinet, namely David Smith, my Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, P.K. Van der Bill, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mark Partridge, Lands, Water Development and Natural Resources, and Hilary Squires, Justice and Law and Order. We flew out of Salisbury on Wednesday evening, 20 October 1976, to a warm send-off from a large crowd of well-wishers. In Geneva we found the British Conference Chairman, Ivor Richard, had not yet arrived after exhorting us to hasten our arrival. Perhaps I should have expected this, and it was a pattern which was going to continue for the following 2 months. Meetings were arranged and then cancelled, then rearranged, with half the people arriving while the other half did not turn up. When you are part of Africa, this is part of life, and the only way to survive is to acclimatize yourself. As soon as Richard arrived on Friday 22 October, we held a meeting to ascertain what was happening. I requested that the conference start the next day. This was impossible, he explained, because he would have to meet each delegation leader in order to confirm the agenda. I pointed out that this had been agreed at my meeting with Kissinger, and, as he was well aware, Conda was advocating the British plan. Indeed, I recalled for Richard in the midst of our meeting, we had had a break to enable Kissinger to phone the British in order to clear a point which I had raised. It was absolutely certain, I insisted, that the proposals constituted a package of 5 points not open to negotiation. It was merely a question of acceptance or rejection. This had been repeated by me in my broadcast to the Rhodesian nation on 24 September, which had given our government's acceptance of the package. As a result of this broadcast, I told Richard I had received messages of approval and gratitude from both the British and US governments. I hoped there was no suggestion that Kissinger had misled me, or that the messages from their 2 governments were bogus. Richard denied that there were any such thoughts in his mind. I expressed satisfaction at this, and hoped his words would be backed up by deeds. I was reminded of what Kissinger had said at the Pretoria meeting, when he had stated that his information was that the British were already conniving behind his back, with the chaps to the north, to secure changes in the agreement. What is the word they use to describe them? He said. Purr. I supplied him with what he was looking for. Even you Americans are familiar with perfidious Albion. Kissinger had smiled and shaken his head appreciatively. It did not take long for Richard to indicate that he had got my message. He promised to contact the black delegations promptly and try to have things organized by the next day. We met him again in the morning in a much more harmonious atmosphere. Instead of trying to give me advice, Richard sought advice from me on the best way to handle our blacks. He indicated that he agreed with me, but believed that, for tactical reasons, it would be undesirable to disclose this in case it led the black delegation to conclude that we were conniving behind their backs. Out of the blue, he then started talking about the game of rugby, maybe feeling that this would humor me. Then he mentioned Harold Wilson's latest book, and added that he had seen him on his way through London, and Harold had asked him to pass on to me his kind regards. He spoke about his job at the United Nations, but confessed that his greatest wish was to be in the House of Commons. For that reason, no doubt, he would be aiming to make a success of this operation. Next day was Sunday, 24 October, and after an early breakfast, we had a pleasant drive through beautiful country to Chamonix, where we took the cable car to École du Midi, the highest cable car ride in the world, 842 mm. A magnificent view looking across at Mont Blanc and the massive glaciers in the valleys below. That evening we attended the service in the local Anglican church. It was a happy day, which kept our team close together. As a matter of interest, we were informed through the security network. All delegations had security coverage, that we were the only ones to have attended a church service. This was to be the pattern for the duration of the conference. By Wednesday, 27 October, there was still no meeting of the conference, and some of the British team had expressed their frustration to some of our chaps with whom they were in contact. Then that day, we were handed our cards of admittance to the conference, on the top of which were written the words, "The Smith Delegation," followed by the name of our representative. That was more than I could stomach. It was obviously a deliberate attempt on Richard's part to degrade our status and thus gain favor with the black delegations. I told our secretariat to arrange an urgent meeting with Richard, and it was laid on for after dinner that evening. I took along my 4 cabinet colleagues and Jack Gaylord, the secretary to the cabinet. I immediately confronted Richard with the cards and informed him that we were not the Smiths delegation, but the Rhodesian government delegation. He replied that this was not acceptable to him. I retorted that I was not asking him, I was telling him it had already been done. I held before him my own card, where the change had been made in bold capital letters. On the drive back to the hotel, one of my team commented that when I delivered that blow, Richard reeled back as though he had been hit between the eyes with a hammer. I accused him of indulging in puerile behavior and an obvious attempt to appease our opponents, and reminded him that in all our correspondence with the British government, we were addressed as the Rhodesian government and I as Prime Minister. I warned him that, if he continued in this frame of mind, there would be no conference. Moreover, we had in our company senior civil servants, some with 40 years' service to a number of Rhodesian governments, not to any individual. I had to tell him that we found his behavior unacceptable. This was pretty strong and exciting stuff for my chaps who were having their first experience of this kind of game, and they joined in with gusto. Hilary Squires, my Minister of Justice, who had enjoyed a record of being a very able QC, had no difficulty in tying Richard up in an extremely tight knot, with Mark Partridge giving his tail the occasional twist. For a good measure, P.K. van der Bill inserted his characteristic cutting thrust. For a while, Richard sat back, obviously trying to assess what had struck him. It took some time for Richard to concede that he appeared to have misjudged the situation as far as we Rhodesians were concerned. I corrected him, pointing out that it was not a question of appearance, it was an obvious fact. He conceded our right to change the designation on our conference cards. Then, in mitigation, he pointed out that he had experienced a couple of awkward days dealing with the black leaders, who had resorted to abuse when all their demands were not met. He assured us, however, that he had stood up to them and put them in their place. Regrettably, this was not the message we had received through our grapevine, which told of him backing down and appeasing them. He assured us of his continuing wish to cooperate with us and offered us drinks before we departed, but I declined for the obvious reason that we were in no mood to prolong contact with him. On the next day, Thursday, 28 October, at long last, the conference was due to commence at 3 p.m. We arrived in good time and were immediately surrounded by the press. Some 500 reporters had gathered for the occasion. As we were entering the conference room, Jack Gaylord came up to me and said, "The British apologize, but the opening has been delayed 2 hours. We decided to return to the hotel." And as we left the UN building, I felt for the media chaps standing out in the cold and rain. So I cracked a joke with them. I asked for an adequate reason from Richard before returning, and he came through on the telephone immediately, full of apologies. He said Nkomo and Mugabe were being difficult. They were even questioning his position as chairman. In the end, they were convinced by his arguments, he said, but needed an extra 2 hours to report back to their supporters. I reminded Richard that the agreement had been signed and sealed months ago, and that we had all come to the conference on that agreement. Once again, I had to tell him that his tactics were wrong, and that anyone who understood Africa would confirm this. Pandering to their arrogance and excesses, I explained, simply encouraged these people to indulge in more outrageous behavior because it paid dividend. If he had stood his ground, which had been well prepared and accepted by everyone, the conference would have gone according to plan, and there would have been a little more humility and reasonableness from those concerned. He pleaded with me for understanding, and I assured him that Rhodesians would never be found wanting in that regard. As soon as we received the message that the others were at the conference center, I assured him we would depart from our hotel. The conference room was ablaze with lights and the clatter of cameras when we arrived, and after about half an hour, I was compelled to remind Richard that we had work to do. The opening address from Richard was reasonable, save for a message that he read from Callahan, which referred to our country as Zimbabwe, when, after all, according to British law, the country was officially known as Rhodesia. However, on the credit side, the conference had started with the black delegations present, in spite of the fact that they claimed volubly that they would never participate with Richard in the chair. To those who understand African politics, that was par for the course. Muzorewa took the honors, with vacant seats on either side of him, one with a placard bearing the name Comrade Enos Kala, the other Comrade Edson Sithole, both missing from the conference. His delegates were well presented, as were Sithole's, but the others were a scruffy-looking assortment. Mugabe's crowd looked like a bunch of gangsters, but one of my team commented that they looked exactly like what they were. Next day, the leaders of the delegations spoke. Nkomo and Mugabe told in mournful tone of the dreadful sacrifices which the white governments had exacted from the poor black people. I bit my tongue in order to resist reminding Mugabe of what the Matabeles had consistently exacted from the Shonas in the years before the white man brought both his Western civilization, with its justice and law and order, and an end to the murder and carnage and plundering which had previously been the order of the day. The only point of interest in Muzorewa's address was his glowing account of the contribution of great King Lobongula to building the Zimbabwe nation. A piece of comic opera, was my comment. If Lobongula had been alive, there certainly would not have been room for any politicians in the country, and anyone promoting the name Zimbabwe would have had his head lopped off. Sithole seemed to be hanging back, so I spoke briefly, appealing for constructive contributions and expressing the hope that we would expedite matters so that we could return home and get on with the business of building our new nation. Sithole then came in with the only responsible and constructive contribution from the black leaders. He gave one hope that maybe we would succeed in forming an agreement. The next step was for the constitutional lawyers to draw up a plan of action for our consideration. It was felt this would take a couple of days to work out, and I concurred. Boredom and frustration have a debilitating effect, so we laid on visits to some farms, always a refreshing experience, and one of the big watchmaking factories. By the middle of the following week, on Wednesday, 3 November, I was looking for progress and asked for a meeting with Richard. He informed me that he was having difficulty in pinning our friends down. They were asking that a specific date for the final grant of independence be written into the agreement. I assured him that this was no problem, as the original agreement had laid down that this should be finalized within 2 years, allowing sufficient time for the drawing up of a new constitution and completion of all the other necessary requirements. All that was necessary was for us to sign the agreement. What was the problem? He said he would convey my message to the drafting committee. Once again, I urged him to be firm. Otherwise, the black leaders would continue to attempt to include provisions which were not part of the agreement. As that was unacceptable to me, I warned, it would mean drifting on indefinitely. If he could not bring the matter to finality, I said, it was my intention to return home and wait for a conclusion. I reminded him that, unlike the others, I had a country to govern. He thanked me for my constructive approach and assured me of his determination to pressurize the others to a conclusion. I departed with little hope that he would have the courage to follow up his words with deeds. Over the weekend, George Smith, our constitutional expert, informed me that there had been no progress, as the British were attempting to accommodate new demands from the black delegations. I arranged to meet Richard on Monday, 8 November, and asked for the cause of the holdup. He evaded the issue and talked about trying to secure the confidence of the blacks, which was necessary if we were to make progress. Appeasement? I asked. He was distressed that I should make such a suggestion. Yeah. Why then, I asked, did he not arrange a meeting for us to endorse the 5 principles which had been laid down, as this would enable us to implement the plan? Why not tomorrow? Surprisingly, he agreed. We, the leaders plus 3 delegates, met the next afternoon, and I took Vanderbilt, Squires, and Gaylord. It was a chaotic meeting. Instead of dealing with the agenda, the blacks indulged in political diatribes, talking about anything and everything which came into their minds. Eventually, after showing commendable tolerance, I asked Richard when he was going to restore order and deal with the agenda. From a reclining position in his chair, he replied, "Don't ask me, ask the other delegates here." I could hardly believe my ears. The other delegates sat quietly, waiting for the next move. They did not have to wait long. In a deliberate but unemotional manner, I upbraided him for his behavior and reminded him of the duties of a chairman. On our side of the table, we wanted a straight answer. Was he going to continue to condone the irrelevant and chaotic conditions which we had just witnessed, or would he restore some semblance of order to the meeting? If not, I said, it would be necessary to find a new chairman. I hoped this might shake him to his senses, because earlier the black delegations were objecting to his chairmanship while I supported him. But alas, he had turned out to be anything but a success. He made some responses to my attack, but we made it clear that we were unimpressed, and eventually he adjourned the meeting so that he could put more work into the preparation. Afterwards, my team said they had found it a stimulating occasion. One does not enjoy resorting to that kind of tactic, but a stand had to be made. The black delegates refrained from participating. They simply sat back and enjoyed the spectacle. Before dinner that evening, we went to meet Richard and Anthony Duff of the British Foreign Office in a constructive effort to see if we could get things back onto the rails. Richard expressed surprise at the vehemence of my attack on him that afternoon. My simple reply was that he had asked for it. He complained over the impossible behavior of the black leaders, especially Mugabe, who constantly disagreed with his suggestions. What did I think would happen if Mugabe was excluded? Perfect, I replied. He had always been the fly in the ointment as far as coming to an agreement was concerned. Even Konda had expressed such a feeling. Richard was absorbed with the idea and asked a few penetrating questions, obviously wondering how to solve his problem. He, too, believed that with Mugabe out of the way, we could agree. I had to tell him, though, that I did not believe the British government would entertain the idea. They were too intent on their policy of appeasing everybody. Once again, I impressed on Richard the need for firmness. Arrange a meeting, I told him, and proceed in keeping with the agreement of which everyone was aware. If there were delegates not prepared to attend, carry on without them, thus solving the problem in a peaceful, tactful manner, without deliberately excluding anybody. I was prepared to guarantee that there would be no absentees once they realized that he meant what he said. He quietly nodded his head in agreement, saying, "You have probably given me the answer." I then informed him that it was my intention to return home, to deal with pressing matters, but that I would leave part of my team in Geneva to carry on the work, and would return once I had received the message that they were ready to get on with the job. Richard expressed disappointment at my decision to depart, but I reminded him that originally I had agreed to come to Geneva for a couple of days, a week at the outside, to confirm an agreement which had already been made. A month had passed, and there had been no progress because of vacillation and indecision, and he well knew who was to blame for that, as I had reminded him on a number of occasions. After dinner, the American, William Schauffele, the American Assistant Secretary of State, came for a discussion. He repeated what he had previously said, that they were trying to assist, but that this was a delicate operation and had to be done tactfully. He hoped that I would be prepared to adjust a little, if need be. I asked him to be more specific. I was waiting, I said, ready to implement the agreement which I had made with Henry Kissinger. This was clear and specific, as everybody knew. Did the Americans have a different view now? He was quick to reply in the negative, but told me they were worried over what appeared to be a looming Carter victory, which presented a distinctly bleak outlook. I told him there was an obvious answer. If Richard had got on with his task, it would have been completed 3 weeks ago, and we would all have been back in Rhodesia, implementing the agreement. I suggested that his efforts should be directed towards Richard. I departed for home the following day. What an exhilarating feeling! Back in Salisbury, I spent a few weeks briefing my people on the happenings in Geneva and caught up on the local security position. Our forces had just raided Zanla camps in Mozambique with some success. There were some worrying reports that people were beginning to express concern about Rhodesia going the same way as the rest of Africa around us. I had a happy weekend at Digiguanoro and a final cabinet meeting before catching the plane on 7 December for my return with Jack Gaylord to Geneva. Harold Hawkins met us on our way through Jan Smuts Airport that night and said Vorster had asked him to convey his good wishes. The South Africans, Vorster had said, were happy with the developments to date and hoped that we would keep the conference going right to the end. My comment was that it was easy offering advice while sitting in Pretoria, but a different matter sitting cheek by jowl with the communists in Geneva. We flew saw and landed at Windhoek. I liked the look of the place, since it had the air of a frontier town, a bit like Rhodesia. Our contacts with Southwest Africa over the years indicated that there were many similarities between us, with philosophies which had much in common. I regretted that we did not share a common boundary, as it was my assessment that we would have worked well together. I was on the flight deck for the takeoff from Windhoek and the landing next morning at Zurich. While there, I was able to listen to the 6 a.m. BBC News. We made a quick connection to Geneva. There was a short press interview at the airport, and a warm welcome back to the Rhone Hotel, where they had gone out of their way to accommodate us, and always shown great kindness. Having bathed, changed and lunched, I agreed to a meeting with Richard. Frank Wisner, the latest American representative, had sent me a note that he wished to see me urgently with a message from Kissinger that he wanted me to receive before seeing Richard. The note, however, did not arrive in time, and Richard's secretary asked if the two of us could have a private meeting before joining the rest. I went along reluctantly, because it is an overplayed practice of trying to precondition a person with a bit of flattery or offering confidential information, which in fact is dished out to all and sundry, like toffees to children. There's a case for personal discussion if two prime ministers or leaders are holding meetings. But a private discussion with Richard? There was a surprise. Richard introduced me to his wife who had recently arrived. She was a pleasant lady, neat and trim. Richard mentioned his concern at some of my critical remarks, referring to his conduct as chairman. I reminded him that I had a reputation of thinking carefully before expressing opinions, and reluctantly I had to assure him that I meant what I had said. The successful conclusion of our conference, the reason for our presence in Geneva, was the only matter of concern to me, I said. Sensitive personalities had to be put to one side. I reminded him that my country was suffering, that innocent people were being killed every day, unlike the comfortable life that others were living in Geneva or London. We had been hanging around this so-called conference for nearly 2 months, and the parties were further away from agreement than when we started. I reminded him that he had assured me on my departure for Rhodesia of his determination to bring the other parties to the table and insist on an acceptance of the 5 principles. In fact, the others had now taken a more extreme stance and had placed themselves publicly in an impossible position. Second, during my absence, he had given way on the question of setting a date for independence. Third, after assuring me that we were working to a common objective of dividing Nkomo and Mugabe, in order to move the latter out of the way, and having the assurance reiterated in a message he asked Van der Bill to pass on to me in Salisbury, I was subsequently confronted with a press photograph of Richard coming out of a meeting with his arms around Nkomo and Mugabe, boasting of his success in uniting them in their common objective, or at least according to views expressed to me on a number of occasions by Richard. Was it not Mugabe's objective? All of this smacked of double standards, I said, and was leading us along the road to disaster. I simply wanted to know where I stood. While I was talking, it was clear that Richard was thinking hard, and he came back at me saying that he took issue with everything I had said. Let me hear your case, I replied. He claimed that he had kept Van der Bill in the picture during my absence, and that anything to the contrary was not factual. I asked if he was insinuating that I had been misled by my representatives. He demurred. Unless he could substantiate his claim, I warned, I must take exception. Moreover, I asked, what was the reason for our meeting in private? As he had questioned in particular the veracity of messages sent to me, I wished the other members of my team to be brought in so that we could hear both sides of the story. He concurred with my request. When the others arrived, Richard stated that it was his intention to call a meeting of all delegates the next day, Thursday, 9 December, to enable me to present my proposals for consideration. I was quick to inform him that I had no proposals for submission. He knew, and everybody knew, I declared, that my proposals were the same as on the day I arrived, the formal acceptance of the agreement, and this should have been finalized within 2 days. Strange as it might seem to him, I continued, my proposals did not change from day to day with the prevailing circumstances. We were sick and tired of the constant prevarication. I was ready to come to a meeting to implement the first step, i.e., the appointment of a Council of State as accepted in the agreement we made in Pretoria. If he was suggesting a meeting to argue the pros and cons of setting up a Council of State, that was a non-starter. I suggested that we retire for the night, and I would be ready to attend a meeting tomorrow in order to do what we had come for, implement the agreement. The following morning, I had an early visit from the American Wisner with the message from Kissinger. There was nothing new in it, however. Kissinger simply hoped that reason would prevail and that we would succeed in finalizing the agreement. As Wisner was traveling to London the next day to meet Kissinger, I was happy to send a message back to him that we had been waiting almost 2 months to sign the agreement and had been met by provocation and obstruction from the other side. To compound matters, Richard was playing a devious game, even to the extent of openly siding with the opponents of our agreement. Rhodesians were appalled, I concluded, that he had not even got them into the starting stalls as the first step in the exercise. Later in the morning, we went back to see Richard to ascertain if there had been any progress. He repeated his wish for me to put my plan to a meeting of all delegations. I reiterated that he was wasting our time. As he well knew, my plan was the agreed plan, and I was patiently waiting for him to do his job. He was trying to use me as a decoy to draw the fire of their attacks away from him, the chairman, who had been charged with the task of getting the agreement accepted and signed. I regretted having to accuse him of cowardly behavior. Was he prepared to hand over to me the chairmanship of the conference? If so, I would comply with his request. He looked disillusioned and depressed. I almost felt sorry for him. Out of the blue, he stated that, because of my stand, he would be flying back to London that afternoon for consultation with Callahan and Kissinger. This came as a relief. I thought maybe some sanity would be restored to our scene. As a parting shot, I told him that all along it had been clear to us that he was operating on a tight rein from London which never worked. I added he should either have the courage to get on and do his job properly or get out. I hoped he would put that message over clearly in London. He shuffled a bit, but did not disagree. When we departed, he shook my hand warmly and said, "I hope we managed to work something out. I sometimes felt he agreed with me, but that the politicians in London were controlling events, and they were scared stiff of doing anything contrary to the wishes of the black delegations, as this would put them in the bad books of the ULY. We were surrounded by the press as we walked out, but I deliberately avoided saying anything which might make it more difficult for Richard in London. While I waited for the British response, I had a very interesting meeting on Saturday, 11 December, with a Kenyan, Washington Nkulu, who was working for Ruin and had degrees from Cambridge and Yale. He had been persecuted on a number of occasions, and had spent periods in prison for expressing views contrary to those of his government. His experience had been that he was treated well by his white prison supervisors, badly by the black. He was in touch with Nyerere, the real leader in that part of Africa, who was trying to help find a solution to the Rhodesian problem. I queried whether that solution would not be biased in favor of the black nationalists. He agreed, but added that the black governments in our part of the world desired to end the fighting and associated economic problems, and therefore would not go too far in supporting the extremists. He said that the story which was being propagated in black circles was that I was untrustworthy and looked down on blacks, while his white friends told him the opposite. Especially of interest to him were some black professional people from Rhodesia, who had informed him of their concern that we might go the same way as the rest of Africa around us, into bankruptcy and chaos and a one-party state with its denial of freedom. They tended to side with me and my philosophy of gradualism. He was pleased to meet me to try to make his own assessment. Speaking as a black African, he had to concede the inadequacies of his own people. They lacked compassion, maturity, balance, those important ingredients of civilized man, and the politicians were easy prey to corruption and power hunger. He explained that the northern presidents, chiefly Nyerere and Konda, believed that Nkomo, as the father of African nationalism in our country, was the best man to support as leader, working together with Muzurwa. I pointed out that they had missed the boat at the Victoria Falls Bridge Conference, again at the talks I had with Nkomo at the beginning of the following year in Salisbury, and now they had once again missed an opportunity. I said that Richard would not have attempted to bring together Nkomo and Mugabe, to the exclusion of Muzarawa, as he only the last week had done, without the concurrence of Konda and Nyerere. I hoped that I did not appear arrogant when I said that, if these people had only listened to me, our problem would have been settled years ago. Sad to say that they had even taken John Vorster for a ride on more than one occasion, and we were about to witness a repeat of this now. What was particularly galling to Rhodesians, I said, was that we were being used as a pawn in the game, and on each occasion history had proved that we had been right in our assessment, and our so-called friends had been wrong. My visitor thanked me for giving him a refreshing and interesting view of the African scene. He said he would be visiting Nyerere the following week and would pass my views on to him. On Sunday, 12 December, we received a message from the British saying that it seemed Richard would not be receiving prompt answers to his problem. So I informed them that we could not go on waiting indefinitely for something which might or might not happen. so we would return home. Moreover, our delegation had now been in Geneva for over 2 months, and with Christmas approaching, it was time for them to rejoin their families. I met Richard that afternoon, and was told that the new British Foreign Secretary, Anthony Crosland, would announce in the British Parliament on Tuesday, 14 December, that the conference would be adjourned for a short while. It was never reconvened. Even the press corps was beginning to lose interest, and so were happy to hold an end-of-conference meeting with me. It turned out to be a rip-roaring affair with no punches pulled. I went through a brief history of the whole sordid affair, and how Rhodesia had been conned into going along with it. I was not expecting anything from London because of the change of leadership in America, the disaster of Carter. This enabled the British Socialist government to sidetrack Kissinger and thus placate the UOUA. I emphasized that Rhodesia, in keeping with our past record, would honestly adhere to the agreement. In spite of the fact that the other parties had broken the agreement, we would not use this as a pretext to wriggle out of it. As soon as the British were prepared to call together all parties and place the agreement on the table, we would be there. My parting comment: this conference is about to make history by adjourning before it has actually commenced. On my way out that night, I met Frank Wisner at Geneva Airport. He expressed Kissinger's regrets at the way things had gone. It was interesting for us to speculate on what assistance we might receive from South Africa in our predicament, a situation which had been forced on us by Vorster. It was no use looking to Kissinger. He had been sidetracked through no fault of his own. From the British Socialists we could expect little, in fact, only obstruction. Although officially the agreement had been made with Vorster and Kissinger, everybody knew that the substance had been formulated by the British government. Kissinger confirmed this to me, so they were the third leg to the agreement. Geneva had proved conclusively that there would be no finality without the approval of the UOL. Any thought of decent, straightforward honesty and adherence to a contract was wishful thinking. In an effort to revive the conference, on 1 January 1977, Richard and his team flew into Salisbury. His original message indicated that he would arrive in the following week after visiting the northern presidents, but I advised him to see me first in order to ensure that he would not be sponsoring proposals unacceptable to Rhodesia. He explained that he had failed to sell the original agreement to the blacks in Geneva, and therefore was presenting a new proposal which incorporated a British appointee as chairman of the transitional government as opposed to one of the black representatives, and the Rhodesian government representation would be reduced from a half to 1/3 of the members. I accused him of attempting to breach the solemn agreement to which his government was party, and told him this clearly indicated lack of integrity and courage on his part. I could not believe that he was serious in making such a proposal. Did this new proposal carry the endorsement of Kissinger, whom he had recently met in London? There was no reply. Hilary Squires pointed out that he was recommending that we should place our destiny in the hands of the British government, which for more than a decade had been our deadly enemy, and had resorted to every tactic, mainly foul, to bring us down. Even worse, I added, they were now conniving with communist terrorists in their unscrupulous plan to achieve their evil objective. Each one of my team joined in giving him the lambasting he deserved. I was wondering how he was going to extricate himself from the fix in which he had been landed. He fell into the trap of losing his temper and shouting at us. There is an effective means of dealing with such a situation. I smiled at him and replied in a cool and quiet voice. We seem to have touched you on a very tender spot. The meeting was not prolonged, and it ended with the message that we would be happy to join in a conference when he was ready to put the agreement with the 5 principles on the table. 17. The Internal Settlement of 4 March 1978. Over the next few weeks, in early 1977, there were many discussions with my cabinet and the security chiefs. Regrettably, there were signs that our white community, for the first time, was beginning to have doubts about our future. It was sad that these wonderful people, who had shown such incredible strength and loyalty, From the commencement of our constitutional problems with the British government, dating back to the early 1960s, we're beginning to have doubts. Their doubts were not about the British, Americans, Europeans, or the communist-inspired Commonwealth, whom we had known all along we could not trust. Instead, they were about the South Africans, whom we had believed would stand together with us. Our joint position was a lonely one, as we strove to persevere with our Western civilization on the southern corner of the African continent. Our philosophy and manner of dealing with the problem differed from that of the South Africans, and only time would tell who was right. But at least we understood Africa and its problems. We were, after all, Africans, albeit white Africans. Our history was interlocked, going back to 1890 when Cecil John Rhodes's pioneer column set out from Math. In 1914, our men had fought on the same side in the First World War. Once again, in 1939, our men had stood together, fighting for freedom in the Second World War. There were other links which bound us closely together, such as a customs union, under which we enjoyed preferential trading conditions, and many of the big companies drew no distinction between their operations on either side of the border, transferring people at will. In the field of sport, we were virtually a fifth province, participating in all the major provincial competitions, with many Rhodesians gaining Springbok colors and representing South Africa in international competition. A large number of Rhodesians had family contacts in South Africa. When Smuts, the South African Prime Minister and great wartime leader, was defeated in 1948 in the first post-war election, Rhodesians were greatly shocked. They consoled themselves by saying that the British electorate had done likewise to their great wartime leader and hero, Winston Churchill. It was part of the fluctuations of politics, which occasionally reached unpredictably irrational proportions. One had to live with these things and ride the punches. The South African electorate would come to their senses in time, the Rhodesians believed. In fact, things turned out quite the reverse. The National Party received more and more support with each election. There was no change in relations between our two countries, and things continued exactly the same as before. After all, the internal affairs of South Africa were their business, and Rhodesia had always strongly supported that founding principle of the UN which says, "Thou shalt not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries." So we continued our normal lives, and our sadness over what happened to our old friend General Smuts was gradually lost in the mists of time. We were busy developing our own young, growing country and building our own lives. Bearing in mind the events up to early 1977, it is useful to review what had happened to Rhodesians and how they came to rely on their neighbors and not the British. With the passage of time, after 1945, we had gradually become more conscious of the changes taking place in our relations with the British government. And although these were still distant from us, any intelligent observer could not help detecting certain trends which seemed to be in conflict with previous understanding. The democratic system of government with elections, bringing different parties into power adds confusion and destabilization. A conservative government by nature believes in maintaining the status quo as far as possible, and that any change should be evolutionary. A socialist government believes in bigger and quicker change of a revolutionary nature necessary to make up for lost time, because socialism is a comparatively new philosophy. Moreover, when governments are dealing with their own local affairs, they think twice and take great care to ensure that they are not acting against popular opinion and thus losing votes. But when they are dealing with affairs which affect the lives of people in another country, that is different. Rhodesians had found themselves confronted by this kind of situation more and more. The granting of independence became the fashion, first Ghana and then Nigeria. The principle was never in doubt. It was merely a question of timing. Our Rhodesian prime ministers attended all the meetings of Commonwealth leaders. In those days there were only half a dozen representatives, and so we were kept fully in the picture as to what was going on. It was always conceded that Britain's presence in the colonies took the form of that of a protector, a guardian, until such time as the locals were able to take over and govern themselves. I recall our Prime Minister, Lord Malvern, shortly before his retirement in 1956, recounting to us the events of his last Prime Minister's conference. The question of independence for the emerging countries, Ghana and Nigeria, was mentioned in passing, but there was still much work to be done in education, training, experience. It was generally accepted that it would require at least another 10 years. Malvern added, "Fortunately, it has no bearing on our case because, as everyone knows, Rhodesia was offered Dominion status in 1945, at the end of the war, so if need be we can have it tomorrow." In principle, it was completely reassuring, especially because, as we all knew, it was based on fact, on recorded undertakings which we had received from the British government. How could anyone question their veracity? However, the other side of the picture was that Malvern had failed to bring back from London any conclusive agreement on the question of the future of the Federation. He had hoped to secure confirmation on the question of Dominion status, and a positive move in that direction. His case was based on the preamble to the Federal Constitution, in which it was stated, as part of the Declaration, that the Federation would be entitled to go forward with confidence towards the attainment of full membership of the Commonwealth, i.e., Dominion status. But the British government was not prepared to go along with Malvern's request that the federal government should be granted Commonwealth status, while the Northern Territories, Northern Rhodesia and Nyasaland, remained as colonies, directly ruled from London. To support his case, he used the situation which prevailed in Australia, where there was a clear analogy to what he was seeking. 10 years earlier, the idea would have been accepted with alacrity, but now the mood had changed. Although Macmillan's Winds of Change speech of early 1960 was still 4 years off, the move towards independence was gaining momentum. The British government had stated their desire to appoint a commission to review the future of the Federation. This was done in the face of strong opposition and criticism from our leaders, because it was in direct conflict with the principle that the Federation was indissoluble. But, confronted by African nationalism, the British government found little difficulty in bending their principles. Malvern was getting on in years. He had served as Prime Minister for 23 years, a record for the Commonwealth. Those close to him said that, apart from the fact that he was tired of politics, what had got him down was the blatant dishonesty of the British politicians with whom he was now dealing. They were totally unlike those with whom he was accustomed to working in the past. He thought that Walensky, not a born and bred Englishman like himself, might be better able to cope with this new generation of British politicians. That was what most of us thought, and certainly Walensky's talk, not only his looks, was far more pugnacious than that of Malvern. Walensky lost no time in getting to grips with his problem, and in 1957, shortly after becoming Prime Minister, he visited Britain and returned with what sounded like worthwhile concessions. Amid a few mundane changes, such as an increase in members of the Federal Assembly, there was a British undertaking only to legislate in federal matters at the request of the federal government. It sounded impressive, but it was something the Rhodesian government had always enjoyed. Most significant was the agreement that the Federal Review Conference, which was scheduled to take place in 1960, would consider a program to enable the Federation to become eligible for full membership of the Commonwealth. Again, it sounded impressive, but in fact, it was merely a repetition of what was included in the preamble to the Federal Constitution. So, while what Walensky had obtained sounded good and gave some satisfaction to the man in the street, to those who had some idea of the history of what was going on, it was treated with a pinch of salt. Added to our suspicions, which were slowly but surely being translated into fact, we were suddenly confronted, in 1957, with a dramatic acceleration in the pace of granting independence. Only in the previous year Malvern had told us that a minimum of 10 years was still required to ensure adequate preparation for those few countries which were most advanced. Yet, less than 1 year later, Ghana was granted independence, and nobody seemed to raise an eyebrow. In 1960, Nigeria received its independence, Tanganyika in 1961, Uganda in 1962, and Kenya in 1963. But what about our federation and all the associated promises? The British seem to be applying two rules, one for black Africans and another completely different for white Africans. Their actions were motivated by pressure from the UAO, and the majority of the leaders representing the OA were communist-oriented. So clearly the dice were loaded against Rhodesia, whose government was still in white hands and was also powerfully anti-communist. It is also important to note that during this period a conservative government was in power in Britain. Conservatives are known for their opposition to rapid and extensive change. They believe in evolution as opposed to revolution and are reluctant to deviate from the well-tried and proven track. Above all, they were the founders of the concept of the British Empire and the centuries-old proud record of explorers and pioneers who had carried the Union Jack and its torch of freedom, justice, Christianity, and Western civilization to the most remote parts of the world. We had to ask ourselves, what would the position be when the next Labour Party government came to power? They were socialists, their beliefs and philosophy, the complete antithesis of those held by the conservatives. This was a horrifying thought to contemplate. It would have been unnatural, indeed, unintelligent, if Rhodesians had not begun to look around for other friends, whom we hoped would be more honest, more trustworthy, and, probably most important of all, who were faced with the same problems and shared the same hopes for the future. We looked for people who were part of the world we lived in, and who, when making decisions concerning their future, were not looking over their shoulder to some other part of the world. First and foremost, there was South Africa, our southern neighbor, with whom we had always had close ties in the fields of economics, transport, culture, education, sport, family, holidays, and the language of English, common to both our countries. Then there was our eastern neighbor, Mozambique, a Portuguese possession, and to our northwest Angola, the second Portuguese possession in this part of the world. Our relations with Mozambique were second only to those with South Africa. Our railway system was linked to their two main ports of Lourenço Marques and Beira. Rhodesians holidayed in the East Coast areas, and Mozambique supplied labor recruits for Rhodesian farms, mines, and industry. Admittedly, Mozambique was under the direct control of metropolitan Portugal, but at this stage there were no signs of the Portuguese government resorting to the appeasement strategy manifesting itself so clearly in British politics. And among all the governments in the world, they were one of the strongest in their condemnation of communism. As the problems with the British deepened, thinking in Rhodesia began to change its orientation, slowly but perceptibly, towards our south, and then to our east. With the passage of time, contact and friendship grew, and the links were strengthened. This was especially valuable to us with our assumption of independence in 1965. Indeed, without the clear support of South Africa, and, to a lesser extent, of Portugal, we could never have embarked on the exercise. I have already indicated that distrust of British politicians escalated violently over the break-up of the Federation, and even their old and trusted friends, like Malvern and Walensky, used strong language to condemn the blatant breach of contract associated with its dismemberment. When the British betrayed Rhodesia by refusing to comply with the many agreements which had been made, and finally deceived us into assisting them in winding up the Federation with the promise of our immediate independence. Contempt for British politicians knew no bounds. Many of my erstwhile political opponents, who believed that I had been oversensitive in my suspicions of the British government's intent, came forward and offered their open support for the stand which I was taking. while our confrontation with Britain grew, leading to the final break in our Declaration of Independence in 1965. Support from South Africa mounted, not only from the man in the street, but also at government level. And this became stronger with the passage of time as we proved that we were succeeding. A well-known and highly respected personality in South African politics, the former Minister of Transport, Ben Schoeman, told me many years after the event that sadly his assessment had been that we would not last 6 months. Once it became clear, however, that we were winning, each morning as he walked out of his house, he made a habit of taking his hat off to Rhodesia as a mark of respect. It was not only the English-speaking South Africans who proclaimed their support for us, but the Afrikaners as well. The Afrikaners have never forgiven the British for the Boer War, and especially their handling of their women and children in concentration camps. This left a bitter legacy that has not diminished with time. Many was the time I heard South Africans say, "If only we could stand together and be as united internally as we are in our support for Rhodesia." Of course, as every South African knows, the divisions in South African whites are not only between English-speaking and Africans-speaking, but also between Afrikaners themselves. And often this is where one finds the bitterest feelings. As far as Rhodesians were concerned, it was reassuring for us to know that if all our erstwhile friends, including the British, turned against us, the South Africans could be trusted for the obvious and sound reason that we were in the same boat, and we would either survive or sink together. From the time of our Declaration of Independence, South Africa was staunch and consistent. First there was Verwoerd, with his quiet, deliberate manner, highly respected by those who worked with him for the strength of his beliefs and principles and his great mental capacity. He was followed by Vorster, who was even more outspoken in his criticism of Britain and the other Western nations, joining in the cult of the permissive society. He quoted to me from a message which he had sent to Alec Home in which he laid down clearly his objections to British interference in South Africa's internal affairs, pointing out many blatant injustices in different parts of the world which Britain appeared to be condoning. He said, "It is time to bring these people to their senses and make them realize that this is our country where we have built up over the centuries our own culture and traditions and history. The same as the Americans or Australians, for example. They do not try to interfere in their affairs. They are afraid of the Americans. We must give these people the message that we are not going to allow the communists to come in here and take over. And as we have agreed, the Zambezi is the strongest line for us to work from." We were both on the same wavelength, and it was reassuring to my cabinet and caucus to have this confirmation. But Vorster's whole character changed with his vision of Day 10. We were forced against our better judgment to acquiesce. The release of the terrorist leaders, the abrupt withdrawal of the South African forces without any prior warning, the Falls Bridge Conference, the meetings in Salisbury with Nkomo under the auspices of Vorster and Konda, each in turn failed because of South Africa's arrogant belief that they knew more about our internal affairs than we did. And it is significant to note that on each occasion, not only our politicians, but civil servants as well, predicted they would not work. However, although they set back the progress which we were making, they did not destroy our base. After each failure, we were able to go back and start building again. The agreement reached in Pretoria in September 1976 with Vorster and Kissinger was completely different. In all the former cases, although we were convinced they would not produce results, it was a matter of opinion, and sometimes the almost impossible does happen. So, in the previous circumstances, knowing how strongly Vorster felt about his detent, I went along with him. The Pretoria Agreement, however, was the antithesis of the philosophy and principles of not only the Rhodesian Front government, but all its predecessors too, as the record clearly demonstrates. A question which often came up in our discussions latterly was, What will we do if Vorster goes too far and asks us to go along with something which is unacceptable and in conflict with our beliefs? My reply was always consistent and to the point. We would have to tell him in complete honesty that while we had gone out of our way to accommodate him in his detent exercises, the time had now come to inform him that he was asking us to accept things which we were convinced were to the detriment of our country, which therefore we were unable to accept. There was a somewhat sullen acquiescence, for a number of my team felt that we had already passed that point. But I always urged positive thinking and expressed my hope and belief that such a situation would never eventuate. It was unrealistic to me to believe that Vorster would go so far as to attempt to jettison us, to use us as the sacrificial lamb for some end which could only be speculative and might end, like all his previous efforts, in disaster. However, I was wrong. On that fateful day in Pretoria, Vorster placed the proverbial pistol to our head. If we turned down his plan, we were faced with his threat to cut off our supply line, and if into the bargain Britain and America were actively to support the terrorists, something which appeared highly likely, the future looked bleak. Kissinger's proposal seemed to be the only glimmer of hope on an otherwise black and desperate-looking horizon. Kissinger offered a 2-year period in which Rhodesians would work out in their own country a new constitution. The hope was that we could convince the reasonable black participants of the benefits of responsible action that would retain the confidence of our white people, encourage them to go on living in the country, making their contribution towards its development and welfare. South Africa, the USA, and Britain were the guarantors of its success, and we were informed that they could also ensure the support of the major European powers. It was nevertheless Hobson's choice that confronted us. One of the main complications facing me was the possibility, as Kissinger had mentioned, of the communists influencing Nyerere and Kaunda, especially Nyerere, to withdraw their support of the agreement. We would then be landed in the position where we had burnt our bridges, only to find that the promised road ahead had been blocked. But then, as Vorster had reassured me, having accepted the agreement we would be in the right, the others in the wrong, and under those circumstances, our free world friends would stand by us. Kissinger sat with an immobile face, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. It seemed to me as though he had concluded, in all honesty, that he was unable to vouch for Carter and the Democrats. We were now confronted, in early 1977, with the dreadful situation that our worst fears had been realized. Ivor Richard had attempted to extract from us, as part of what I regarded as his scheme to appease the black extremists, our concurrence to change the Pretoria Agreement, the British plan which Kaunda and Vorster had brokered on their behalf. With Kissinger gone, only Vorster remained as part of the agreement. It left me with a desperately uneasy feeling, because of the clear change in Vorster's character over the last few years associated with his escapade into Dayton. I had asked Jack Gaylord in January 1977 to keep Harold Hawkins as our diplomatic representative in South Africa well briefed, so that he could ensure Vorster was fully in the picture. I did not want Vorster to be in any doubt over the shambles in which the Pretoria Agreement now lay. The reply was to the effect that the South African ministers, as was the custom, were at their coastal holiday homes and would be gathering in Cape Town towards the end of January for the opening of Parliament. A message eventually came through in February expressing Vorster's great concern over the obvious breach of the Pretoria Agreement and assuring me that he was using his best endeavors to remedy the situation. He would keep in contact with me. Sadly, the evidence before us clearly indicated that he would continue to use us as a bargaining counter in his campaign of appeasement. This was the predicament confronting Rhodesia. Confidence had been dealt a serious blow by the Pretoria Agreement because we were compelled to accept conditions which were obviously to our detriment. There were to be certain compensations, however, an end to sanctions, an end to the terrorist war, financial assistance to promote the economy, and a restoration of external confidence and investment. While we had complied with our part of the agreement, paid our price, the other parties to the agreement had reneged. This delivered a second blow to the already battered Rhodesian confidence. Moreover, it was a blow below the belt. A number of Rhodesians who had accepted the first shock and decided to live with it now had second thoughts and changed their minds. It was one thing to accept an unpalatable decision. Rhodesians had faced up to this on more than one occasion, but the obvious treachery of our so-called friends of the free world, who were blatantly condoning the breach of agreement by the communists and terrorists, was difficult to accept. My immediate concern was with the security forces, because, although we were enjoying a most successful phase with a very high kill rate of terrorists, there was a definite indication of declining confidence among our fighting men in the long-term future of our country. Some were openly talking about making plans to emigrate. If this escalated, it would have a serious detrimental effect on our ability to hold the security situation, and thus erode the strength of our negotiating base. While no thinking man argued against the need for a negotiated settlement, it was critical to operate from a strong position in order to avoid having to give way to the communists. So, although the need for a settlement had never been greater, obviously for tactical reasons, it was essential to present a strong and united front to enable us to negotiate from a position of strength. I sent a message to Vorster suggesting a meeting in the hope that he was genuinely concerned over the dangerous situation in which he had landed us, and would have some constructive thoughts as to how to help. Arrangements were made, and I traveled to Cape Town on 9 February. Vorster commiserated with us and reassured me that he was in communication with the British and Americans, urging them to get the Pretoria Agreement back on the track. There was a new British Foreign Secretary, Dr. David Owen, and, Vorster said, the South Africans believed he was an improvement on his predecessor, the late Anthony Crosland. This was typical diplomacy and wishful thinking. I told him of the deteriorating confidence in Rhodesia, and in particular of the potential drain from our security forces. Accordingly, I said, it was my intention once again to commence working with our internal black leaders in the hope that we could make progress towards a settlement. Anything he could do, I said, to prevent outside interference, which in the past had always prejudiced our efforts, would be welcome. He indicated that he had got the message and would do his best to convey it to the British and Americans. Because it would have been tactless and damaging to our cause, I refrained from mentioning that the South Africans were the main culprits in the affair. When dealing with African politicians, infinite patience is a sine qua non. They go back for consultation to the most basic level, time and time again. This is part of tribal culture and tradition, whereby the chief never makes a major decision until he is satisfied that he is representing the views of his people, in keeping with the best traditions of democracy. The disadvantage is that a weak leader tends to become a follower, even an appeaser, and shirks the responsibility of convincing his people that while a tough decision may not be the most palatable at that time, it is in their long-term interests. I had numerous discussions with Muzorewa and Como and Sithole, and we were making progress. I held meetings with Vorster, and he was supportive of what we were doing. Then he and I met Owen, the new British Foreign Secretary, in Cape Town on 13 April. The meeting was reasonable, but it was difficult to tie Owen down to specifics. He was obviously keeping his options open, anticipating communication with his American counterpart, Cyrus Vance of the Carter administration. In the middle of 1977, Vorster visited Europe and met us Vice President Walter Mondale, who arrogantly attempted to bully Vorster into pressurizing Rhodesia to accept conditions we had mutually agreed were unacceptable and would play into the hands of the communists. Fortunately, Vorster resented this attempt to intimidate him, and they parted company on a sour note, with a resultant increase in South African sympathy for Rhodesia, a clear bonus for us. The new South African Foreign Minister, Pick Botha, who had left us with anything but a favorable impression at the Pretoria meeting with Kissinger, had received an invitation to London to meet Owen and Vance, and asked to see me en route on 4 August. Botha informed me that the South Africans were still disenchanted with American intentions as a result of Mondale's offensive attitude to Vorster, and they considered Owen ineffective. Another factor assisting us was the attempt by America and Britain to pressurize South Africa into making additional concessions on Southwest Africa. The South Africans resented this interference in their internal affairs, and the ill-advised Anglo-American incursion into the Rhodesian scene resulted in a beneficial ripple effect in our direction. Both assured me that Vance and Owen were going to be on the receiving end of a positive message to distance themselves from South African affairs, about which they were dismally ignorant. He would be advising them to concentrate their energies on the Soviets' dreadful record of injustice and violation of human rights, not only in their own country, but in many other parts of the world which they had subjugated. This was in keeping with sentiments which I had often expressed to Vorster, and accordingly received my strong approval. I requested that he use every opportunity to impress upon them my desire to abide by the Anglo-American agreement signed in Pretoria last year, which they were apparently attempting to derail. Did the British and Americans not accept that they were honor-bound to bring Nyerere and Konda and the others back to their commitment? I asked. Botha was in full agreement, and we parted on a happy note. My hope, as I noted at the time, was that the South Africans would not allow themselves to be enticed away by the perfidious tactics of British diplomacy. After all, they had fallen for these on a number of previous occasions. Earlier in the year, 12 of my MPs had defected, and not surprisingly, they became known as the Dirty Dozen. They complained that government was not adhering to party principles and election promises, and they were not prepared to accept that we had been forced into this situation by the South African government. Moreover, they claimed, if the South African government were pressurizing us, we should confront them publicly and South Africans would support us. They were conveniently overlooking, however, the fact that history proved clearly that no such thing would happen. The 12 were not thinking clearly. They were ruled by emotion rather than reality. The general consensus within the party was that we were well rid of them, for they were reactionaries attempting to put the clock back, and were thus a destabilizing element within our organization. They were not prepared to accept the party's challenge to go back to their electorate for confirmation of their actions, but showed a preference for retaining their seats in Parliament and exercising power without responsibility. Not only were their views unlikely to promote racial harmony, but our public in general were concerned as to whether they would influence our government's thinking. In order to ascertain where we stood with the electorate, I came to the reluctant decision to hold a general election. There was no doubt in my mind that Rhodesians would have no truck with the devious scheming of the 12 dissidents, but there was no other way of proving this point. A premature general election had a destabilizing effect on a country and was a waste of taxpayers' money, but the antics of these 12 MPs was contrary to our accepted philosophy and was prejudicing our efforts towards settlement. One way or other, the air had to be cleared. The election took place on 31 August, and as had happened in all previous elections, the Rhodesian Front won all their seats. The 12 defectors and others who were persuaded to join their ranks found themselves on the receiving end of a positive rebuke. Not only did the result give us the strong mandate we were seeking for our internal policy, but it was an important ingredient as far as our negotiations were concerned. In my Eve of Poll address, I said, "A strong vote of support will be a message to the British and U.S. governments that the Rhodesian nation is determined and united. While we are prepared to negotiate a fair and just settlement, we will not participate in any plan which will lead to our own destruction." The result was also, we hoped, a message to the South African government, who, according to Harold Hawkins, had been opposed to our holding a general election because anything which detracted from their plan was frowned upon. I had visited Pretoria on 27 August, concerning the South Africans' latest initiative. They had made a plan for Owen and Andrew Young, the American ambassador to the United Nations, to visit them that week, and Owen and Young had indicated their willingness to travel to Salisbury for discussions with me as soon as our election was over. Both Vorster and Pick Botha stressed that they had made it clear to the British and Americans that their approach had to be realistic. Otherwise, the South Africans would not support it. They had had enough of being pushed around by these outsiders. My reply was to the effect that I would abide by my often repeated comment that an honest, constructive attempt to assist would be welcome. But as the South Africans knew, we were making progress, albeit slow, with our internal settlement, and this kind of intervention by outsiders, as we knew from past history, far from assisting, had always set matters back. I resisted saying, as I would have done in normal circumstances, that it would have been preferable if Vorster had consulted us before making his plan. In the discussion which followed with my cabinet colleagues, it was clear that the South Africans were using Rhodesia as a foil to distract the British and Americans from the Southwest Africa issue. Owen and Young arrived at 8 a.m. on 1 September, the day after our election. There were brief discussions. Then, at the main meeting an hour later, Owen presented their proposals. These went beyond what we had been led to expect in making concessions to the terrorists, and the meeting was aggravated by Owen's arrogant and ill-mannered attitude and his attempt on a couple of occasions to mislead. When I tripped him up, Young was obviously upset and on one occasion expressed his concern to Owen that he had not been correctly informed. In my minute after the meeting I wrote, Owen is one of these petty little men trying to fill a job which is too big for him, using an arrogant posture in the hope that this will impress his audience. By contrast, Young appeared sincere, with a sense of humor and a streak of humanity. On a couple of occasions when Owen was prating over past happenings, Young expressed the view that there was no point in crying over spilt milk. We should concentrate on looking forward. As Owen drawled on with his sanctimonious utterings, Young was obviously bored stiff, and at one stage when Owen declared that the deal he was offering was firm and could not be altered, Young interjected, saying that he believed we should show reason and be prepared to talk and negotiate. By the end of the meeting we had shot so many holes through Owen's plan that he looked like a punctured tire with hair disheveled and bleary eyes, finally conceding that we should set up a bipartisan committee to deal with the problem. The most surprising, indeed alarming aspect of the whole episode was that at a press conference that afternoon Owen presented a paper which went much further than he had indicated at our morning meeting, virtually handing over complete control of government and army to the terrorists. To add insult to injury, the paper which he presented obviously could not have been prepared following our morning meeting, which dragged on until lunchtime. In fact, the British conceded that it had been prepared and printed in Britain before their departure. All of our Rhodesians associated with the exercise were taken aback. Jack Gaylord, who attended the briefing and saw the paper, spoke to Owen and his secretary indicating the irregularity and warned of the consequences if my first information came through the communications media. Owen agreed to phone me and explain and apologize. I am still awaiting the phone call. Our people who were liaising with the British team were informed that Andrew Young, who had become increasingly disenchanted with Owen's general behavior and obvious unhelpfulness, had expressed strong disapproval at this latest flagrant breach of decent and accepted standards. From that moment on, their relations became more strained, and the joint exercise terminated. I traveled down to Pretoria to consult Vorster on 12 September. Taking with me David Smith and Jack Gaylord. He informed me that Andrew Young had told him that the Rhodesian problem had been wrongly assessed because Nyerere, on his recent visit to the USA, had succeeded in pulling the wool over Carter's eyes. And that's what we are landed with when he insists on poking his nose into affairs over which he is completely ignorant. I had been led to believe that the meeting was between Vorster and myself to enable us to go over recent happenings and think about the future. I was wrong, because the two Bothas, P.W., the Minister of Defense, and Pick, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Chris Eunice, the Minister of Economic Affairs, were ushered in, and it was obvious from the outset that they were working to a pre-arranged plan. Normally at these meetings, the persons participating are predetermined, with equal numbers on either side, but I had been confronted with this kind of situation on previous occasions, so it was not all that surprising. Harold Hawkins was the one most concerned and incensed, because he had made the arrangements with Bran Fury, the Secretary for Foreign Affairs, and had not been given this information. Hawkins subsequently informed us that Fury assured him that he also had been kept in the dark, and was most apologetic. Vorster began by underlining the troubled times in which we were living, and the growing problems confronting all of us who lived in southern Africa. Then Pig Botha came in and spoke of the pressures that South Africa was being subjected to, even by their friends of the free world. Foreign ministers, through constant repetition, can do this kind of thing in their sleep. Then it was P.W. Botha's turn, and he simply spoke of the financial stringencies militating against their giving us additional assistance in the defense field. As on previous occasions, I felt he was a reluctant participant in what he was doing. Then Eunice, in his turn, talked about the oil embargo and the sanctions which could delay the completion of Sasol's the second oil from coal plant. They needed about another 2 years, and so must buy time, Eunice said. A number of salient points immediately came to my mind, but I held myself in check as I had been warned by our finance ministry that they were in the middle of negotiating a loan. It had been 3 years previously, in October 1974, that Vorster had appealed to us to assist in his detent exercise, on the argument that they needed 2 more years before they would be self-sufficient. By contrast, I could not help but think of the occasions recently when Vorster had told me that they no longer had any friends in the world, even the free world. Hence his new tactic of trying to convince his party of the need for South Africa to move away from their apartheid philosophy. The South African electorate, however, were being kept in the dark. Once Eunice completed his talk, the next part of the orchestrated performance came into play. A secretary entered and handed a letter to Pick Botha, which he duly opened and read. A message from their Washington office warning of the dire consequences if we did not succeed in bringing peace to our region. There was a small slip-up in the short discussion which followed when Vorster referred to part of the message which Botha had omitted to read. It was obvious that they had already seen this message which had suddenly arrived from Washington. Vorster then solemnly made the main point, which appeared to be the reason for calling the meeting. He had to tell me that after serious and deep consideration, the South African government had come to the conclusion, reluctantly, that Rhodesia had to accept a majority of black faces, not only in the parliament, but also in the cabinet. He then paused and looked, as did the others, awaiting the impact of this thunderbolt upon me. My answer was simple and to the point. We had accepted that condition as part of the Anglo-American Agreement here in Pretoria last year, to which Vorster was also party, indeed, a guarantor. Boten Toster won the treaty were with party, indeed a guarantor. Could he report any progress on its implementation? I added. There was a deathly silence, and then Vorster replied that, regrettably, as we knew, the British and Americans had backed away from that under pressure from the UAE, and accordingly South Africa was supporting us in our efforts to bring about an internal settlement. I reminded them that we were in the midst of this exercise, and that over the last couple of years, our efforts had been bedeviled by outside interference, which had distracted the black leaders from the negotiating table. If it had not been for the fact that I was hamstrung because of their control of our lifeline and their sensitivity to alternative suggestions, I could have quoted chapter and verse to prove that South Africa was the main culprit in this. Vorster then said that the message he wished to pass on to me was that the South African government detected growing pressure from the rest of the world for Rhodesia to settle its problem, and that in these circumstances it was becoming more and more difficult for South Africa to go on supporting us. I could only repeat that we had settled the problem with the agreement made in Pretoria last year. Why did he not throw that back in their faces? Were we not in danger of falling into the trap of joining Carter and Wilson in their appeasement of the communists? Did he recall telling me a couple of years ago on his return from a visit to Europe that it had been made clear to him that apartheid was the greatest evil in the world, even worse than communism, and South Africa had to face up to that? Did he believe this situation had changed? He replied, "One has to deal with problems in life as they present themselves, and at this stage, Rhodesia is the problem confronting us." He gave me an excellent opening to say, "Let me repeat what I have told you on a number of occasions, that the communists are experts at exploiting the domino principle, and if they succeed in eliminating Rhodesia, then the road will be clear for the next objective, which is RSA. However, rightly or wrongly, we have embarked on a course for Rhodesia, and I do not see any way back. Our main concern is to succeed in making a plan with the moderate and responsible black people in our country, and thus avoid a communist takeover. And from our previous contacts with the South African government, I believe they supported us in what we were doing. Do you wish us to change this direction?" "Ace, devil." "No," replied Vorster. "They would continue to support us, but it was important for us to communicate like this, and the South Africans wished to apprise us of the seriousness of the situation and the need for urgency. As I made my note of the meeting on the flight back to Salisbury, I felt, not for the first time, a surge of sadness at the insincerity of the whole thing. A lack of trust had grown between our two countries, where previously there had been understanding and a sense of mutual interest in the need to draw a line against the encroachment of communism down the African continent. Was it still our endeavor to preserve the Western civilization, which had been established in our part of the world? Added to that was the frustration at our impotence to stand up to the South Africans when they were pressurizing us onto a course we knew was wrong, and at how easy it was for them. No one else in the world knew what was going on, not even the South African public, when supplies simply did not arrive. An additional worrying aspect was that the communist propaganda machine was using the breakdown of the Geneva Conference as another opportunity to attack white Rhodesians for their intransigence, accusing me personally of not being prepared to accept majority rule. This was a blatant misrepresentation of the truth, for every Rhodesian constitution had enshrined the principle of majority rule, and all the constitutional changes which had been made over the years did only one thing: hasten the process. And this was particularly so over the last few years. To make things worse, the British Socialist government was joining the communists in accusing us of attempting to frustrate the principle of majority rule. This was monstrous deception because they knew the truth. But they were a major world power, wielding considerable influence with the communications media and dedicated to appeasing the OAA. Knowing the kind of people we were dealing with, this was not all that unexpected. But what we found completely incomprehensible were stories that had been coming through for some time, indicating that our South African friends were indulging in some negative thinking aloud, indicating that they were finding some of our actions inconsistent. This, of course, played into the hands of the communists, who claimed that it supported their accusations. We asked Hawkins to check at his level as to whether he could get any facts to support what we had heard, and Flower to inquire through his CAO network. Hawkins replied, Bren Fury told him that neither he nor Pickbotha had ever made such a claim, but that Vorster had. They had not been able to obtain any substantiation. Flower told us that Vandenberg, the head of intelligence, confirmed that Vorster had mentioned this to him, but he had been unable to pinpoint any case in support. Going back a few years, I recalled mentioning a comparatively small point to Vorster over a rumor I had heard concerning him and his government. He abruptly informed me that he hoped I was not the kind of person who took rumors seriously. Fortunately, I was able to refer to a similar case he had mentioned concerning my government, adding that I always thought it better to clear the air if anything like this cropped up. But I was not sure he agreed with me. Poor Rhodesia Darai. We had enough problems with our enemies without this kind of treatment from our few friends. That day's meeting was a classic example of an attempt to pressurize us, intimidate us. And it was absolutely unnecessary. We had known for a number of years that we had no options, going back to the beginning of Vorster's detent. The final coup de grace came at that Pretoria meeting in September 1976. We knew that was the end, the final betrayal, and all we were trying to do was make the best of the disaster gradually enfolding us. At least we hoped for some assistance from South Africa, as Vorster had promised. But instead, at this last meeting, we were confronted with the sickening spectacle of South Africa conniving with the British and the Americans, and the Communists, in order to pressurize us to give more ground, and doing it in an underhand way. I was incensed at the humiliating situation in which I found myself. I had a compelling urge to say publicly that it was unacceptable, and together with those Rhodesians who felt the same, and there were many, black as well as white, make a stand. Better to go down standing and fighting than crawling on our knees. But I was not an ordinary individual, free to act according to my heart. I had to think of our wonderful country, and its people, especially the young people, of what future generations would think and say about those who had gone before. That was my life. When I reported the day's happenings to my cabinet on the next day, they were greatly angered by the persistent sheer dishonesty and hypocrisy we were encountering. As one of them asked, did Vorster not assure us at the outset that he was not attempting to interfere in our internal affairs, and that decisions affecting the future of Rhodesia should be made by Rhodesians? Above all, they wanted to know what he was prepared to do in order to fulfill his promise to stand by us in the event of the others reneging on the Pretoria Agreement. The unpalatable truth was that he was once again sacrificing Rhodesia in order to gain some advantage for himself, albeit dubious and unspecified. If it had been clear that South Africa was going to benefit, to win something in return, no matter how unpalatable, how unacceptable his behavior, at least one could comprehend what was going on in South African mind. But if this was just one more attempt to appease the insatiable appetite of the communists and their fellow travelers, then it was clearly just one more step backwards down the slippery slope, and that seemed criminally stupid. Not one of my cabinet colleagues was able to comprehend what the South Africans believed they were going to achieve, not only for Rhodesia but for themselves. To betray one's friends, indeed resort to treachery, is something any normal person would try to avoid. If, by so doing, you are able to gain something for yourself and those whom you represent, there is at least an intelligible reason for your behavior, no matter how dishonorable. Surely even Vorster had now come to accept how wrong he was when he attempted to convince me that Conde and Nyerere had indicated their acceptance of South Africa and its apartheid philosophy in exchange for a Rhodesian settlement. It would be insane for anyone to go on giving credit to that kind of thinking. Indeed, I thought it insane at the time. We wondered if there was a completely new offer, this time from Jimmy Carter and James Callaghan, Harold Wilson's successor. Otherwise, what would be the incentive? We had even considered the possibility of going back to the position we were in at the previous year's Pretoria Agreement. The other parties were guilty of breaking the agreement, so both legally and morally we would have been within our rights to declare it null and void and return to the original status. Tragically, that was a non-starter. The hopes and morale of the Rhodesian people were shattered by what they considered the betrayal of that agreement, and consequently, the exodus of white Rhodesians was gaining momentum. People were making alternative plans, and any suggestion of an about-turn by our government would not carry conviction. And rightly so, because obviously we would be able to hold such a position only until the next time Vorster decided to twist our arms, as he was clearly doing at the previous day's meeting. Rhodesia had been trapped. As I indicated at that dreadful Pretoria meeting with Kissinger, there was a distinct possibility that we could be left in the lurch. But Vorster assured us that South Africa and our friends of the free world would stand by us because, after all, we would be in the right. Kissinger clearly was non-committal. He had warned of a probable Carter victory at the impending US presidential election and of the disaster that would bring. Tragically, his prediction proved correct. Kissinger no longer had the means to help. Vorster did. We all came to the conclusion that our salvation lay in working together with our internal black leaders. In spite of their shortcomings, they seemed more reliable than our so-called friends of the free world. Then a completely new and unforeseen development suddenly occurred and helped to take my brooding mind away from the South African scene. Boo! A message came from the Lonho Mining Company chief, Tiny Rowland, not exactly one of our friends, that he had an important and urgent message from Kenneth Kaunda that he would like to deliver personally. He was sure arrangements could be made for a confidential visit. I agreed, and the meeting was arranged promptly, with no fuss. Rowland flew into New Sarum with his legal advisor Advocate de Villiers, and we met in the officers' mess there on 24 September. Rowland related that Kaunda was convinced that the time was opportune for a Rhodesian settlement, and a number of other black leaders concurred. They were fed up with the inability of Britain, the USA, and South Africa to produce a solution. The answer lay in our own hands. He requested that I fly to Lusaka for a meeting and return the same day. Lonho's jet would be late on. Rowland was at pains to reassure me about my personal safety, but I interrupted him to inform him there was no problem, and that, as far as I was concerned, the sooner I met Kaunda, the better. It was arranged for the following day, Sunday. Rowland was pleased, almost excited over the prospects, although he is a cool, suave character. I had P.K. Vanderbilt with me, and as we drove back to town together, he strongly approved of the whole concept and agreed to accompany me. I expressed my doubts as to whether anything would come out of it, but, especially in our current circumstances, every opportunity had to be used. My fear, as expressed at the time, was that there were so many conflicting interests, and at least 4 potential leaders jockeying for position, that it would take a firm hand to bring about any semblance of order. We got away to an early start on Sunday, 25 September, and flew off in the direction of Malawi, but then came in to Lusaka from the east, in order to avoid any suspicion which might be occasioned by an aircraft approaching from the direction of Rhodesia. We landed at the old Lusaka strip, where Kaunda was waiting. He accorded us a warm welcome and we boarded a waiting helicopter. Only the golf course separated us from State House, and we landed in the midst of guinea fowl and small buck. The place looked much the same as when I had last seen it in federal days, and we went into the private office for a confidential talk with Kaunda. His welcome was most cordial and pleasant, and he thanked me for my effort in making the journey. He said he thought it was time we worked together to bring an end to the senseless war and to the friction growing between ourselves and neighboring countries. The whole thing, he felt, was getting out of hand and becoming an embarrassment to all the countries involved. I endorsed his sentiments and stressed the need for decision and action. In reply to a question, I gave him an assessment of the relative strengths of our black leaders. Muzora 60%, Nkomo 15%, Sithole and Shirao 12.5% each. Kaunda was especially concerned about King Nkomo, his protege, who, I told him, was losing support because he was spending too much of his time away from his political grassroots. My chaps ascertained that Como was actually in the building, hoping he might be called in to participate, but it was not to be. Conda then asked if I would be prepared to have a discussion with some of his ministers, and while this was being arranged, we took a walk in the garden and golf course. Then we went into the conference room for a discussion on Africa in general, and Rhodesia in particular. We were given a break for lunch, followed by a half-hour rest, which was the custom, before returning to the conference table. We never really got to grips with anything, and when I attempted to pinpoint what they considered the requirements for our settlement, they tended to generalize, talking around the problem. The only time they got a bit warmed up was when PK spoke of the great asset of our super civil service and our highly efficient army, the great majority of whom were black, and of their loyalty to the government they serve. One of Conda's chaps butted in and said that did not mean anything. Look at Uganda, where the poor soldiers acting under orders had to kill innocent people, whether they liked it or not. This was completely irrelevant, and, as I could see the possibility of it developing into a friction point, I immediately diffused the situation by suggesting that we change the subject to something more constructive. Conda agreed. The time passed quickly, and as there were no night flying facilities where we landed, we had to plan our departure. At least we had broken the ice, and I came to the conclusion that Conda probably wanted a reaction from the remainder of his cabinet, who were unaware of my visit. Finally, he gave me the message I had been hoping for. We should use the previous year's Anglo-American proposals, as presented by Kissinger, as a basis for negotiation. It was particularly pleasing to hear Conda criticize David Owen's jack-in-the-box antics. It was one of a number of points on which we agreed, and we parted on amicable terms, with both sides saying our deliberations had been constructive and worthwhile, and that we were looking forward to the next meeting. The flight back was indeed pleasant, the whole atmosphere happy, with everyone smiling, devoid of the bitter frustration, the claustrophobic feeling that had engulfed us on so many of our return trips from Pretoria in recent years. It was an unbelievable, absolutely ridiculous situation, a kind of tragicomedy, that we felt more comfortable talking to our black enemies in the North than to our white friends in the South. Although we might disagree with the blacks, at least we knew where we stood with them. By contrast, the South Africans changed their stance every day. At our normal Tuesday meeting on 27 September, I told my cabinet of the visit, and they were taken aback, especially over the security aspect, but that soon faded into the background because of the interesting story we recounted. My factual, and no doubt mundane recording of events was augmented by generous quantities of PK's spicy insertions. The cabinet were positive in their views, expressing the hope that this might lead to something constructive. My comment was that if it was left to Conda, I felt we could make a plan, but interference from outsiders, especially those who lived far from the scene and did not understand what was going on, could derail the affair. Someone interjected, "If Pick Botha hears about it, he will try to get a finger in the pie, and that can only be bad news." By 30 September, the news that I had been to Lusaka broke in London and caused somewhat of an uproar, with the British and American governments doubting its veracity. They could not believe that I would set foot in Zambia. The report claimed that Conda had not believed that I was coming until I stepped out of the aircraft. It added that the Zambians had been impressed by my moderation and restraint, and the South African reaction, as expressed by Pick Botha to PKU van der Bill, our trip was also complimentary. President Bongo of Gabon, PKK, also revealed on his return on 7 October, approved of Conda's initiative and promised to speak in support of it during his impending trip to the UN. There was more news concerning Conda that day, 7 October. Derek Robinson, Ken Flowers No. 2 at the CIO, returned from London via Lusaka and had a lengthy 3-hour discussion with Conda. He was still keen, but could not be more precise with details, Robinson reported. Conda was facing a difficult few weeks, and was about to make a dramatic speech declaring a state of war, necessitated by Zambia's desperate economic situation. Robinson added that Kaunda had warned, "We will, of course, come within his line of fire, but we must disregard this. In fact, to ease the pressures on his economy." And despite pressure from Nyerere and Michel, Kaunda opened his southern border with us. The British and Americans were pressing their plan and intended to send out their resident commissioner-designate Field Marshal Lord Carver to assess the situation in Rhodesia, as part of his functions would be to command all the forces. All we had heard of him, that he was a socialist, that he was the potential General Spinola of Rhodesia, was confirmed on 10 October when I had an interesting discussion with Sir Walter Walker, a famous British general with strong conservative leanings. General Walker had found himself in hot water recently because of his straight-talking criticism of the British socialism and permissiveness of the day. He warned me that General Carver, who was about to visit Rhodesia, was a socialist. The Kaunda initiative was sadly following its predictable course. We had a report on 22 October from two of our emissaries who had visited Kaunda at his safari lodge in Luangwa Valley. They could not meet at State House in Lusaka because Mugabe and some of his terrorist thugs were there. When Kaunda expressed his disenchantment over being landed with them at Nyerere's request, one of our chaps reminded him that they would still have been in detention in Rhodesia had we not received a message from Vorster and Kaunda himself in 1974. He simply replied, "Perhaps we should think more deeply before rushing into these decisions." The message from Kaunda, however, was that, because of pressure from Nyerere, any arrangement we made should bring in Mugabe as Nkomo's number 2. The fear I expressed after my Lusaka visit seemed to be materializing. We would grind to a halt because of external interference. Our best bet was to leave things alone for a while, let the dust settle, and then see what their thinking was. The South Africans were absorbed by their internal affairs and were resorting to strong-arm tactics in the run-up to their general election, banning certain newspapers and locking up editors. However, it had the desired effect, with the National Party increasing its majority in the December election. The rest of the world also helped. When outsiders attack a country and their government, there is a natural tendency for the people to unite. Into the bargain, the opposition was divided, and many of their old adherents believed that they were no longer worth supporting. My diary comment was, "With this strong mandate, maybe Vorster will have the courage to implement some of the changes he has been talking about over the last few years. Their apartheid policy is disintegrating around them because, in spite of their homeland's policy, they have no policy for the blight areas, no policy for the colored community, no policy for the Asians. They concede privately that apartheid is unworkable, but they are not coming clean with their electorate for fear of losing votes. With growing antagonism from the world around them, from Africa around them, including Kaunda and Nyerere, it should have been absolutely clear that South Africa's priority was to provide internal peace. Surely that was the obvious way to confound their external enemies. It did not require a genius to work that out. And the longer they delay coming to grips with the problem, the more difficult it will be to solve. Things quietened down over the festive season, but early in the new year, we recommenced talks with the internal black leaders. The door was still open to Kaunda, and that message had been conveyed to him, but I doubted whether Nyerere and the truly dedicated communists would ever go along with a settlement based on the Anglo-American Agreement of September 1976. In my New Year's message to the nation on 31 December 1977, I made a number of pertinent points which reflected our situation. The British have been trying to settle the Rhodesian problem in a manner which would best settle their own interests, rather than the interests of Rhodesia. Rhodesians have thus come to the conclusion that their best bet is to bring Rhodesians together around the settlement table, to the exclusion of outside interference. The talks are proceeding well, and I believe all delegations will agree that we have made significant progress. The basic position remains the same. In exchange for acceptance of the principle of majority rule, we are negotiating the inclusion in the Constitution of those safeguards necessary to retain the confidence of our white people, so that they will be encouraged to go on living and working in Rhodesia, and thus continue to make their contribution to the economic progress of the country. We are seeking safeguards which will ensure that a future government will not be able to abuse its power by resorting to actions which are dishonest or immoral, things which are every bit as much in the interests of black people as white. For example, a justiciable Bill of Rights to protect the rights and freedom of individuals, independent courts free from outside interference and influence, provisions which will protect all people irrespective of race, color, or creed. There are standards and ethics, professional and others, which are important to maintain and guarantee. In too many countries in Africa, we see people dying from starvation, preventable diseases, government-organized murder gangs. These are things which acknowledge no barriers of race or color. I am sure it is unnecessary for me to remind you all of the agony and desperation of living under the threat of intimidation and violence, those tools of the terrorists. The need to maintain the standards and impartiality of our forces of law and order cannot be overemphasized. It is to protect all of these vital essentials that we are insisting on certain constitutional safeguards, important for all Rhodesians, black as well as white. Finally, I would like to compliment all Rhodesians on the manner in which they cope with the problems which confront them, almost on a day-to-day basis, and a special word for those who live in sensitive areas, where the presence of danger always prevails. These wonderful people are a constant source of inspiration to us all. Once again, you will all join with me in offering grateful thanks to our magnificent security forces for enabling us to go on living not only in safety, but in hope for the future. Let us hope that with 1978, a new era is about to begin. With goodwill, understanding, and courage, we should grasp the opportunities open to us to end our dispute, to the benefit of all our peoples. It was on that basis that we started talks in earnest. Those participating were Muzorewa, Gabela from Matabeleland, Shikarema, Nedabaningi Sithole, and the two chiefs, Shirawan Kaisa and Weni. I knew from past experience that time and patience would be required, because every time something unusual or unexpected arose, there would be an adjournment for them to consult their various committees or executives. In the midst of this, in mid-January, an invitation arrived from the British to attend a conference in Malta, to which they were inviting Nkomo and Mugabe and their followers, now working together as the Patriotic Front. This was clearly an attempt to divert attention from our internal negotiations, and I had no intention of falling for that. The internal meetings went on day after day, sometimes due to problems with Sithole, sometimes with Muzorewa. But fortunately, Gabela was a stabilizing influence there, and Shikarima and the two chiefs, Ndweni and Chirao, were consistent and stable. Sometimes there would be an adjournment for half an hour to an adjoining room, sometimes for the rest of the day for consultation. I told them of the invitation to attend the Malta conference, and of my refusal because of my commitment to our internal settlement. However, progress was slow. On 19 January 1978, we were encouraged by a pleasant surprise. A message from Harold Hawkins, who had spoken to Scott, Britain's ambassador in South Africa, who had just returned from London, and said the feeling in Britain was that we should get on with our internal settlement. He wondered what was holding things up. It seemed that the British were not all that happy with the arrogant demands of the Patriotic Front. Moreover, The previous day in London, the U.S. ambassador told our representative that the Americans were not concerned over where the solution was produced, provided it was the correct solution. Interesting, we thought. Maybe they were finally coming to their senses. Our problem, however, was to bring sense into our discussions. The Africans were taking turns at being difficult, trying to extract additional concessions. I continued to urge patience because I knew they were playing to an outside gallery where it was an advantage to be able to claim they were driving a hard bargain. There was no way our discussions would be kept confidential. But things got even worse when some Africans attempted to go back on positions which had been laid down in documents, and I had to call this to their attention. The two chiefs became very angry, and on one occasion they exploded, with Chirao saying that they condemned two-faced politicians who could not keep their word. And Winnie made the point that the chiefs were the true leaders of their people, unlike the politicians, and that therefore they could be trusted. Their looks conveyed their absolute contempt at those to whom their words were directed. They urged the politicians to have courage and cease being afraid of the consequences of being truthful. After the meeting, the two chiefs spoke to me privately, asking if it would not be possible to abandon those who did not have the courage of their conviction. Regrettably, I replied, it was not practical politics, and they accepted this. Maybe, they said, they would be murdered, but that was their life. They would join the other chiefs who had gone that way. We agreed we would leave that decision to God. Rhodesia needed leaders who were strong and dedicated. We had been chosen to lead, and we would get on with it. I can work and die with people like that. Friday, 27. January was a particularly bad day, with Muzorewa and his team proving inconsistent. I clearly detected the influence of Muzorewa's white advisors. All the other black delegations attacked Yuank, Muzorewa, for going back on their word. It was even suggested that henceforth we institute a plan that would avoid the predicament of parties reneging on agreements made. There were strong words about dealing with people who were so openly duplicitous, and that, if this was the standard of behavior we could expect from potential leaders, it was a sad reflection on the future of our country. With that, Muzorewa jumped to his feet, saying that he was not prepared to be insulted and was therefore walking out. He and his other delegates stomped out together. The other black delegates believed it was an orchestrated performance for use in appealing to the gallery. It was certainly not one of our better days. We decided to adjourn until after the weekend. I spent the next day, Saturday, 28 January, catching up on my affairs and was having a quiet evening at home with my family when the phone rang. It was Jack Gaylord. To pass a message on from General Peter Walls to the effect that his South African counterpart, General Malan, had contacted him to say that he had received a message from Pic Botha indicating their government's deep concern at the news that there had been a breakdown in our negotiations, and that, as a result, they wanted Malan to plan the removal of certain military equipment from Rhodesia. The news had been passed to them by Muzorewa, with whom they were in private contact. I could not believe my ears. To think that they would descend to this kind of diabolical Machiavellian scheming in order to pressurize us. Gaylord was not surprised, because Brian Forey had informed Hawkins that morning that Vorster was upset over the news of the breakdown. To compound the whole sordid affair, I could not credit that they would be surreptitiously dealing with one of the black leaders behind my back leaders, instead of maintaining an honest, straightforward approach with our government. At least we should have been given the opportunity to state our side of the case. Gaylord also informed me that in reply to his query as to whether foreign affairs were the evil geniuses behind this kind of treachery, Hawkins had given him an unequivocal reply. Vorster was the mastermind and driving force. This was made clear by Branfori, who was always the bearer of messages, and into the bargain it was obvious that the Minister of Defense would not accept such an instruction unless it had the authority of the Prime Minister. Malan had made it clear to Walls that the South African Defense Force were unhappy at having to do the dirty work on behalf of others. We had enough problems dealing with some of these local chaps, without our friends to the south adding fuel to the fire. If Muzorewa knew, I thought, that he had the support of the South African government, it would encourage him to dig his heels in even further. I could not credit that the South Africans were so naive that they were unable to comprehend what they were doing, siding with the odd man out when the rest of us were ready to move forward. This was yet another bungling interference in something which clearly they did not understand. And Vorster would still be claiming publicly that he had no intention of trying to pressurize us or interfere in our internal affairs. Over the weekend, there was much coming and going and talking, and feelings within the Wanki ran so high that at one stage a couple of them had to be separated to prevent them coming to blows. I had a representation late on Sunday 29 January from some responsible and trustworthy white people who had been trying from the background to guide Muzorewa. They were deeply concerned at the walkout and assured me that certain white members of the UN team were the culprits. These people were attempting to cause a breakdown of our talks as part of their plan to bring Como and Mugabe back into the negotiations. The problem my informants felt was Muzorewa's lack of decisiveness. They were satisfied that he acknowledged his mistake in walking out. The problem now was to help him save face while climbing down. They were seeking my concurrence and cooperation. It was obvious to me that if either Muzorewa or Sithole walked out completely, this would play into the hands of the British and their terrorist protégés. When we held our meeting, however, on Monday afternoon, 30 January, I was confronted by an exceptionally strong wave of resentment from the other black delegation. They said that we could not allow any delegation to believe that they had a right of veto, or that by simply walking out, they could hold up proceedings. During the weekend, they had received messages that Muzorewa was claiming that he was standing alone and fighting for the rights of blacks, while the other black leaders were conniving with the government. This, they claimed, was not only dishonest, but also cowardly, for as we all knew, it was merely a show in order to placate the extremists. They were, of course, right, but for the reasons already mentioned, it was important for me to pour oil on the troubled waters and urge tolerance and restraint. I made no attempt to convince them that they were wrong. Clearly, they were not. My efforts were directed at convincing them of the rewards of succeeding in producing a settlement involving all the internal parties, and of how a failure would be a cause of rejoicing among the terrorists, our mutual enemies. I told them of the information, which came from impeccable sources, that the British government had infiltrated the UNC, from which vantage point they were plotting to frustrate our settlement, and of how their task was facilitated because of Muzorewa's vacillation and inability to make positive decisions. The problem of diffusing the situation was not easy, but in the end they agreed to accept my reasoning and philosophy. We adjourned sine die pending information from the UNK. We called another meeting on Wednesday afternoon, 1 February, and Muzorewa and his followers arrived. They spent a great deal of time attempting to vindicate their action, but it rang hollow. The other delegations did not pull their punches, and Muzorewa looked a bit like the proverbial cornered rat, trying to defend and protect himself. I began to feel some sympathy for him, knowing that he was being used as a tool by the unscrupulous British. Finally, it was made absolutely clear that everyone else had endured more than enough of their humbug, and we adjourned until the next day to give them the opportunity to reconsider their stand. The talk of the town on Thursday morning, 2 February, was that Muzorewa had been subjected to strong criticism for his inconsistency. Even some of his close friends were threatening to change their loyalties to one of the other parties if he continued in this manner. At the afternoon's meeting, the UN delegation was more relaxed and friendly, and Muzorewa requested permission to submit a new paper which placed their position before the conference. He hoped this would receive our consideration. Everyone agreed. There was the clear advantage of having this on the record, and thus making it more difficult for him to change ground. A short discussion ensued, with a few questions of clarification on the paper, and then there was general agreement on a long adjournment over the weekend to enable delegates to relax and reflect. We met again on the afternoon of 7 February, but made no progress. The Yuank were obviously still suffering from a guilty conscience over their blunder, and were nitpicking over details in an effort to avoid getting to grips with the main problem. They continued this for the next few days, and I became concerned at the strength of criticism against Muzorewa. At one point he offered as a reason for wanting time off his wish to offer prayers for the poor people who were being killed in Mozambique in our security forces' raids. He was promptly subjected to a terrific broadside from the other delegations, accusing him of praying for terrorists in Mozambique while the innocent locals in his own country, including women and children, were being murdered every day by terrorists. He was asked, did he not understand that what we were trying to do was to negotiate a settlement and end the war and the killing? As Muzorewa was looking harassed and depressed after a few days of consistent hammering, I was genuinely concerned that he might break down and resort to some irrational action, as he had done previously. So once again, I recommended a long weekend break. There followed a week of posturing and procrastination with the Yuank in almost continuous session, messages from their supporters in Britain and USA urging them to agree. One of their strong supporters from America, who had been a generous contributor to their finances, arrived on the scene, and after a number of consultations, I decided the time was ripe to make the final attempt. Two members of the Yuank executive had informed me that they had given Muzorewa the message that if he failed to sign the agreement, they would walk out on it. I made it clear that we had been more than generous in the patience and time we had given them. Indeed, there were some who complained that we had gone too far and were displaying weakness. Accordingly, I warned, if, at the next meeting, the UN continued their obstruction, the other parties would continue without them. The plan worked, and at our meeting on 15 February, Muzorewa had no hesitation in offering his acceptance of the draft agreement. After going through the formalities of tying up a number of loose ends, we emerged onto the front lawn, where a large number of press and TV reporters had gathered. They received the good news with enthusiasm, and there was much talking. There had been no further representation from the South Africans following their outburst after Muzorewa's walkout. I had asked Gaylard to contact Olivier, the South African ambassador, and give him the facts, and also remind him that the problems we were now facing were caused by the Anglo-American Agreement of September 1976, which we accepted under duress because of pressure from Vorster. Gaylard assured me that Olivier, a very sensible and down-to-earth person who was highly respected in Rhodesia, conceded his embarrassment at what had taken place, and was happy to convey our message. That seemed to have quietened them down, but I wondered for how long. The next couple of weeks were taken up by the constitutional experts and the Secretariat in translating our agreement into legal terminology. This proved to be more difficult than anticipated. Once again, Muzorewa was the main obstructionist, trying to insert some of his ideas that had previously been rejected. Fortunately, two members of his negotiating team, Shikarima and Gabella, were a constant source of help in bringing things back to sanity. Two others who were more on the periphery, Stanley Semkanj and Enoch Dumbachina, obviously intelligent and constructive, made valuable contributions. Once again, tolerance and patience were needed. I was concerned about the pressure on the two chiefs, which was aggravated by the delay in finalizing our agreement. Kaisa and Wayne reported that the influence of Como and Zapu was gaining ground in Matabaland, based on the belief that division among the Matabeles could only rebound to their detriment in the final analysis. I suggested that he arrange a meeting with Como and plan to bring the Matabeles together. This was their only hope. He agreed enthusiastically, and I offered what help we could give. Chirao's problem was more complicated because the Shona speakers were divided into a number of factions. He had received threatening letters, and one of his strongest supporters had been killed by terrorists. David Smith visited Pretoria to put Vorster in the picture. Vorster preferred talking to him, and it was a relief for me to avoid the face-to-face meet. He told David that while he was sympathetic to our problems in the negotiations, a number of his ministers were showing impatience. He supported the economic assistance we were receiving from South Africa, but, he warned, his economic ministers were beginning to question this. David indicated, however, that we had known for some time that Vorster was in the driving seat on the Rhodesian question. Harold Hawkins had assured David Smith that from his contacts with ministers, and there were many, they were not informed on the Rhodesian situation. Still, David reported to me that he got the feeling that Vorster was becoming less starry-eyed over his detent dreams. He was particularly critical of the facility with which some of his black friends changed their minds. My comment to David was that we were constantly facing similar problems with our white friends. But our main predicament was the fact that they were unable to comprehend that we were holding the line against terrorism and communist encroachment, not only in our own interests, but for the benefit of all of those who believed in preserving Western civilization in southern Africa. Any aid which they gave us, I felt, would help to relieve their burden and would be cheap at the price. We agreed that there did not seem to be much hope of hammering that one home. On his return on 27 February, Ndubuningi Sithole reported to me on his successful visit to Britain, claiming that even Owen had conceded to him that if our plan produced a successful conclusion, they would have to acknowledge it. My reports on his visit were complimentary, with TV appearances which connoted reason and moderation. His information was that opinion in both Britain and the United States was moving in our direction. Moreover, with the impending general election looming in Britain, an unsolved Rhodesian problem was something which Callaghan and the Labour Party would be well advised to avoid. Finally, on 2 March 1978, after a great deal of maneuvering, cajoling and threatening, the rest of the participants succeeded in getting Muzorewa into the starting stalls, and a public announcement was made that evening that a signing ceremony would be held the following morning at 10 a.m. On Friday, 3 March, we gathered at Governor's Lodge, Salisbury, amid much excitement and a great gathering of press and TV cameras. The prepared document was distributed for examination, and after approval, the long table was made ready for the signing ceremony. Muzorewa stood up with the comment, "I am in the mood for signing." This was an obvious reversal of form, because if it had not been for his obstructionist tactics, which produced no alterations, we would have completed this exercise 5 weeks earlier. He then proceeded to extract from a carrier bag one of those colorful embroidered fancy dress costumes which he had gathered in one of the countries to our north, and proceeded to don it as his signing garb. I detected a contemptuous smile from a few of the onlookers. We then went through to the big room for the signing ceremony, and, as usual with these events, it was bursting at the seams with media personnel, glaring lights, and cameras buzzing and clicking. We signed 5 copies, one for each of the 4 leaders, and one for the record. After it was over, we returned to the conference table, and it came as a surprise to me when Muzorewa commenced proceedings by saying that he wished to compliment me on my performance during the difficult and often acrimonious proceedings which we had been through, and how I had succeeded in bringing everybody along until we finally reached this signing ceremony. I had a few words to say that had gone through my mind on a number of occasions when feelings were running high during various altercations. Often during the heat of political argument, the participants resort to strong, sometimes violent language. It is important that we do not allow resentment and grudges to linger on after the occasion. As in a game of rugby, you tackle your best friends as hard as anyone else, but once the game is over, you are friends again. My plea was that we should leave behind our past differences and work together in order to translate into reality our mutual hopes for the future. If we failed, we would be confronted by the dreadful alternative offered by the terrorists. Muzorewa was departing for London that evening to explain to people what we were aiming to achieve, and we wished him well. That afternoon I had a number of TV and press interviews, including one with Walter Cronkite, which was beamed to and from New York by satellite. Although commonplace nowadays, at that time this was something new and exciting. One question I was asked repeatedly: was not this morning's ceremony an emotional and traumatic experience for me? In all honesty, my answer was, no. We went through that in 1976, when we reluctantly accepted the Anglo-American Agreement in Pretoria. Those who could read between the lines knew that was our Rubicon. 18. The interim government of 1978-9. Once the four leaders had signed the 3 March 1978 agreement, it had to be sold to the world. Accordingly, as has been said, Muzorewa departed immediately for Britain. Sithole and Chirao flew out as part of our effort to explain what we were trying to achieve. I was the only one denied the opportunity to give a helping hand, as Britain had denounced me as a rebel and a traitor, and accordingly to all its friends, I was persona non grata. But our enemies, the communist terrorists, were given red carpet treatment wherever they went. It was just as well that I remained on the scene because, apart from a busy schedule catching up on the affairs hanging over because of the negotiations during the preceding months, a message came in through our security network indicating that there was a move by a group of some of the more aggressive members of the UNC, spurred on by a few terrorist sympathizers, to oust Muzorewa as leader during his absence overseas. I immediately sent out a message to those who I was sure would not be party to such treachery, warning that such action would not only destroy everything we had succeeded in achieving through our agreement, but would amount to conniving with the terrorists in their evil machinations. Fortunately, we managed to nip the affair in the bud. As part of our new role, I had on 20 March a pleasing and informative meeting with Franz Joseph Strauss, the Prime Minister of Bavaria. Strauss was one of Germany's great leaders, with a long and proud record of opposition to communism. He had been a loyal friend to Rhodesia, recognizing the injustice of the case against us. His knowledge of international affairs was remarkable, and he had a great facility for making profound judgments and expressing himself clearly and concisely. Strauss maintained that, with a few exceptions, the world was going through a period of indifferent leadership. Russia and its satellites in the UO were calling the tune, with USA and Britain in retreat. This was normal and expected from the socialists in Britain, but to witness the leader of the free world, the USA, floundering in such incompetence was tragic and would cost the free world dearly. Carter was incapable of handling the problems surrounding him, and his indecision and misjudgment succeeded only in compounding them by the day. By the law of averages, Mondale should have been an improvement, but he was not. Gaylord briefed me that evening on the meeting in Pretoria with the British and American envoys, John Graham of the Foreign Office and Stephen Lowe, the U.S. ambassador to Zambia, and our representatives. The British and Americans were evidently concerned that our agreement might succeed to the detriment of their friends, the terrorists, and therefore they were seeking their inclusion. Our representatives made it clear that we would not accept another debacle such as happened at Geneva in 1976. As we had made public, however, we had pledged that the door was open to anyone who wished to return and participate in our election. As this election would probably not take place within the next 12 months, because of the preparations needed for registration of voters and delimitation of constituencies, there was ample time, and we would facilitate their return and participation. This was an absolutely genuine offer, for the participation of all Rhodesians was clearly desirable in order to reflect the true wishes of all the people. The interim government showed pleasing progress. On 9 April, I noted in my diary, our Executive Council, comprising Muzorewa, Sithole, Chirao and myself meetings are going surprisingly well, and there is a great deal of understanding of one another's problems, with a willingness to listen to advisors, and an acceptance that there is much to be learned about the business of government. Sithole emerges as the astute politician who is always thinking ahead and planning his next move. Muzorewa has been reasonable and logical, and while overcautious, nevertheless more sure of himself and positive than I had expected. Shirao, consistent as always, making his contributions carefully and methodically, and never deviating from his principles. We have introduced a unique system for ministers, with 2 of them in each ministry. 1 white minister from the previous government, and 1 of the new black ministers working together in harness in order to enable the new ministers to gain experience. A brilliant idea in theory, which we hope will work out in practice. Reports so far are favorable. I kept on reminding my executive council colleagues that they should not allow themselves to be deviated from our main objective, which was an effective ceasefire. I warned that, the more they argued among themselves and aroused dissension and controversy through party politics, the more they would detract from its success. The government had mounted its campaign through radio broadcasts and pamphlets, distributed by hand and dropped from the air over Mozambique and Zambia. It also used personal contacts with a number of terrorist groups. In addition, I urged, there was a considerable amount which the black political parties could contribute by using their grassroots network to spread the message of our agreement and of the hopes and benefits which it offered our black people for the future. It was encouraging to note early indications of support from the outside world. First, from the Conservative Party in Britain, followed by resolutions of support in the U.S. Senate and Congress. This was a clear recognition of the fact that we were carrying out what they had been asking of us for years. Moreover, there was an awakening by the free world, albeit belated, to the dangers of Russian encroachment down the African continent, with Russian hardware and Cuban troops running out of work in the Horn of Africa. Mozambique was an attractive proposition for the completion of their plan for a saddle across Africa to our north, and thence the pincer movement down the flanks of South Africa. It was obviously in our interest to buy time. A conservative government in Britain and a change of leadership in the U.S. could only be to our advantage. Meanwhile, we were working positively to liaise with those members of the free world who were constructively trying to assist. Accordingly, we were not surprised to receive a message from the British Foreign Office suggesting a meeting. We welcomed the approach and replied that the door was open, but they were obviously trying to pull a fast one when they came back, suggesting Nairobi or Livingstone as the venue. Eventually, they accepted an invitation to meet in Salisbury on 17 April. It was a joint Anglo-American team which arrived, with Owen, the British Foreign Secretary, and Cyrus Vance, the U.S. Secretary of State, was Andrew Young, the U.S. Ambassador to the ONU. We were pleased at the high level of the representation, which indicated that they were taking things seriously, and the inclusion of Young in the American team gave me personal satisfaction because of his honesty and straight dealing. We received the message that they had landed at the airport, and they arrived on time for the meeting at 10 a.m. Owen was the first to enter, and he swept in with a grand expression of self-importance on his face, something which his meager and slouching physique was unable to match. He brushed past a few members of my delegation and effusively greeted each black member he could reach, including one of the messengers, who was somewhat embarrassed. Finally, at the far end, where I was talking to one of Sithol's members, he shook my hand. Vance followed quietly, and with dignity greeted each person. Andrew Young did likewise, and I offered them tea. Vance said it was his first visit to Rhodesia, indeed, southern Africa. He could not help, he continued, but be impressed with the beauty of the country, the fine-looking houses and the manner in which Salisbury had been planned and laid out. He noted the obvious general efficiency. All of this reminded him of the U.S., and was in contrast to the other places he had visited in Africa. I told him that he had put his finger on what we were trying to preserve in Rhodesia, and was pleased to hear him reply that it was his hope that he could make a contribution in this direction. I welcomed our visitors, and gave them a rundown of the situation in which we found ourselves. Since 1960, I pointed out, Rhodesia had been trying in vain to settle its problem with the British government, but we had failed because of Britain's unwillingness to abide by agreements and understanding. The 1976 Geneva Conference was a classic example of how they had succeeded in driving blacks and whites further apart. Eventually, all Rhodesians, whatever their color or party, had come to the conclusion that they should together solve the problem, to the exclusion of outsiders. The exercise had gone quicker than anticipated, I assured them. We were well on course, and any thought of deviating us from our goal was a non-starter. I hoped the contributions made by our guests would be constructive and contribute to our objective of bringing peace to our country. Both Owen and Vance indicated that it was their intention to do precisely that. Their contribution went along the lines we had expected. We were all of the same opinion, they said, and they wished to emphasize that it was their hope that they could contribute towards a settlement that would bring peace to Rhodesia. It was their belief that a conference of all parties was the answer, similar to the recent Geneva Conference. I asked. There was an uneasy silence. Could they inform us on what progress they had made in Dar es Salaam, whence they had come? In all honesty, they had to admit that there were problems, as the Patriotic Front wanted to dominate any settlement, and this, they conceded, was unacceptable. But they had been successful in convincing the Patriotic Front of the desirability of a conference which would embrace all parties, they concluded. Our answer was simple and logical. We pointed out that the history of the past 2 decades was littered with failed conferences. We had now succeeded in bringing about an agreement and had made it clear that the doors were open to the Patriotic Front. They could come in as equal partners, but not preferential partners. We asked, what more did they want? My 3 black colleagues came in strongly, making a number of pertinent points. I noticed that Vance and Young were impressed by their case, but it was clear that Owen was having difficulty in breaking away from the indoctrination he had been given by the terrorists in Dar. Our case was strong. Many of those who were now working with us, like Sid Hall and Chikarima, had been on the side of the terrorists, but had concluded that it was a destructive path to follow, and had now adopted the constructive approach of working constitution. We had invited the Patriotic Front to come in and work with us. Sid Hall asked the question, what are the leaders of the Patriotic Front fighting for? Without hesitation, Andrew Young replied, for personal power. The obvious embarrassment of Owen and those around him would have done credit to a theater drama. On a subsequent occasion, when Young was making a forthright contribution, Vance quietly put his hand on Young's arm and said, let me deal with this one. Finally, we extracted an undertaking from them that they had a better understanding of our position, and they would support us if we could show that we had the support of the Rhodesian people, even if this was contrary to the views of the Patriotic Front and others. At the end of our meeting, we suggested that our guests should precede us in talking to the media, of which there was an oversized gathering, and that we would follow. Vance, Owen, and Young were striding off in that direction, when suddenly they stopped. Owen talked to Vance, Vance talked to Young, and the latter turned and came back into the room. Far from looking upset, he had a twinkle in his eye. I moved towards him and said, you've got a problem. You're far too honest to make a success of this game of politics. He replied with a smile. I'm not worried. Before the visiting delegation departed, Vance asked if he could have a few minutes of my time. He stressed how pleased he was that he could make the trip and of how it had opened his eyes. Apart from being impressed by the high standards and sophistication of everything, he was struck by the peace and quiet and happiness of the people. Contrary to what he had been led to believe, the obvious sincerity and genuineness of myself and my black colleagues in our dedication to making a success of our agreement impressed him. As a result, he would have a greater and more sympathetic understanding of our problem, and we could rest assured that this would be reflected in future decisions which emanated from the USAI. Our security people also reported that their American counterparts were impressed with the arrangements, which were superior to anything they had found elsewhere in Africa. As so often happens when things seem to be going along smoothly, something crops up which throws a spanner in the works. One of the UANC team, Byron Hove, the co-minister of justice, who had not been party to our negotiations and had returned home from exile in Britain after matters had been concluded, started playing party politics. He was making statements designed to play to the extremists' gallery with the object of winning votes at the impending election. This was a breach of the understanding which we had made, and it had incensed the other black parties. Indeed, Muzorewa himself condemned it in strong language. We set up a ministerial committee to look into the matter, and Hilary Squires, Hove's fellow co-minister of justice, reported that Hove had blatantly lied to them. It was decided that he should apologize publicly or be asked to resign. It ended with the latter, and unfortunately was the cause of some dissension and recrimination. My main concern was that it would detract from our safe return policy, as terrorist sympathizers would use it as an argument to dissuade those who were contemplating a return. All was not just politics. On 13 May 1978, I had, as I wrote in my diary, a pleasant break away from it all, with a happy trip to Caribou to unveil a memorial to Operation Noah. This had been a fantastically successful exercise, rescuing thousands of wild animals when Lake Kariba started to fill for the first time, something quite unique and which had never previously been done in the world. My heart was in tune with that small, simple, dignified ceremony, in keeping with the concept and execution of the operation, which extended over a period of a few years in order to ensure maximum rescue. 2 days later, on Monday 15 May, it was back to the situation of the hour. David Smith reported to me on his South African trip, on which Ernest Bull of the UNT, his co-minister, had accompanied him. It was a pleasant trip, and the first meeting with Vorster most harmonious. He had asked to see them in order to wish them well in implementing the new agreement, which the South African government fully supported. He then told Bull that they were of the opinion that the UNK were the best party to back, and money was being made available to them for the purchase of Land Rovers, cycles, typewriters, and other things they had requested. Before our two co-ministers went on to their meeting with the South African Finance Ministry, Vorster assured David Smith that everything had been arranged for us. And so it was. The $150 million loan we had requested was available, and the arrangements were tied up expeditiously. David mentioned how impressed our team was with the efficiency of the South Africans, headed by their minister, Owen Horwood. I asked if there were any signs of the difficulties that Vorster claimed, at the previous meeting, he was having with his ministers over assistance for Rhodesia. David replied that, as we believed at the time, it was clearly a put-up job in order to ensure that we did not step out of line. Our problem was that their judgment had been so bad over the last half-dozen years. It had consistently led us up blind alleys. Fortunately, for the time being, things looked better, as there was now a new horse in the race, the UNT, on which they had decided to put their money in the hope that they could win them to their side. Past history indicated that they had invariably been wrong, but I had made it absolutely clear that the Rhodesian front was not going to take sides. We would run our election of the white candidates, leaving our black people to make their own plans and elect their own candidates, thus ensuring as far as possible that we would have their genuine representatives. Vorster mentioned to David Smith that they were carefully monitoring our experiment in the belief that it might be a model which they could use in Southwest Africa. We found this intriguing. They did not give us credit for having the ability to produce solutions for our own problems, but now, out of the blue, they believe we may have produced an answer for one of their own problems. As I have said previously, they had had apartheid for so long in South Africa that they had lost touch with the political thinking and aspirations of their black people. By mid-June, another problem had arisen. There was growing concern among some black political thinkers, shared by our security chiefs, over the lack of progress with our ceasefire and safe return campaign. So I decided at the joint meeting of the Executive Council and Council of Ministers on 15 June to initiate discussion. My emphasis was on the fact that there was undeniable evidence that the various factions in our government were politicking for the coming election, to the extent of indulging in destructive criticism of one another, promoting ridicule and disaffection, which was playing into the hands of the terrorists. This was one of the principal contributory reasons to the fact that our Safe Return campaign policy was not going well. It was necessary to reiterate what I had said previously, that without effort and dedication to our Safe Return campaign, there would never be a next election. Many of our friends who had assisted in the formation of our territorial government, black and white, were expressing deep concern, even despair over our obvious lack of dedication to our cause. Some had gone so far as to suggest that, if we were unable to improve on our performance, it might be necessary to contemplate bringing in comma. Personally, I had discouraged this line of thinking, because as one of the architects of the plan which we were now implementing, I was dedicated to making it succeed. I asked for honest and frank discussion, and it was forthcoming. The strong criticism was refreshing, with each party claiming that the others were guilty and that they were in the clear. They then accepted my recommendation that we have such meetings regularly, with members producing evidence to substantiate accusations against parties deviating from the code we had laid down. One hoped that it would at least have the effect of promoting caution and consideration over people's actions and utterings. Another milestone on our constitutional road was passed on 20 June with the opening of Parliament, with the black members of the Executive Council and ministers participating. It never entered my mind at the time, but one of my ministerial colleagues subsequently pointed out that we were witnessing the end of an era. The last time that a white prime minister would be handing to the president the speech for the opening ceremony. I suppose it should have been an emotional occasion, but I was preoccupied with ensuring that everything went well, and that everybody played his part in keeping with the dignity of the occasion. It was important that these world-famous traditions, which had been created by the Mother of Parliaments, cherished and nurtured over the centuries, should be respected and preserved in order to ensure their safe transposition to those who inherit. Later that evening I sat back and pondered. It was indeed a fair description to refer to the occasion we had witnessed as the end of an era, and it was not without emotion that I reflected. Although by nature a phlegmatic person, it would have been unnatural if I remained unmoved by an occasion that was the beginning of the ending of a glorious chapter in the history of the British Empire. Over a period of 88 years, a small band of people, mainly of British stock, had turned a piece of untamed African bush into a classical example of modern Western civilization. The cities and towns were well planned and constructed, orderly and clean, similar to those found in the USA, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. The road system was well developed, with trunk roads from north to south and from east to west. An efficient railway system with connections to South Africa and Mozambique provided Zambia with its only viable outlet to the sea. An electricity network traversed the whole country, which many experts believed was the finest in Africa. All in all, a sophisticated infrastructure with secondary industry established on a broad base. Agriculture was comparable to Western standards, on which we had based our performance, and we had become the breadbasket of Central Africa. Visiting educationalists rated our schools highly, and when attending overseas universities, Rhodesians acquitted themselves to a high standard. All of this was serviced by accepted professional standards in the fields of finance, medicine, engineering, law, accounting, architecture, and the other services which are part of Western civilization. These achievements had never been questioned, as already stated. Prior to the escalation of the terrorist war, the record indicated that Rhodesia was one of the most peaceful countries in the world, with a crime rate well below average, and the ratio of policemen lower than that of any other country we had studied. Our crime was that we had resisted revolutionary political change. No one, apart from those who resorted to a deliberate twisting of the truth, could question the principles on which our Constitution was based. It was a constitution which had been drawn up by the British and Rhodesian governments together. Our citizens had access to the vote, whatever their race, color, or creed. For the past 50 years, we had been accepted as respected and responsible members of the world community. We were a member of the British Commonwealth of Nations, and our Prime Minister attended their conferences, along with the other Prime Ministers. The performance of our government was highly regarded. Our human rights record was impeccable, and of special note, we were economically viable. As our Prime Minister, after the last World War, Sir Godfrey Huggins, later Lord Malvern, had told us, "We have proved ourselves, and our record is such that the British government has told me that Rhodesia can have its independence whenever they wish. It is there for the asking." Why? Well, we had certainly asked for it time and time again, not only the Rhodesian front, but previous governments as well. And now we had gone even further and made changes to our constitution in order to give our black people greater participation in government, in fact, control of government. We hastened the process, contrary to our better judgment. From our experience, it would have been preferable to have taken more time, to have allowed for training, the development of skills and expertise, the acquiring of all of those things which together connote civilization. And we did have experience of Africa. We lived in the middle of it, surrounded by countries riddled with corruption, incompetence, indolence, nepotism, and all those other evil aspects of communist dictatorships. 90% of them were bankrupt and in chaos. It was our belief that we could avert this through bringing in and working with our responsible black leaders. At least it provided hope of preventing a communist takeover. If the free world gave us their blessing and support, it would succeed. And there was an obligation for them to do so, because we had now done what they had asked of us. What more did they want? But the power of the communists and their minions in the UOE seemed to be too powerful for the free world leaders. In blunt language, we were part of a sick world where appeasement and compromise on accepted beliefs and standards were the order of the day, although it served no purpose. It was only natural for Rhodesians to reminisce on our glorious history, not only on our record of achievement, but the high moral principles in which we believe, and general standards of decency, fair play, and honesty that we put into practice. But we were now confronted by a desperate situation. We had been trapped into burning our bridges behind us in order to underscore the honesty of our intention to abide by the agreement we had made with the free world. The agreement that was going to strengthen our hand to repulse the tide of communism sweeping down the African continent. Having fulfilled our part of the contract, we were patiently waiting with expectation. However, Rhodesians were mature and realistic after their experiences over many years on the receiving end of deceit and treachery. Uppermost in our minds was the knowledge that we were fighting for our survival and the protection of those values in which Rhodesians believed. Our enemies would not be relaxing. Extremists never do. This night of 20 June 1978, the same as every other night, as soon as it became dark, the terrorists would be rampaging through the rural areas, terrorizing and murdering innocent tribesmen, not prepared to join their ranks. Fortunately and surprisingly, considering all we had been through, most Rhodesians believed that bitterness and hatred were sterile liabilities devoid of any positive contribution. So the only sensible and practical thing to do was live with our history and make the most of what we had been able to salvage. Although our destination appeared to be in sight, it was still in the distance, and the road ahead was fraught with concealed hazards and danger. After dinner, on that night of the opening of Parliament, Vanderbilt reported on his visit to Europe. Tiny Roland of Larnho had flown across to France to meet him, offering advice and help. Nkomo was keen to get back home, Roland said, and was more than ready to break with Mugabe, whom he claimed was untrustworthy. Roland claimed that Konda was fed up with Nyerere, who insisted on calling the tune in spite of the fact that he lived far away, with his interests oriented north and east. The outcome in Rhodesia was of no consequence to his country. Kauna and Machel were more than ready for a settlement. Nkomo would like to have a meeting with me, and Roland would be happy to make the arrangements. My stance was consistent. Any constructive contribution was welcome. We had transmitted messages to both Kalmo and Mugabe that the doors were open to anyone who wished to participate in our election, and the necessary arrangements were in place. Obviously, the longer they procrastinated, the more difficult it would become for them. The war against Mugabe's Zanla and Nkomo's Zipra, within and without Rhodesia, was ever present, but there were other concerns of a violent nature in June. The next day, 21 June, Rowan Cronje, co-minister of Education, brought Chief Chirao and G.M. Magaramom, the co-minister for Health, for a talk. They were concerned at the intimidation that was taking place, not only from terrorist sympathizers, but the UNK as well. Chirao claimed that some of his supporters had even been killed. I arranged for them to meet the security chiefs as part of a plan to give them some protection. They left satisfied with the arrangement, as we were agreed that there could be no compromise on our stand. The alternative would be 1,000 times worse. A week later, Rhodesians lost their first president. My diary entry: 28.06, 178. 7 a.m. Call from Armenel Dupont to say that Cliff had passed away in his sleep earlier in the morning. It was a merciful release. He had lost the use of his legs, and his arms and hands were going the same way. Intolerable for a man who had always been so active. A wonderful character, maybe mercurial and unpredictable, but full of kindness with a ready smile on his face. His greatest attribute was his great courage, and he carried out his difficult task as OAG officer administering the government, and then president in an exemplary manner, ably and loyally supported by his devoted wife. Perhaps there was another reason why Clifford's passing was a blessing in disguise. Because whilst always proud of his English ancestry, a graduate of Cambridge University with a love for rugby, cricket and horse racing, his face took on a somber expression when he made the point that British diplomacy was the most devious in the world. Had Clifford lived another 18 months, he would have had the doubtful pleasure of witnessing further proof of his belief. The effort to bring Nkomo into the settlement continued. On the evening of 2 July, Jack Gaylord, my cabinet secretary, came to see me with Ken Flower and his deputy, Derek Robinson. They brought a message from Conda saying that he was prepared to arrange a meeting with Nkomo, only if Michelle participated. The reason was that after our last meeting in Lusaka on 25 September 1977, Conda had been criticized for meeting me behind the backs of Michelle and Mugabe. This new condition created a problem. My executive council colleagues Muzarewa, Sithole, and Chirao were in the picture over my efforts to draw Nkomo. We were agreed on the desirability of involving the Matabele in our transitional government. This new suggestion, however, would be unacceptable to my colleagues. Thus, if I accepted it secretly, it would place me in a position where I was working with the Patriotic Front behind the backs of my executive council colleagues, and this was not on. Thus I told Flower that they should make an effort to obtain the services of President Kama of Botswana and President Banda of Malawi to arrange the meeting, or turn to Tiny Roland, who was waiting in the wings. An unacceptable alternative was offered by the British, who had been trying to reinstate themselves as participants in what was going on. Gaylord and Robinson were also the bearers of a message from them, suggesting a meeting in Europe between Como, the Nigerian Commissioner for Foreign Affairs, Brigadier Garba, and our nominee. Once again, we had to tell them that they were getting away from the objective, which was a confidential meeting between Como and myself. At the rate they were going, the whole world would know about it before it started. Every day brought difficulties, the next days, for example. 3.0778. DuPont's state funeral this afternoon, and it was held in the cathedral with the usual dignity and organization associated with such occasions. I was sitting quietly reading that evening when Chief Justice MacDonald arrived. He had to tell me how deeply incensed he was at the funeral over the lack of courtesy extended to him, and the final humiliation when he was asked to wait for a while as the coffin and principal mourners moved down the aisle. I was flummoxed. I was told where to sit, and where and when to move. That is always part of these occasions. They call it protocol, and it applies to ministers, and judges, and mayors, and the like. I had often said that the less I had to do with protocol, the better. But he insisted that he was second in standing to the Prime Minister, and therefore should be treated different. I heard about his sensitivity over his position, and that those around him had to be on their guard lest they failed to acknowledge this situation. Nevertheless, it came as a surprise, and was so contrary to generally accepted beliefs and patterns of behavior amongst Rhodesians. There were so many more important matters requiring attention. The next day's difficulty concerned my colleagues. I was still hearing rumblings that certain members of the transitional government were not supporting the team effort. The Executive Council meeting went well until towards the end when Gabella, deputising for Sithole, said that at ministerial level things were proceeding satisfactorily with a real spirit of working together, but that there was concern that this was not the position with the Executive Council. Muzorewa was in the chair, and all eyes were directed towards him, because all along he had been the weak link. I asked him a straight question. "Let's be honest, you are the one in doubt. Can you give us your position?" He replied that, as we all knew, it was his central committee that made these decisions, and he was guided by them. It was a dreadful position in which we found ourselves. Here was a man who was a leading member of our team, who had concurred with decisions which we had made, and now, only when he was cornered, conceded that he had done so under false pretenses. I had to tell him that it was absolutely vital for him to let us know where we stood, otherwise our agreement would break apart. He pleaded for patience until after the coming long weekend, when he would call together his central committee and give us the answer. The rest of us were stunned, but knowing the indecisiveness of the man, we were left with no option other than to go along with his plea. What made the situation even more inexplicable was that later that day, 4 July, one of the top civil servants contacted their party chairman, Mazawana, a highly respectable gray-haired retired school headmaster, who was emphatic that their executive had long ago endorsed Muzorewa's full participation. A stimulating visit on 13 July, however, from a couple of very bright Americans representing certain senators and members of their House of Representatives, offered Muzorewa a useful opening. In the last week, a motion in their Senate to remove sanctions against Rhodesia was narrowly defeated by 48 to 42, and they were preparing another attempt. There was a plan to send Muzorewa over for some media coverage and contact with his church friends. This idea was supported by a long-distance call from Senator Garn, who was clear and positive in his support for Rhodesia, and made no bones about his condemnation of Carter's attempts to appease their black voters, no matter what the cost. A political meeting in Bulawayo on Saturday morning, 22 July, gave me a welcome chance in the afternoon to see Rhodesia beat Western Transvaal in a stirring game of rugby. I sat next to Johan Klassen, who had been a great Springbok lock forward in his day and was now a lecturer at Potchefstroom University. I found him a charming, quiet, unemotional gentleman. We enjoyed talking rugby and philosophizing on politics in between all the action. On the flight home that evening, a few of my ministerial colleagues were aboard the plane, and we talked about the past and present. One of them, a South African by birth, recalled how I had warned Vorster at a meeting at Libertas in 1974 of the communist tactic of dominoes knocking over one by one until they arrived at their ultimate objective. Vorster had replied that this time it was different. The blacks to our north needed South Africa's help, and in return they had given him their word. My colleague commented, "Everything you predicted has come to pass. The South Africans, for so long living in an ivory tower, have not had the same contact and experience with blacks as we have. At last they seem to be coming to their senses, hopefully not too late. I.e. The South Africans were now acting as a conduit for the British. On Monday morning, 31 July, I had a meeting with Brand Forey, the South African Secretary for Foreign Affairs, who had flown up from Pretoria. He and Pick Botha had been in America the previous week, where they had discussed Rhodesia with Vance and Owen, who had suggested that Nkomo and I were the two who could solve the problem. Owen wanted to fly into Salisbury at the coming weekend with Nkomo for a confidential meeting with me. Forey said the South Africans had no strong feelings one way or the other, and would leave the decision to me. They had simply agreed to convey the message. My reply was simple and straight. I was not prepared to do anything behind the backs of my Executive Council colleagues. Moreover, we were constantly on guard over anything in which the British were implicated. So many times we had made agreements with them, only to find that they had left us in the lurch because of pressure from the UOEA. The internal security situation was grim, and was brought home to me twice on Thursday, 3 August. A delegation of farmers from the northeastern area came to see me, as they were concerned over a new trend. Because the terrorists had consistently failed in their efforts to dislodge the farmers, they had now resorted to intimidating the labor, even to the extent of killing some of them in order to indicate what would happen to those who did not obey instructions. The laborers were strong in their resolution to stand their ground, but the farmers believed that some security assistance would be necessary. I assured them that the matter would receive immediate attention. After holding the position so effectively for so many years, and with the possibility of a settlement in sight, I promised them that we would continue to give them maximum support. That afternoon there was a meeting with the Nat Jock, and they impressed on me their concern over the lack of success with the ceasefire campaign. They said that the black political parties in the transitional government appeared to lack motivation and were clearly not putting in enough effort. This was adding fuel to general despondency and a continuing drop in morale among the white community, and, associated with this, our emigration figures were running high. I was alarmed to hear that, as a result, we had reached the situation where we were losing one territorial company of our fighting men per month. This was an intolerable situation. With our small white population, we simply did not have the manpower to sustain this loss, with the result that our performance in the security field would decline, and this would obviously play into the hands of the terrorists. That night I was more depressed than I could previously recall. But clearly it was something I must keep to myself, because the last thing we wanted was any damage to the wonderful morale and fighting spirit of our Rhodesians. There was only one answer: continue, in fact increase, our efforts in the settlement field. There was to be another meeting of combined Executive Council and Ministerial Council a few days hence, and in spite of all the frustrations, we would keep up the pressure for greater effort in the ceasefire campaign. And there was always the possibility of bringing Nkomo into our plan, and I was watching this very closely. These were the positive aspects, and if we had a breakthrough, the whole scene could change. Within 2 days, on Saturday 5 August, there were positive moves. I received a message from Derek Robinson in London. Nkomo would like to meet me in Zambia next weekend. I said, fine, providing it was cleared with Conda, bearing in mind that he had had to do some explaining after my last visit to Lusaka. Sunday, 6 August, brought a visit from John Graham and Stephen Lowe, the British and U.S. envoys, to inform me of their recent visit to London, where they held discussions with Vance and Owen. Their conclusion was that it would be desirable to hold a meeting of the 6 heads of delegations, the 4 internal settlement parties and ZANU and ZAPU, either at Conda's lodge in Luangwa Valley or one of the British stations on Cyprus. I concurred that the time was favorable. There had been positive resolutions in the U.S. Senate and House of Representatives, and in the House of Commons, the Labour government had narrowly defeated, only by 6 votes, a resolution in our favor. Therefore, I promised I would put the matter to the Executive Council at our next meeting. This pleased them. At the joint meeting of the Executive Council and Ministerial Council on Monday, 7 August, there was again some strong talking. We were falling down because my black colleagues were not delivering the goods on the ceasefire, for the obvious reason that they were too busy fighting one another with an eye on the coming election. The result was that the Patriotic Front was having a free ride. My repetition of this fact was becoming tedious. Were they able to deliver the goods, or was it necessary for us to make a new plan? Gabella made an excellent contribution, ending up by saying that at the rate we were now performing, not one of the present 3 black leaders, including my own, will be the next prime minister. Magaramom came in strongly. Over the past month, our parties, through internal fighting and inadequate positive effort, have been losing support to the Patriotic Front. The meeting continued all day, and finally I stressed that at our next meeting there had to be positive results. Otherwise, drastic changes would be necessary. There was some good news. That evening, the 2 chiefs, Chirao and Ndweni, gave me a report on their London trip. They had had good receptions from Owen and Margaret Thatcher, and 2 meetings with Nkomo and the Nigerian Garba. All were positive in believing that we should get on with it. At a further joint Executive Committee and Ministerial Committee meeting on 10 August, we attempted to take up things that had been raised the previous week. The proposal before us was, all 4 internal parties should come together as a united front, work together, and speak together on the same platforms in support of the ceasefire and safe return policy. Chirao and Sithole were both in support, so we then looked at Muzorewa for his decision. After long contemplation, he made his contribution. I have nothing to say. It would have been laughable had our situation not been so desperately serious. He was the leader of the party which, it was believed, had the greatest support of our black people, and the raison d'etre of the meeting, after adjournment for 1 week, was to receive answers to the question. He was sitting next to me. So turning to him, I said quietly, "We must have some decision from you." To which he replied equally quietly, "But I would rather not say anything." It was extraordinary, with all the other members of the meeting looking at him in disbelief. Then one of his own UANC representatives on the Ministerial Council said to him, "You must give us some answer." As always, when he found himself in a position where he had no option, he produced a long rigmarole, going around in circles, and finally said that he had to have confidential meetings with First E, myself, second with the joint ministers of law and order, Hilary Squires and Francis Ndoga, and then he would give his answer at our meeting next week. At our executive committee meeting that followed, I gave details of the plans which were being mooted for me to meet Nkomo and Konda in Zambia. It was my assessment that it could yield beneficial results, but I did not want to do anything behind their backs. In fact, Chirao and Sithole had held meetings with Nkomo. Muzorewa was the only one to show apprehension. If it leaked out, people might think I was conniving with Nkomo. Sithole's thoughts were in the contrary direction. Some of his erstwhile friends were accusing him of being a stooge and working with Smith, and this would enable him to retort that the same applied to Nkomo. A report from our information department, people raised questions. It indicated concern that the monopoly Argus Press was constantly swiping at our transitional government with destructive criticism and pessimistic forecasts of the future. From the Rhodesian front standpoint, they had always been our deadly opponents, constantly propounding a left-wing, ultra-liberal philosophy. But now we were doing what they had consistently suggested, handing over to a black government. We were working with the most responsible black people available, under a plan which aimed at retaining the confidence of our white people and ensuring good government. The alternative was to hand over to the terrorists and accept a Marxist-Leninist dictatorship. Is this what the Argus Press wanted? Momentum was gathering on the meeting with Nkomo. On Friday, 11 August, Gaylord showed me the plan for our visit. Takeoff was to be early Sunday morning, and it was less than an hour's flight to Konda's personal camp in the Luangwa Game Park. Nkomo and the Nigerian Garba would be present. That was fine by me. However, the next day, there was a telephone call from Gaylord to say there had been a panic message from Zambia, calling it off. The Nigerian could not arrive in time. On Sunday, 13 August, there was a message to say that Konda had arrived back from the Pope's funeral and had sent a message apologizing for the inept planning. Could we fly up the following evening, spend the night having meetings, and return next morning? This suited me. We had to explore every avenue, and this was just one more. If our local parties failed to deliver the goods, this could provide the answer. However, it was important for me to keep the internal scene viable, otherwise my bargaining position would be weakened. We landed just after dark the following evening, Monday, 14 August, as they hoped to keep the visit secret. It was a long drive, about 40 minutes, to their state house on the other side of Lusaka. We were taken into a big lounge where Nkomo came forward and greeted me, and introduced me to Brigadier Garba from Nigeria. He was a pleasant, tall individual, dressed in a colorful outfit, with a kind of slit cap on his head. He had a good command of the English language, which was not surprising, considering he was a Sandhurst graduate and a foreign ministry representative who had spent much time at the UN Bay. He said that, judging from photographs he had seen, I had not changed much in appearance from the days when I was flying Spitfires in their RAF. Clearly, he was well trained in the necessary graces and diplomacy of foreign affairs. Konda then entered and was most affable, and we chatted for a while. As soon as there was a break in the conversation, I suggested that because of the time factor, we should get on with the business at hand, and Konda readily agreed. He had come, he said, to stress the importance of what we were doing, and his hopes were that we would succeed. There were 2 points he wished to make before leaving US. First, his disappointment that after our last meeting, nearly a year ago, when he was led to believe that I had taken the initiative in making the plan, I had subsequently deviated from the arrangement. I immediately corrected him, pointing out that it was Roland of Larnho who had taken the initiative, and at a meeting held in Salisbury, placed before me proposals which he claimed had Konda's support. At our subsequent meeting, I had found that support was not forthcoming. Fortunately, both Gaylord and Robinson, who had liaised with Roland in making the arrangements, were present, and they substantiated my account. Second, Konda expressed his disappointment that time had been wasted because I had turned down a meeting with Nkomo in view of the fact that Garba was to be present. I expressed astonishment at what appeared to me to be a fabrication, and again looked to Gaylord and Robinson, who had dealt with all of these arrangements, and they confirmed my belief that this was a trumped-up story with no foundation. I had to express my concern that there were people close to Konda who were twisting the truth, maybe in an attempt to protect themselves. Konda was obviously embarrassed and apologized, and then took his leave of us. We then got down to serious business, with both Nkomo and Garba making constructive contributions with ideas that were balanced and in keeping with my own thoughts. We broke at 9 p.m. For supper, and Konda joined us for a pleasant, sociable occasion. When he left us, he volunteered to return at any time if we needed his assistance. We talked until after midnight and produced a plan which I thought was workable, bringing both Nkomo and Mugabe into our existing arrangement. Nkomo thought that he and I should be joint co-chairmen, but I discouraged that idea, saying that I believed he would gain the necessary support on his own credentials. My final question: it was all very well for those of us present to come to a consensus, but did they believe that Mugabe and his wild boys would go along with such an arrangement? Without hesitation, Garba asked if I could return the coming Saturday, 19 August. If so, he would fly to Maputo in his VIP jet the next day, Tuesday, 14 August, hold meetings with Michel and Mugabe, and be back here in Lusaka with Mugabe to confirm our agreement. I thought it would work. Nigeria was the most powerful and influential member of the UL, and with Konda as the main participant in the Rhodesian affair, and also an influential member of the OA, the prospects looked good. I agreed to hold myself available for a meeting on Saturday. We had a wait of a few hours because we were due to take off at 5 a.m. Or light. Konda had stressed the need for absolute secrecy, telling us if it leaked out and we were questioned, that we should deny the meeting. This was a surprising change from last time, when he said just to be straightforward and honest, to tell the truth. They took me to the VIP suite for a rest, but my mind was too active, thinking of the meeting and contemplating the future. The accommodation for their top guests left much to be desired. While the framework was there, the upkeep and service were lacking, with the gauze on the windows in shreds, the bathroom dirty, with a small piece of soap and one hand towel for both shower and basin. A third-grade hotel in Rhodesia would have given better and cleaner service. The road to the airport was pitted with potholes, strewn with stones, and with dust flying everywhere. There were shanty towns on both sides of the road, with filth and rubbish dominant. A tragic deterioration from the days when the country had been called Northern Rhodesia. The usual difficulty arose. On Thursday, 17 August, Gaylord came to me to say that Derek Robinson had received a message from Lusaka to say that the meeting arranged for Saturday was now off. Nyerere had objected, saying that it was going to put Komkomo in a preferential position to Mugabe. That was a twist, because they would have been in parallel positions. The problem, as explained to me on more than one occasion, was that Nyerere was the dominant personality, and in his presence, Konda took a back seat. We had thought that with Nigeria and their man in the driving seat, they would call the tune. But we were wrong, and so were Garba and Konda. I was not all that taken aback, because I had lived in Africa all my life. There was some relief for me. On 18 August, I enjoyed a rewarding trip to Bulawayo to open the annual Rhodesian Front Fete, with strong support from the general public and enthusiastic work from all our wonderful party supporters. It was an absolute tonic to witness the dedication and optimism of our loyal people, especially considering the difficult times through which we were living. The next day, I enjoyed watching a great game of rugby in Salisbury against Eastern Province, South Africa, played in festival mood, as both teams were out of the running for the Currie Cup. On Sunday afternoon, I received a phone call asking if I could go to Lusaka for a meeting, as Mugabe and Garba had arrived back from Nigeria. Surely, I asked, these people did not think that we could lay this kind of thing on at 5 minutes' notice? I requested them please to inform us whether it had been agreed to accept the plan we made last week, in which case I would travel up to Lusaka the next day to finalize arrangements. Or wondered, had they concocted some newfangled ideas which they would try to foist on us? If so, we would send a couple of our chaps up to find out if it was worthwhile. The South Africans intruded. The 4 executive committee members met Pigbotha and Brandfori at New Sarum at 8:15 a.m. On 24 August. Pick started as usual by saying that they did not want to interfere in our affairs, but that they were concerned that we did not seem to be making progress with our plan, and so were wondering why we were opposed to an all-party conference. Clearly, Konda and his cohorts had requested the South Africans to pressurize us. We all spoke, reminding them of how much work we had put into our internal agreement, that it was a going concern, and had received support in the U.S. Congress, and a near majority in the House of Commons. And we believed it was important for us to keep going. If we could gain some support from the leading free world countries, and also from South Africa, that would ensure our success. Our reply was clear and unequivocal, albeit not what the South Africans had hoped for. A week previously, on 18 August, I had broadcast to the nation in an effort to try and keep our people in the picture during these incredibly difficult times. There had been speculation in the media and overseas reports on the desirability of holding another conference of all the parties. I analyzed the situation and explained that if this was to be a repetition of the Victoria Falls Bridge Conference or the Geneva Conference, then, as happened in those instances, we would be worse off than before we started. So while we maintain contact with all parties in the field, we would like to know that we were on sure ground before deviating from our current course. While we had run into difficulties in drawing up the new constitution, we were making progress, and at the same time grappling with problems such as the ceasefire and safe return campaign, where it was conceded that there was room for improvement. During my 30 years in politics, I had many frustrations. Dealing with the British politicians who had gone back on undertakings, the failure of the Pierce Commission to follow through signed contracts, and then black political leaders who reneged on agreements. Some of my greatest frustrations, however, were associated with the past 5 months since we had signed our 3-March agreement. We had been trying to work out a system with 4 leaders pulling together in harness. Under those circumstances, your progress is restricted to the rate of the slowest member of the team. I am one of those who has always been able to make a decision after weighing up the evidence before me. I often said to my cabinet colleagues that I would rather they made 10 decisions, one of which was a mistake, than that they made no mistakes because they made no decision. Once you have decided that a decision is right, in the interests of your country, then the function of a leader is to lead and sell it to the people. So often the best medicine is unpalatable, and if you insist on soliciting support from the people, more often than not, you will never succeed in administering the cure. In my broadcast, I dealt next with the need for a referendum. At our last general election, we gave an undertaking that before introducing a new constitution, we would submit it to the electorate for acceptance or rejection. At this stage, we are, together with the internal black leaders, drawing up the constitution. Once this is finally agreed and completed, the electorate will have the final say. Finally, my greatest wish was to persuade Rhodesians to go on living in our wonderful country. I hope that in the end, we do not have to leave. That we will have succeeded in the major objective before you, bringing about a new constitution and a new way of life under this new arrangement, which will mean that it will be worthwhile for us to go on living here, under conditions of the maintenance of law and order and decent standards of civilization. We were still waiting on Conda. On 25 August, a message came from Lusaka to say that Mugabe was obstinate, and that this was the reason we had received no reply to our question. It was just as well we had not made the trip to Lusaka, as it would have been negative. For my part, I had a happy afternoon on Saturday 28 August, watching Rhodesia play rugby against the USA Cougars. At the reception following the game, they gave me a warm welcome and presented one of their neckties to me, assuring me that all intelligent Americans were backing us in what we were trying to do. The month closed with the sad news that John Rothall had died from a heart attack. He had succeeded Clifford DuPont as our president after serving with distinction as our Minister of Finance. Although he had been looking fit and was dedicated to his mission, he passed away quietly in his sleep. A nice way to go, but a shock for Doreen and the family. They performed their task efficiently and with dignity and were much admired by all those who knew them. On 2 September, our black leaders, on their return journey from Kenyatta's funeral in Nairobi, stopped off for meetings in Lusaka. We had received reports that the sparks were flying with Mugabe, the obstructionist, creating friction not only with our transitional government people, but also with Nkomo. With a traumatic week just over, with a number of innocent civilians being murdered by terrorists, all of them black people, their only crime that they were not prepared to operate in terrorism. Came the news of the tragic disaster of the shooting down of one of our civilian Viscount aircraft on its flight from Victoria Falls via Kariba to Salisbury on late Sunday afternoon. 3 September, the terrorists had managed to procure a number of heat-seeking missiles from those sources all over the world that are looking for financial gain, even at the cost of human life and tragedy. The bringing down of the aircraft and, still worse, the cold-blooded murder by the terrorists of 10 of the survivors, including women and children, caused a degree of anger among Rhodesians difficult to control. During the days that followed, resentment and the C. Accompanying desire to exact retribution mounted, and I received more than one representation seeking permission to enter the area of the tragedy and make the local people pay for their rewiring crime of harboring and assisting the terrorists. I too would have derived great satisfaction in getting to grips with the gangsters associated with the crime. But sadly, this is easier said than done. We would continue to hunt down and destroy terrorism wherever it was found, but we knew on the evidence before us that many, if not the majority, of the tribal people were not voluntarily on the side of the terrorists, but had had pistols pointed at their heads. So it was necessary, although difficult, to counsel cool heads and remind people that two wrongs do not make a right. The sins of the gangsters should not be visited upon their fellow tribesmen. There was a strong feeling for me to broadcast to the nation, and on Sunday, 10 September, I announced that the government would introduce a modification of martial law, which will enable U.S. to streamline procedures in order to facilitate the prosecution of our war effort while at the same time leaving intact those civil authorities which are required to play their part. The new measures, I said, were to be applied in particular areas as and when required, and not on a nationwide basis. In addition, I declared, we intended to liquidate the internal workings of those organizations associated with terrorism. I also warned neighboring states that if they permitted the terrorists to operate from within their borders, they must bear the consequences of any defensive strikes we might undertake against terrorist bases in their countries. I attributed the escalation in the war to continued support for the Patriotic Front by Britain and the United States. Finally, I named President Nyerere as the evil genius on the Rhodesian scene and a stumbling block to a peaceful settlement. I decided to send a message to Vorster telling him of the serious situation building up, the anger of the Rhodesian nation, and the accompanying danger of a white backlash. I told him how Nkomo had stated publicly that when he came to power, he would allow South African terrorists shelter and access through Rhodesia. Accordingly, I wondered if the time had not arrived for South Africa to reconsider its decision to withdraw from Rhodesia and restore at least some of the assistance previously given us. I believed it was important that once more I should point to the dilemma in which Rhodesia found itself, indicating the facts with which any unbiased person could only agree. It was fair comment for me to point out that from the time we had accepted the Pretoria Agreement with Vorster and Kissinger in 1976, the situation in Rhodesia had steadily deteriorated. Surely, I argued, it was not unreasonable for us to request the fulfillment of the undertaking given at that time, that if we accepted the agreement and the other parties failed to honor their side, then our friends of the free world would acknowledge what we had done and give us their support. We had learned from past experience that we should not place much, if any, faith on undertakings given by our friends in the Western world, but we still had faith that South Africa would be different. Not only did we believe that they had not been contaminated by the deceit of the permissive society and the diplomacy of Western governments, but even more pertinent was the fact that we were in the same boat together. Any success which Rhodesia had in stemming the encroachment in communism down the African continent could only be to the ultimate benefit of South Africa. Hawkins relayed to us the reply he had received from Pick Botha, which berated us for dilly-dallying over the holding of an all-party conference and the achievement of a settlement which would be acceptable worldwide. He warned us that South Africa had its hands full with the Southwest Africa problem, and that they could not contemplate two wars on two fronts at the same time. And finally, he was to remind me that their financial loans to us were on a monthly basis, dependent on our performance. This was obvious blackmail, without any attempt at subtlety. Just one more of those dreadful periods for us, when the South Africans were conniving with the British and American, and with Conda and Nyerere and the terrorists, to pressurize us to accept an agreement at any price, even if it meant a sell out to communism. Human nature does tend to promote eternal optimism, but from past experience, we should not have been surprised. At least this was more honest than that fateful meeting at Groot Schuur on 15 February 1975, when Vorster had stacked the pack against me, with the message that the South African government had concluded that they could no longer ask their men to fight in Rhodesia because they had received the clear message that their troops were questioning the morality of being asked to fight for a cause which was one not in keeping it with their philosophy of apartheid. It was subsequently proved that this was a blatant lie. At least they were not now trying to blame other South Africans for their decision. We sent a message to Hawkins, asking him to stress, tactfully, that our growing problems were a direct result of the Pretoria Agreement, that our loss of fighting manpower clearly originated from that date, that we were not asking the South Africans to fight on two fronts, but asking for the tools to enable us to do the fighting. We argued that if the communists took over and facilitated South African terrorism through Rhodesia, the South Africans would then indeed have a second front to contend with. The communist dream of clearing the way for their ultimate objective in Africa, the final assault on the Republic of South Africa, would have been achieved. Why would the South Africans not allow us the time to finalize our plan, with which they had recently concurred, to bring into being a government which believed in free enterprise and the democratic system, as opposed to communism and terrorism? Had they not recently received a visit from our joint ministers of finance, Ernest Bull and David Smith, and given them encouragement and support? Just where did we stand, and how was it possible for us to plan and operate under such conditions? To say that we were confused and exasperated would have been the understatement of the decade. After a few days, Hawkins came back, saying that he had received an understanding and sympathetic hearing from Brandfori, who confessed that at times he was perplexed at what the politicians around him were doing. He conceded the inconsistency towards Rhodesia, and with surprising frankness, admitted that this changed in keeping with the last contact made by his ministers. If we were to send a delegation down including a black executive council member or minister, then our position would be reinstated. One problem was that Vorster was getting tired, and therefore more decision-making was being left to Pick, and because of his emotional nature, this led to greater inconsistency. Hawkins commented, "They are clearly trying to curry favor with those whom they think will be our next government." In the end, Brandfourie said that his ministers were well aware of the points made in our message, and at this stage it would serve no purpose to reiterate them. His advice was that we should wait for a change of climate. In current circumstances, we would only succeed in receiving another rebuff. In the event, Vorster announced on 20 September that he was forced to retire because of poor health. He offered himself as president and was replaced as prime minister by P.W. Botha, his Minister of Defense. In the immediate aftermath of the resignation, Janet and I flew to Durban as guests of the South African Chamber of Industries for their annual conference. It was a splendid affair, very well organized by highly efficient people. Mr. John Cronje, their president, was a most impressive man with great dignity and presence. I attended a number of their formal sessions, contributed to certain debates, and answered their questions. The official banquet was a tremendous occasion, with the main hall filled to capacity and the overflow in 2 adjoining rooms with closed-circuit TV. John Cronje's speech was strong and unequivocal, in spite of his quiet and dignified manner, calling for bolder action from their government in the removal of prejudice and unequal treatment. I always find it reassuring to be associated with people who have the courage of their convictions. It has the tonic effect of restoring one's confidence in one's fellow man. He was hitting at the foundations of the National Party's principles and beliefs, a party which had enjoyed total power for so long that this kind of talk was branded as provocative and dumb patriotic. So many times had I heard members and supporters of their government saying, in reply to such open criticism, "Whose side is he on, ours or theirs?" with the obvious insinuation, right or wrong. Harold Hawkins and his wife were down from Pretoria for the occasion, and the reactions conveyed to him by the delegates were pretty direct and especially interesting to us in the circumstances in which we found ourselves. He found them strongly critical of their government's indecisiveness and lack of courage in making positive decisions. They are drifting along, waiting for their party supporters to take the initiative, the very antithesis of leadership. Harold was pleased to be able to report most complimentary comments on my contribution. They wished they had a few politicians who would give such straight and honest replies. Harold's wish was that Vorster and Pick Botha had been in attendance. They would have received a clear message. My reply was that they were immune to any thinking which did not coincide with their current philosophy, albeit this was one which seemed to change with the wind. I used my speech at the banquet to give the facts about Rhodesia's history and policy, to counteract the malicious distortions of the truth which were constantly propagated against us, and to indicate what we considered to be the answer to black and white people living and working together in Africa. I tactfully refrained from implicating my host country in any way, but because of the fact that we lived in the same part of the world, shared similar problems, and had always enjoyed close relations, my comments gave a number of clear pointers. Some of these coincided with policies Vorster had personally told me 3 years ago were imperative if South Africa was to survive. But this message had not yet reached his own South Africans. On 28 September, I flew out of Durban at the crack of dawn, held a press conference at the airport in Johannesburg on the way through, and arrived in Salisbury in good time for the opening session of our annual RF Congress at 4:30 p.m. This was our last Congress in the country under the name of Rhodesia. The place was packed to overflowing with representatives from every corner of the country. Considering the incredibly difficult times we were going through, the almost impossible odds that were stacked against us, there was no sign of abandoning ship. In the face of all of this, it was a great compliment to the mainstream of Rhodesia's political thinking that these people were gathered together, devoid of bitterness and recrimination, and dedicated to finding a solution to our political problem. Their contributions throughout the entire Congress were constructive and most responsible. It was time for an initiative. For, by some months, I had been working on an idea of using Muzorewa and Sithole through their viewerl university and church connections in the USA to organize a visit by the Executive Council to explain to responsible American opinion the justification of our war case. Our luck was in, and it worked, much to the chagrin of the British government. But they did not have a leg to stand on, because when it suited them, they implicated the Americans a la Kissinger. And now they were objecting because we had taken the initiative. On Saturday, 7 October, we landed at New York on South African Airways. As we were making our approach, the captain came over loud and clear. On behalf of myself and my crew, we wish our Rhodesian friends everything of the best on their mission to the U.S. There was a tremendous round of applause throughout the whole aircraft. A very moving experience. Soon after landing, we took off for Dulles Airport, Washington, and from there we motored to the American Security Council Center at Boston, Virginia, where we were given a good platform to launch our visit. It was made clear to us that our hosts comprised a voluntary organization of conservative thinkers established with the objective of countering left-wing permissive organizations that constantly advocated appeasement and surrender. Our 2-week visit was well planned, and the organization left nothing to be desired. Coverage by the media seemed to be good, with some TV interviews as early as 6:30 in the morning. We had breakfast with senators on Capitol Hill, with Senator Hayakawa in the chair. There was a press conference in Dirksen Building and an afternoon meeting with Secretary of State Cyrus Vance at the State Department. Included in his team were Richard Moose, Anthony Lake, and Andrew Young. I was hopeful of some understanding and reason from Vance and his team, bearing in mind their constructive attitude when we had last met in Salisbury, and especially in view of the fact that they would not be encumbered by the British Foreign Secretary, David Owen, whose opinions were colored by his obsession with the OAO. We were sadly disillusioned, however, because apart from a most courteous reception and attentive hearing, our ideas and recommendations were constantly blocked. At the outset, Vance explained to us his predicament at being attacked by the Black Caucus and pro-Africa lobby for granting us visas to visit the U.S. He subsequently regretted letting the truth slip out like that. As with the British, we were held at arm's length in order to curry favor with the UL, and now with the Americans, our plans were countered, albeit more discreetly, in order to avoid antagonizing black voters. My colleague Sithole produced a compelling argument, pointing out that the Americans were living in the past. Could they not appreciate that they were no longer dealing with a white-dominated Rhodesia government, but with a black-dominated Zimbabwe Rhodesia government? This seemed to take them aback, and they were at a loss for a response. There were 2 gentlemen sitting at the side of the table who, we subsequently discovered, were from the British Embassy. One made the point that we could not claim that the existing government truly represented black opinion because Nkomo and his party were not represented. Sithole came back, pointing out that both Kamo and Mugabe had been invited to participate in the transitional government and had been offered seats on the Executive Council, who was holding them back. I made the simple point that the issue before the U.S. and British governments was the choice between the existing constitutional government of our country and communist-backed terrorists who had openly proclaimed their intention of gaining power through the barrel of the gun. It was difficult to understand the reason for their hesitation in coming to a verdict. They were at a loss to find replies to the points we had made. We were disappointed that Vance obviously knew little about our case and was constantly groping for material from the brief on his desk and relying on his assistants for information. Sadly, their knowledge of the subject was superficial and of no real assistance. This was not surprising, because it was not their responsibility. They were dragged in simply because of the power they wielded. Their British friends in attendance were of scant assistance, in spite of the fact that one of them was the ambassador, Peter J., who was the son-in-law of British Prime Minister Callaghan. According to our officials, the Americans were open in their criticism of his ineptness. Here was the tragedy of Rhodesia, being tossed about like a political shuttlecock by the big powers, which had only one objective. How can we use this to our political advantage? The communists, whether you agreed with them or not, were at least consistent, and the people they were supporting knew where they stood. They asked one simple question: are you communists, and will you work with us to spread our ideology? If the answer was in the affirmative, you received what you required. If negative, you went without. But no such principles guided the leaders of the free world. Their decisions were motivated by expediency, votes in their constituencies. For the benefit of the Americans present, I reiterated the case we had presented on many occasions to the British government. Rhodesia was a classic example of a country which had been consistently dedicated to the ideals of the British Empire: freedom, justice, the Westminster system of government with its inherent democracy, and economics based on the free enterprise system. In every world conflict of this century, Rhodesia had fought on the side of Britain and the USA against the forces of totalitarianism, both in Europe and the Far East. We had always been in the forefront of the war against communism, which was making significant gains in many parts of the free world. Our particular concern was with Africa, because we were part of Africa and were witnessing the communist invasion down our continent. Now they were knocking on our door, having succeeded in building their saddle across Africa to our north, thus creating the safe base from which they were planning their strategy to take over and control the Persian Gulf of strategic minerals of this earth, and thence on to dominate the vital Cape Sea route, the main artery between East and West. Vance and those around him expressed their deep concern and assured us of their dedication to the cause of spiking the guns of communists, but our efforts to get them to back up their words with deeds were in vain. They were excessively cautious in case they committed themselves to accepting anything which would be contrary to the wishes of the OLE. Once again, we emphasized our support for an all-party conference, providing there were no preconditions. When Lowe asked, "What do you mean?" Gaylord floored him by saying, "How many times have you told me that our commissioner of police would have to step down?" There was no reply. Sad to say that at the end of the day, in spite of our courteous reception and much pleasant talk, there was no progress. There were a few occasions when Andrew Young made contributions that were constructive, but these were sidestepped by the others, who pursued their course of appeasement. We were disappointed in Vance's contributions, especially after his positive performance in Salisbury earlier in the year, and his words of encouragement during our meeting. When I asked for a firm decision, however, they all shook their heads negatively, and made the excuse that they would give our suggestions the most serious consideration. According to our advice, Vance was unable to make any positive decision without referring back to Carter, who would then obtain clearance from the UAOA. On 12 October, I had a pleasant meeting with Henry Kissinger, who went out of his way to get a full briefing on everything that had transpired since the Pretoria Agreement. He expressed his sadness over the manner in which we had been let down. In fact, betrayed by the current American administration, and although Carter was proving a disaster, he had hoped for a more positive stance from Vance. He believed our strongest tactic was to play on the telling point that a decision had to be made between the two options which confronted us. a government which would be brought in through the ballot box, as we were advocating, or a government which was going to be imposed through the barrel of a gun, as our terrorist opponents were threatening. I assured him that this was one of the principal planks in our platform and enumerated the points which formed the base of our case. He agreed that it would be dishonest of anyone to reject this. The tragedy of Rhodesia was that Gerald Ford had been defeated in the 1976 presidential election. After that, the agreement he had brokered collapsed. The sharks were biding their time in the shadows for just such an eventuality. On his way to Pretoria, Kissinger said, Nyerere had told him that he would not succeed in convincing me to agree to his plan. When he returned with my concurrence, Nyerere commented, "You have achieved a miracle which will pave the way to bring peace to our part of Africa." Then no, Kissinger recalled. He went back on his word. That shows how much you can trust those people. I tell. I reminded him that I had pointed out to him and Vorster in Pretoria that their approach was the wrong way round, as once they received the message that I had agreed, they would tuck that under their belt and ask for more. We had learned from experience that a prerequisite was to get them to commit themselves in public. When you live in Africa, you have a better comprehension of these people. Kissinger wondered why Vorster and the South Africans were not attuned to this. I smiled and told him that I had previously warned Vorster that, after so many years of apartheid, the National Party had lost touch with Black Africa. I inquired after his wife and requested him to convey my best wishes. He replied, "As you know, she is a strong conservative, and I got into plenty of trouble for not securing for you a better deal." In conclusion, he reiterated his sorrow at being associated with this great tragedy of Rhodesia. In the face of tremendous provocation, he said, I had behaved with commendable dignity and restraint, and he had always been ready to say so openly and defend me against unjust accusation. We had kept up a busy schedule in Washington, with TV interviews, a National Press Club luncheon, attended by a capacity audience, which gave us wide national coverage. And on the final day, 12 October, a meeting with members of the House of Representatives, chaired by Congressman Ichard Doak. This was followed by a second meeting with Senators Sparkman, Case Javits, Harry Burr, Jesse Helms, Hayakawa, and others who were all trying to offer practical help. Why were we opposing an all-party conference? Was one question. It was easy to dispense with that canard and prove that they had had the wool pulled over their eyes. We had consistently made it clear that we supported, in fact advocated, an all-party conference with no preconditions, and we had emphasized this point at our meeting with Vance. We were able to present press cuttings reporting that Nkomo and Mugabe were in opposition to the conference. This put the cat among the pigeons. The senators were taken aback, indeed incensed that the State Department had misled them. They ordered their aides to contact the State Department immediately and arrange a meeting with Vance that day, as he was departing on the morrow for South Africa and the Namibia talks. I sat back with much satisfaction, enjoying the strong and biting criticism of the senators, which was like music to my ears. How can we ever be expected to make a true assessment of any issue when we are fed such blatant misinformation? Some felt that Vance would not be party to such deceit, and that he would be upset over what had taken place. But others were unwilling to defend him, pointing out that he lacked the strength to discipline those who were ready to bend the facts in order to make them comply with their preconceived plans. It was suggested that on my way out I drop in to pay my respects to Majority Leader Robert Byrd. He was courteous and proclaimed his concern over Rhodesia and his hope that our mission would be successful. After parting company, however, I recorded my doubts as to whether he was one of those who would be prepared to back up his words with deeds. By contrast, I renewed acquaintances with a number of great and honest old familiar faces, such as Senator James Eastland, who, along with all our other true friends mentioned above, could be relied on to stand by their convictions. From all quarters we met sympathetic understanding and commitment to support the obvious justice of our case. And surprisingly, this was evident from the media people who had previously consistently opposed us and sided with the ultra-liberal establishment, the communists, the O1, the terrorists. We welcome this change and hope that in time the administrations, both American and British, would come to their senses and acknowledge the justification of our cause. Free and fair elections giving us a government based on the democratic system, as opposed to a government imposed through the barrel of the gun. We lived in hope and kept up the good fight. One afternoon when we had a couple of hours to spare, we visited the Washington, Lincoln, and Jefferson memorials, and it was time well spent. I asked my secretary to make a plan for us to visit the famous war memorials at the next opportunity. To my amazement, he came back with a message from the White House saying that I should not visit the memorials. I asked him to inform them that my intended visit had no political connotations. During the last World War, my Spitfire squadron was attached to an American wing stationed on Corsica. We had given cover to the Mitchells, Marauders, and Bostons for their bombing raids over Italy. I knew Americans who were killed on those missions, in addition to a number of my personal squadron colleagues who never came back. I merely wished to pay my respects to those brave men who died so that the rest of us could go on living in peace. The answer came back. No change. I was no longer amazed. I was deeply incensed. My secretary said that even the Americans with whom he was working were disillusioned and commented, "That's typical of the White House these days." I asked the top security man, Bob Nicholson, to come and have a chat. He assured me that his function was not to question where we went, but merely to ensure that we did not run into trouble, such as demonstrators. Next day, we had a good tour of the monuments, some of them tremendously impressive, and I devoted some time, especially in front of the Second World War Memorial, thinking of those who paid the supreme sacrifice. I repeated those tremendous, never-to-be-forgotten words. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. It was a successful mission, and I slept contented that night. Bob Nicholson was happy too. He said so. On Friday the 13th, we landed at LaGuardia Airport after a short flight. There are lots of people and lots of traffic in many places on our planet, but New York takes pride of place, or rather it should hang its head in shame, a classic example of population pollution. We had a pleasant lunch with Newsweek on top of a skyscraper and an understanding and fact-finding discussion with their editorial staff. Unexpectedly, a pleasant girl behind the reception desk said she was sorry to read of my intention to pull out of politics because she felt that the wisdom of my many years of political experience would be invaluable to the future government. This was indeed a profound comment, especially bearing in mind what ensued, a government so bloated with arrogance that they believe they know the answer to every problem. But if chaos and disaster ensue, they look the other way. We had a meeting with a number of prominent New Yorkers who were supportive to our cause. They believed it would be worthwhile to see Zbigniew Brzezinski, Carter's national security advisor, who was tough and shrewd, and who they thought might be prepared to help. We readily accepted. Sadly, their spokesman phoned us in Los Angeles to say that Brzezinski was in favor. But as it impinged on Vance's preserve, he had to clear it with Carter, who characteristically shied away from the idea. That evening in New York, we were given a great dinner and a tremendous reception by the Rhodesian Association. When we arrived at the hotel, there was a group of demonstrators indicating their opposition. One held a placard saying, "Down with Smith," but he had forgotten his lines and was shouting, "Down with the Shah." That had been his job last week. As we were laughing and pointing at him, one of his comrades jabbed him in the ribs and gave him the message. He immediately changed to, "Down with Smith." This was one of the many times that I had been confronted with rent a crowd. While I am sympathetic to giving work to the unemployed, there surely must be many other more productive methods of doing it. For the first time in the USA, there were policemen on horseback. Beautiful. They were lovely, big horses and obviously effective at their task. The demonstrators clearly kept their distance. We had an excellent feast and all 4 members of our delegation were given a great reception after our speeches. It was embarrassing for me to be presented with a miniature replica of a lighthouse, because for so many years I had served as a warning beacon to the free world of the dangers of international communism. We took off that night for Los Angeles, and in spite of the fact that we put our watches back 3 hours, it was well after midnight by the time we booked into our hotel. This was my first ride in a D-10, and I was kindly invited onto the flight deck. It was good to know that the bonds of fellowship associated with air pilots were worldwide. I was fascinated by what I saw. We were flying over the desert, and it looked pretty dead with an occasional light in the dim distance. We were talking about the world we inhabited, and they were especially interested in my views on Africa. These aircrew chaps travel far and wide and had an intelligent comprehension of international affairs. Their assessment was pertinent, especially after our stay in Washington. If only our politicians would make honest decisions on the facts before them, 90% of our problems would be solved. Suddenly the captain said, "See what we are coming to. A fantastic panorama of glittering lights and flashing neon signs, like a massive rocket suddenly exploding in the wilderness. Las Vegas. And beyond, a long streak of lights stretching westwards into the distance. Cars from Los Angeles on their way to spend a weekend at the gambling tables." I stayed with them for the landing and enjoyed the unusual experience of coming down in a Los Angeles fog, which I gather is a daily occurrence. We saw the deck only when we were a few hundred feet above. We spent 3 full days in the area. One day we visited San Diego for a lunchtime address to 450 editors at Edicon Congress hosted by UP-EF. We were pleasantly surprised at how supportive they were. En route to the airport, we stopped off for an hour to see their world-famous zoo, where the animals certainly live under almost ideal conditions. Coming from Africa, I always have reservations about animals in captivity. But there are positive aspects in the fields of research and education, preservation of endangered species, translocation and veterinary requirements for damaged animals. The San Diego Zoo is certainly a credit to those associated with it. As I looked down from the hilltop onto the tremendous city, beautifully planned and laid out, the impressive naval base, there was for me a special emotional sensation. When my father emigrated to Rhodesia, his elder brother, Lige, went to the United States and set himself up in business in New York. Their intention was to keep in touch, and when it was ascertained where the best place to live was, they would join up. Each was a strong character, and each believed he had made the right choice. Our families met once in England for a reunion, and although young at the time, I retained clear memories of the occasion. Lige was successful in his business, and at the age of 60 sold out and retired to a small town in Southern California named San Diego. We had never heard of the place. He spent a rewarding twilight period, active in local community affairs, and died at the great age of 94. We kept in communication, and during UD years, he constantly sent messages of encouragement and hoped that I would soon be able to maneuver myself into a position from whence I could deliver an echo blow to those devious British politicians. Happily, he did not live to witness the day when they, with the support of his U.S. government, would betray their own kith and kin. In between press and TV interviews, I insisted on a visit to Disneyland, which was absolutely fantastic and provided us with some of our happiest moments of the trip. There was all the beauty and romance of Walt Disney, coupled with the best of American expertise and organization, and the management and staff extended to us a degree of kindness and hospitality that was quite exceptional. We also had a constructive meeting with Governor Ronald Reagan, who impressed us with his genuineness and intelligent understanding of our Rhodesian problem, concluding with a commitment to continue supporting our cause. There was growing talk of promoting him as Republican Party candidate for the presidency, and there was no doubt in our minds that in all respects, he appeared to be head and shoulders above the current incumbent. We had a tremendous dinner of 1,200 people hosted by the Los Angeles World Affairs Council, and there was no question as to whose side they were on. Senator Hayakawa, who had just flown in from Washington, came straight from the aircraft and gave us his strong support. After the dinner, he joined in with a number of others at our hotel and was still talking enthusiastically well after midnight. I cannot believe that one could see more motor cars anywhere else on this earth than in Los Angeles, evidently because there is no public transport system. My hotel window looked over the main artery feeding the city, 6 lanes in and 6 lanes out, and I do not remember ever looking out and not seeing it packed to capacity, bumper to bumper. On 17 October, we had an early take off by private jet for Palm Springs, a beautiful oasis of green in the middle of the desert, abounding with beautiful golf courses and magnificent residences, and home to more millionaires per square mile than anywhere else in the world. After a 10-minute drive, we were with Gerald Ford in his beautiful home, literally adjoining a golf course. As I said to him, this was exactly what I expected, knowing his love for golf. We talked for 1.5 hours, and his straightforward honesty was patently obvious. Like most of the others with whom we had talked, he was familiar with our problem and how we were trying to solve it. He added that, tragically, the Carter administration had not been willing to honor the agreement that Henry Kissinger had made with me. It was the irony of fate, he felt, that the destiny of Rhodesia lay in the hands of the American voters. He was repeating the theme which I had stressed so many times about British politicians, using Rhodesia as a pawn in their game of international politics. Gerald Ford promised he would continue to do what he could to help, but was under obligation to bear in mind a convention that ex-presidents should avoid open confrontation with the president in office. However, shortly afterwards, while we were still in the States, from a public platform he did speak in favor of accepting the existing majority rule government in Rhodesia. Our next stop was Houston. That evening and the next morning, we had a number of TV and press interviews, and then the main function was a lunch at the World Trade Center arranged by Governor Connolly. Our audience, highly influential we were told, were once again understanding and helpful, with one exception, an ultra-liberal who attempted to ask a provocative question. He was concerned that the British government were not in favor of what we were doing in Rhodesia, and this indicated to him that we were in the wrong. Very briefly, I outlined the history of events which had taken place in Rhodesia, underlining the British government's broken promises over our independence, which eventually had forced us to tell them, well, reluctantly, that the time had come for us to insist on the fulfillment of the agreement made between us. We were now going to run our own affairs. I ended by saying, it comes to my mind that although it was something that happened a few hundred years ago, I don't think the British have ever forgiven you for doing the same thing. That brought the House down and presented Governor Connolly with the appropriate moment to wrap up a successful occasion. By nightfall, we were back in our hotel in Washington. The following day, 19 October, after a few TV interviews, we were taken to a farewell press lunch sponsored by the American Security Council, and it turned into a real rousing affair with any amount of give and take. Sitting at the top table with us was that great fighter for human rights and freedom, Claire Luce Booth, in her 80s we were told, still sharp as a pin. Then on 20 October, our final day, we were up at 5 a.m. for one of those early morning TV interviews, and then breakfast before going to our meeting at the State Department. It was the first time we had met Newson, who was substituting for Vance while the latter was overseas. Sadly, he was even more rusty on our affairs than Vance, and needed constant prompting from Moose and Lake. After a tortuous couple of hours, literally educating them on the Rhodesian scene, we agreed on 5 straightforward points for an all-party conference. They were obviously trying to include preconditions, which was contrary to what had previously been accepted, and fortunately, we had records to substantiate our case. The British representatives in particular were ridiculed, but they only had themselves to blame for not doing their homework and not having their facts. Their ambassador, Jay, was totally ineffectual, lacking not only in knowledge but maturity. On the one occasion when he ventured an opinion, obviously without premeditation, everyone, including the Americans, jumped on him. At my intervention that we should cease dealing with trivialities and concentrate on material matters, Newson promptly and loudly agreed and passed on to the next item. A particularly controversial point centered on their reluctance to join in an appeal for an end to terrorism, now that agreement had been reached on the holding of an all-party conference. The British in particular resisted this, obviously siding with the UO and the terrorist movement, with the Americans passive and indecisive by themselves. I think we could have convinced them. My 3 black colleagues came out strongly and were most telling the case they advocated. The whole cause of the fighting has now ended, and it is absolutely evil to continue killing our sons. I stress the point that henceforth much of the blame for the dreadful terrorist killing, maiming, torture, rape and general banditry would fall on their shoulders if they obstructed our appeal for peace. What more did they expect us to do? But all our efforts fell on deaf ears. The dedication of politicians to resort to almost any means to retain their positions of authority, accompanied by the associated material benefits, is compelling. The crime is compounded when they prejudice the interests of outside innocent parties while pursuing their nefarious objective. To make matters worse, the Americans had allowed themselves to be dragged into a situation where they found themselves out of their depth, allowing the British to dictate to them. In the end, we made some progress, and succeeded in getting our hosts to agree to a formula for an all-party conference, albeit with the British representatives as reluctant participants, unwilling taggers-on. The contribution and demeanor of the 3 black leaders of our team was beyond reproach. We worked well together and complemented one another in the various fields we were explaining and promoting. It was obvious to me that a number of those in our audiences were pleased to witness for themselves the travesty of the picture that our enemies were trying to propagate. That Smith was a dictatorial white racist attempting to suppress all opposition. We could not adequately express our appreciation to Bob Nicholson and his security men, who had been commissioned to keep an eye on us. They were tremendously efficient and always helpful and pleasant, especially when under pressure. There was therefore a certain emotional feeling when we bade them farewell, and dear Bob Nicholson insisted on coming with us to New York and seeing us safely on to our SAA flight to Johannesburg. We were all excited to get our noses pointed to home, and were welcomed on board by the typically warm South African hospitality, for which they are justly renowned. As usual, after a protracted absence, there was a pile of work awaiting us, most important being the clear evidence that we would not be able to comply with the 31 December date for introducing the new Constitution. This was nothing new, as we had been forewarned of it months ago, but the press had got wind of it and were blowing it up as some serious breach of the agreement. In reply to a question, I made it clear that this had always been a possibility, had actually been stated publicly, and had been mentioned on our recent visit to the USA. This should have had the effect of diffusing the issue if it had not been for the fact that some of our black members, including Muzorewa, were adding fuel by expressing their alarm at the news. This was completely irresponsible action, calculated at placating the hotheads among their supporters. I asked the Secretariat to arrange a meeting of the Executive Council with the necessary information to put the record straight. The evidence was conclusive. At one of our meetings the previous month, prior to departing for the States, A report from the committee dealing with the issue recorded that the end of February was the earliest possible date. The reasons were obvious. There were still a few complicated issues, constitutional as well as others, requiring finalization. And at that meeting, Muzorewa had been in the chair. Moreover, at a meeting 2 months previously, the constitutional lawyers framing the new constitution informed us that their work would not be completed in time to comply with the agreement date. Into the bargain, I reminded Council that when we signed the 3 March agreement, we had been warned by the Secretariat that it would be difficult to comply with the time scale. Muzorewa did not have a leg to stand on and simply asked for time to explain the position to his party's executive committee. I suggested that he should have started that exercise at least 3 months before, but it would not have been helpful to have pursued the matter. It was just one more example which added to my anxiety over his leadership qualities, as he was the person who predictions clearly indicated was going to be the new prime minister. There were some who, because of his vacillation, questioned his integrity. It was my belief that because of his inability to make up his mind, he often found himself floundering. Consequently, he grasped at straws and ended up in conflicting situations. When he eventually took over, he would need constant support and careful shepherding. In all honesty, he was no leader and could be influenced by the one who last spoke to him. Therein lay the danger. Our black people were now paying the price for using him as a respectable front for their campaign in 1972 to reject the agreement I had made with Alec Home. After they had succeeded in this exercise, there had been attempts to move him aside, but he had successfully resisted these, so they were hoisted by their own petard. Life went on. On Saturday, 11 November 1978, as usual, we celebrated our Independence Day, and in spite of all our troubles and problems, the spirit of the people was still high. I flew down to Bulawayo to join the Matabeles for their Armistice Day service on the Sunday, and then had an important meeting with the Matabele chiefs the following morning. It was obvious that they were deeply concerned about political trends, and their anxiety was aggravated by the fact that the Matabeles were not represented on the Executive Council. The other 3 members of the council, Muzorewa, Sithole, and Shirao, were from the Shona-speaking parts of the country, and I was the only one they could trust and talk to. I pointed out to them that Nkomo was the political leader of the Matabeles, that we had offered him a seat on the Executive Council, and I asked, why was he not occupying? They assured me that they had been urging him to do so, but that he seemed to be playing some game which they could not comprehend. The answer was clear. I did. Nkomo had confided in me that he was not the leader of the Matabeles, but the leader of all the black people in the country. However, he would be reluctant to make that point to the Matabele chiefs. More and more it was becoming clear to me that, because of his scheming to be all things to all people, Nkomo was in danger of falling between 2 stools. The 4 Executive Council members took off for New Sarum at 7 a.m. on 15 November for Pietersburg, South Africa, for a meeting with the new South African Prime Minister, P.W. Botha, and the inevitable Pick. After a 2-hour flight, Harold Hawkins was there to meet us. The South African party had gone by chopper direct from Pretoria to the rendezvous. Hawkins was visibly annoyed to find that they had included Magnus Malin, commander of the South African Defence Force, without informing him, in keeping with accepted custom, in order to enable us, if we wished, to include our equivalent in our team. Hawkins had accused Brand Fury of deceit, and the latter had trembled with rage, but Hawkins was totally unrepentant. When he told us that we were to board a chopper and fly back to a camp on the banks of the Limpopo, our common border with South Africa, an hour's flight back in the direction from whence we had come, I queried why we could not have the meeting here in Pietersburg, which had all the necessary facilities and conveniences. Still fuming over our host's trickery, Hawkins said, Camp David, I queried. Hawkins shook his head. Yes, they've just come back a Pekin brand from the USAA. and they have not got an original bloody thought in their heads. One can only be philosophical on such occasions, so we climbed on board and set off to retrace our steps. What a useless waste of time and energy this was, especially when one took into account that at the conclusion of our meeting, we would once again spend a couple of hours returning to Petersburg in order to make our return flight home. To add insult to injury, our helicopter was a big lumbering troop carrier, drafty and noisy, making communication and even thinking almost impossible. When we arrived at our destination, we noticed the comfortable VIP transport our hosts had used. Fortunately, it was a cool overcast day, as is usual at that time of year, with temperatures at around 120 degrees in the shade. We were given a kind reception by the army caterers and enjoyed a cup of tea before our meeting. The object of the exercise was to pressurize us into expediting the implementation of our agreement. Clearly, Rhodesia was an embarrassment to them, and they wanted to get shot of it at almost any price. They were obviously, or more correctly, Pick was, kowtowing to the black members of our council and constantly throwing in the word Zimbabwe instead of Rhodesia. I explained to PWA Botha how our target date of 31 December had to be extended by an estimated 2 months, for the sole reason that the constitutional lawyers required the extra time to complete the task. This was nothing new, I explained. We had known the position for some months, and I was of the opinion that we had kept the South Africans in the picture through Hawkins. Am I correct? I asked him, and he gave a definite affirmative. And this was conveyed to our friends here? We were given the same reply, and Brandfori nodded in agreement. Sithal made the comment that no one in this world was more eager for implementation of our plan than we were, because we lived with the problems and our own people were being killed every day. I asked if the South Africans could give us any suggestions as to how we could expedite our plan, but there was no reply. I took a few minutes to explain that the establishment of a responsible, democratic, anti-communist government in our country would not only be to the benefit of Rhodesia, but South Africa as well. PWW agreed and assured me that there was no difference in our thinking on that point. But Pick had to wax eloquent and tell us growing world pressure was building up against them, and that the Rhodesian issue simply added to their problems. I expressed the contrary view that, while our problem remained, the rest of the world knew that without South Africa's cooperation, they would never solve our problem. For that obvious reason, they dared not risk antagonizing South Africa. But once Rhodesia was out of the way, in keeping with the well-known domino strategy at which the communists were world masters, I said they would concentrate all their attention and energy on the ultimate objective, the Republic of South Africa. That was an appropriate moment for them to pull back into the lounge, and so we adjourned for lunch, which was a splendid affair. There was a big marquee, a beautifully laid table with silver and candelabra and yellow candles, the best white and red wines. Our members were conspicuous by their abstinence, and a buffet lunch, which left nothing to be desired. It was suggested that we have a short session after lunch in order to summarize what had taken place. It would have been tactless of me had I given it my opinion that this had been a classic example of an exercise in futility, in view of the fact that we had not only kept them fully in the picture, but nay, they had every means of communicating with the U.S. through Hawkins in Pretoria, and their ambassador in Salisbury. We certainly had urgent matters to attend to, and I would have thought the same applied to them. Hawkins provided the answer. It gave Pick an opportunity to perform. He did it well, charging his speech with drama, pouring lavish praise on his new leader, who had performed so brilliantly over the short period he had been in the chair, grappling with the extraordinary problems which the rest of the world was hurling at South Africa. All of this was intermingled with gross exaggerations and flights of fancy. One moment he would be gazing at his leader, the next dropping his eyes to the table and shaking his head in remorse over the dreadful evils which confronted his country, and thence looking upward to the roof with hands outstretched, obviously seeking guidance. One could only be impressed with his performance. He certainly exploited to perfection the Shakespearean assertion that all the world is a stage. I found it interesting and not surprising to hear from Hawkins that, in his early days, not only was Pick an actor of repute, but that he also wrote plays. We were offered accommodation and hospitality for the remainder of the day and night before returning home, but there were no takers. The whole setup was a familiar scene to me, but it set my black colleagues thinking, and they asked many questions after we left. What was the true object of the exercise, in view of the fact that all along the South Africans knew the answers? Did I believe that PWA was straight and honest? They were not sure about Pick. Chief Chirao asked, "Why are the South Africans so frightened about the rest of the world, when they are so big and strong and independent?" Sithole opined that their Department of External Affairs, by the next morning, if not that very evening, would be in contact with Nkomo and would be making a plan with him. PWA entitled Byron on the sheet doll had barely settled into his new seat. One could only sympathize with him over the problems he had inherited, such as the information scandal and the general feeling that his predecessor Vorster was totally involved in it. There was also the question of the elimination of apartheid, which Vorster had described to me as the greatest evil on our earth, worse even than communism. This was something which had to be faced up to, but something about which Vorster had done nothing for the ensuing 3 years. It was said that one of PW's assets was that he faced up to problems and was prepared to make decisions. He had certainly inherited a basinful. As for Pick, my comment was that foreign affairs ministries in general seemed to be part of a strange world, and once a person became entangled with them, it seemed difficult to avoid becoming contaminated. In my opinion, there was a decent, honest way for South Africa that would preserve their Western civilization. It was obvious that discrimination based on race, color, or creed was undesirable and unacceptable in any civilized community. But this did not mean that the safeguarding of rights, culture, tradition, and decent standards should not be attempted, especially for minorities unable to defend themselves. They should introduce a strong federal system, which would encourage different groups to protect their identity, traditions, and way of life, and secure this in a constitution immune from tampering and underhand influence. The large number of diverse nations and groupings in their country would support and protect such a system. Time was of the essence, because under their current system, they were draining their economy, prejudicing expansion, depleting their white population, aggravating race relations not only with blacks, but with their colored and Asian communities as well. This was having the effect of uniting everyone else in the country into a strong opposition against the white community, something which many of them would have liked to avoid. They simply wished to be treated with dignity as human beings and not regarded as second-class citizens. The important point was that they were not seeking power and, in fact, would join with others in order to ensure that the communists did not succeed in their dream of securing a one-party dictatorship. It seemed to me that this would be the way to protect their civilization, spike the guns of their opponents, and once more open their doors to Western investment and immigration with all its professionalism, technology, skill, and experience. Ensuring that people were content with the opportunity to work for a better way of life was the best solution to the problems of any country. For a while, there was no talk on the aircraft. We were all deep in thought, no doubt contemplating the future and wondering what hope there was for us as part of this strange world where one could no longer rely on loyalty, friendship, promises, a code of conduct, those old-fashioned qualities that no longer seem to be of value. I said to myself, those words which I have never forgotten from the day they were spoken to me by John MacDonald, one of the finest and most respected men I ever knew, our senior English teacher at the school I attended in Guelph. The friends thou hast, and their adoption tried, grapple them to thy heart with hoops of steel. They were certainly few and far between those days. We had a safe return flight, and I was back home in good time to join the rest of the family for Janet's birthday dinner, a happy occasion which helped me to forget my problems for a while. Our two eldest children, John and Robert, married members of well-known local families, and fortunately these turned out to be happy and successful affairs. Alec, the youngest of our clan, was engaged to a Norwegian girl whom we had never met. Elizabeth arrived on a familiarization visit to have a look at us and allow us to have a look at her. She is a beautiful and charming girl, completely natural, and we have all fallen in love with her. Alec has made a fabulous choice, and in fact has shown great maturity over the whole affair, particularly gratifying because there is no more important decision in a man's life. For the remainder of the month of November, we held Executive Council and Ministers' Council meetings almost on a daily basis, and gradually, through continually hammering away, we progressed with the Constitution. There were embarrassing moments when certain members, through self-interest, attempted to insert conditions which were outside the terms of our agreement. But responsible opinion prevailed in the final event. 30 November was a great day. The final agreement was ready, and the 4 Executive Council members, supported by their Ministers' Council members, stood together and presented their case to the media. There were to be 8 electoral regions, in keeping with the boundaries of the existing 8 provinces. Of paramount importance was the devolution of powers to provincial authorities for all those matters affecting the daily lives of the people, such as education, health, local government, communications, and law and order at the provincial level. Most important of all, the first majority rule government would have cabinet ministers proportionally reflecting on a party basis the representation in the Legislative Assembly. Right from the beginning, this had been my foremost aspiration for 2 principal reasons. First, it would contribute towards better government by including the experience, professionalism, and skills of our white community. And second, it would help to maintain white confidence and morale, thus reducing the exodus of our people. In other words, we would have a government of national unity to help bind our people together in order to ensure that we could overcome the immediate difficulties before us and bring terrorism to an end. The British and Americans had not given up on their pursuit of their settlement, however. Their envoys, Cledwyn Hughes and Stephen Lowe, arrived on 5 December to see if we could make progress on the all-party conference. Hughes began by attempting to obtain our concurrence to the introduction of new conditions, obviously favorable to the Patriotic Front of Mugabe and Como, that had not previously been discussed. Both Sithole and Muzorewa jumped on him, expressing dismay that he should attempt to introduce preconditions when he was aware this was contrary to what had previously been agreed. We had expected them to give us a venue and date for the conference. I quoted from the State Department's minute of our last meeting in Washington of 20 October, which proved conclusively that their suggestion was a deviation from that agreement. Was this deliberate, or a mistake indicating that they had not taken the trouble to check the record? There was an embarrassing silence, and after fumbling for a while, Hughes queried the need for and desirability of our national government. Muzorewa simply asked why it was right for Britain to do this during the last World War, and wrong for us to do likewise under similar circumstances. That effectively shut up that one. The trouble was that they knew so little about our case, and we had the complete story. Every time they moved, they put their foot in it. In a short space of time, the meeting collapsed, and they went off to think about it. Their problem was that they were trying to comply with further demands from the Patriotic Front, instead of pointing out that an agreement had been made, and therefore they must comply with it. But that would mean standing up to the OA and the communists. What a hope! After lunch, Hughes and Lowe came to see me at Independence in an attempt to gain some concession that might help them to win the Patriotic Front across. I spoke to them about the crisis of confidence and the resultant loss of expertise, professionalism, experience, skills and capital through immigration. I explained that this had been triggered off by Britain's failure to honor the 1976 Pretoria Agreement. Why did they not comply with this, then? The problem would be solved. They sat speechless for a while and then pleaded ignorance. If we showed weakness, I said, and gave more ground to the terrorists, this would only exacerbate the situation and further lower morale and increase despondency. There was one clear, obvious answer which would provide an immediate solution. The British and Americans had to cease trying to appease the terrorists. They were a bit depressed when they departed, and Lowe, the American, said with a tinge of emotion in his voice that he had developed a great love for Rhodesia, and now this meant that he would never be coming back again. I urged him to cheer up. Where there was life, there was hope. The next day, 6 December, brought another American visitor. Senator McGovern was on a visit to Rhodesia and came to meet me in the afternoon. I told him that I had heard from people with whom he had held discussions, that he was accusing me of lacking integrity and good faith, and that this was prejudicing our settlement. I told him I hoped he could substantiate his claims. He was a bit taken aback, but soon collected his thoughts and started by mentioning the distrust which existed between the members of our transitional government. I replied that I found that strange in view of the fact that only a week ago we had all stood together in public at a press conference and announced the finalization of our new constitution and plans for our impending general election. Did that not debunk his story? He then turned to the State Department briefing which he had received, and discovered that this was in conflict with his findings here. I was able to produce the agreement which we had made with them in Washington just over a month previously, and said we were patiently waiting for his government to comply with that. Then I reminded him of the agreement signed with Henry Kissinger in 1976. Could he explain, I asked, why his government had reneged on that? He quickly sidestepped that one, but was honest enough to admit that on the evidence before him he had been misled by the State Department, and graciously apologized for his false accusations against me. Then we talked at length, covering much ground, and his approach was totally constructive. In the end, he gave an undertaking to add his weight to the call for a removal of sanctions, and the holding of an all-party conference without precondition. It sounded hopeful, but I wondered if he was going to be any different from so many of the others who pledged support while they were here, but readily changed their minds when under pressure from other quarters. Apart from visitors I met our caucus. As Parliament was winding up for the Christmas recess, and especially in view of difficult times we were going through, it was important to keep them fully in the picture in order to eliminate any communication gap that might lead to misunderstanding. They had behaved most responsibly, and, by taking time and having more than normal patience, I had succeeded in getting them to go along with a number of tough decisions. It was necessary to reaffirm constantly the deceit of our friends in the free world and the double standards with which we were confronted, and that this encompassed the South Africans as well. On the positive side, we had succeeded in producing an agreement and a new constitution with conditions calculated to preserve decent civilized standards. This would help to maintain the confidence of our white community, and thus, we hoped, curb the flow of emigrants. As all of our enemies, in particular the communists and the terrorists, were becoming increasingly antagonistic to our plan. This must mean only one thing. We were moving in the right direction, and we had to keep up the pressure. The South Africans remained a problem. Their judicial inquiry into the information scandal had hit the headlines, and the Judicial Commission did not seem to have pulled their punches. Unfortunately, it seemed as if Vorster could be implicated. It appeared that there was still much below the surface which was yet to come out. The problem for us was that this tended to make them oversensitive, with their Foreign Affairs Ministry looking for means of diverting attention. Hawkins told us that he was inundated with questions about the need for statements from our government of national unity, stressing the safeguards for maintaining standards and preserving the confidence of our white community. Was it necessary for me to make public statements? Why should not the black members of Executive Council do this? Did we not realize this was provocative to the UAA? In response, we sent a message to Hawkins requesting him to point out to the people down there that our 4 Executive Council members rotated in the chair weekly and statements emanated on this basis. The exception was that, until the Constitution was promulgated and became the law, I was still Prime Minister and had to make certain announcements if they were to have any meaning. Moreover, the majority of our government were black ministers, and they were adamant about the need to stress those conditions which would maintain white confidence internally and externally, the confidence of the free world, with the goodwill and investment which this would attract. Hawkins replied that he had given them this message 100 times, but because of their obsession with appeasing Conda and Nyerere and the UO, they turned a deaf ear to it. It seemed quite clear that our plans to preserve confidence through the promotion of decent standards of civilization, ensuring freedom, justice, prosperity, and economic stability, were regarded as of no consequence. And into the bargain, they continued to inform the South African public that they were not attempting to pressurize us. We had to keep trying to influence the outside world. A constructive interview with British TV on 14 December gave me an opportunity to put over a few truths. I told them that I did not believe Callaghan would face up to their much-vaunted all-party conference with no preconditions. We were waiting for the call, I said, but my gut feeling was that they would back down because the UAL and their protégés were opposed. It would not be the first time that the UK and US administrations had resorted to deceit and sided with the communist terrorists behind our backs. There was a unanimous decision that we would all take a break over Christmas and the New Year, so we flew down to the farm in the usual DC-3 with the children, grandchildren, and the dogs. It was a beautiful time to go, because there had been good rains. The country was looking lush green. The cattle were sleek, and the mealies growing apace. The children enjoyed themselves driving tractors, riding horses, and milking cows. Regrettably, our security forces had to be more on guard than normal, because the terrorists took advantage of such times to ply their evil trade, hoping that they could catch people off guard, especially women and children. A few such reports came in, including one on a farm about 20 miles from us, where a wife was brutally murdered and mutilated while her husband was away dealing with his cat. On my return to Salisbury, I was shown dreadful photographs of approximately 200 cows lying dead in a kraal, where they had been collected for veterinary inoculations the following morning. They had been mowed down by terrorist machine guns during the night. The photographs showed baby calves trying to drink milk from their dead mothers lying on the ground. People who can perpetrate this kind of crime are more animal than human. In my New Year broadcast to the nation, I gave an assessment of the position in which Rhodesians found themselves. One particular issue I dwelt on was the constant drain of skilled manpower through emigration. I said, the main effect of the emigration of skilled personnel, which accelerated in 1978, will be felt in 1979 and become more severe unless the trend is stopped. This will be the main difference between 1978 and 1979. A growing shortage of skilled personnel will reduce rather than create employment. It will have an adverse effect on productivity. The basic fabric of the economy is, however, intact, and it will respond quickly to any improvement in conditions. One afternoon, I had a meeting with Albert Mells, MP for Gatuma, and his constituency committee, who were threatening to walk out on him because of their disenchantment with our proposed new constitution. We talked for a few hours, and after I gave them proof of the pressure we were being subjected to by the South African government, they conceded that we had no option. Included in his delegation were a few people of Afrikaner descent, and they were especially shaken by the information which I had given them, and apologized with emotion for the inconvenience to which I had been put, one of them with tears in his eyes. They could not credit that the South African government had behaved in such a manner, and in particular that they were deceiving public opinion by their oft-repeated statements that in no way were they attempting to pressurize us. A note in my diary. The Abdim's storks have been back with us for a few weeks, from their annual summer migration to Europe, and we have been worried that our old friend with the broken and buckled leg had not shown up. He has been here regularly for the past 4 years. Well, he's back on the lawn in front of the house, and Janet and I went out and talked to him this morning. And as I rode my cycle around this evening, he was very much in control of the situation and quite unconcerned. We are thrilled. The brutal murder of rural people continued, even though our security forces hammered Zanla and Zipra both internally and externally. The South African pressure continued. For example, on 20 January 1979, I had a visit from David Smith and David Young, Minister and Secretary of Finance respectively, to brief me on their visit with Ernest Bull, his Minister of Finance, to South Africa the previous month, and to have a general discussion on the economic picture. They were scathing in their condemnation of Pik Botha's insulting behavior. After 20 years' experience at this kind of meeting, that was in a class of its own for rank bad manners and emotional acting. Botha had also behaved so abominably that Bull commented that his display was worse than he would have expected from an uncivilized savage. Botha openly stated that the golden days of assistance from South Africa for Rhodesia were over. There was a ganging up among certain ministers to oust Horwood, Minister of Finance, as he was well known for his sympathetic attitude towards Rhodesia. If such a move should materialize, it would be a sad day for South Africa, because at the IMF and World Bank and other international financial institutions, Horwood was held in high regard. There was a volatile situation in South Africa, with many segments of government overreacting because of the information scandal, and this was not conducive to responsible and mature decisions. And their Ministry of Foreign Affairs was in the lead, providing prima donnas for the scene. It was clearly a worrying time for our Minister of Finance, and obviously, if Pik Botha and his comrades had their way, our problems could only grow. They were going through yet another appeasement epidemic. It was based on the philosophy that you can have an easier and better life today if you sidestep those issues requiring greater effort and maybe even sacrifice in order to ensure a better future for your children. Let me say from my experience in politics that it is much easier to sell to voters a commodity which will make them comfortable as opposed to one which will require effort. There are 2 ingredients necessary to stimulate people to make a stand. First, a cause which motivates them. Freedom to live according to their traditions, culture, religion, coupled with a determination to make a stand in order to protect these. Second, good leadership in order to mobilize and motivate. Many worthwhile and feasible causes have been lost through indifferent leadership. The gangsters, the extremists, never lack leadership or dedication. It is the decent, moderate person who, because of his reasonableness, is prepared to tolerate another point of view, who usually finds himself edged into the background in the rough and tumble and unscrupulousness of modern-day politics. One of our most vital, indeed desperately urgent, tasks in life is to arouse moderate people when freedom and justice is under attack. By late January 1979, the campaign for the referendum on the new constitution came to a climax. There was a particularly rowdy meeting in Salisbury, packed with a crude, undisciplined opposition from the reactionary right wing, who were totally destructive in their contribution. Fortunately for us, their ill-mannered behavior did their cause more harm than good. David Smith, who was speaking from the platform with me, was rewarded with applause when he likened the booing from our opponents to the noise from his cows when he was down on the farm. I was unable to resist jumping to my feet and adding, with respect, that to associate my bovines with such ill-mannered behavior would be to insult them. At long last, on 25 January, we received a truthful statement from the South African government on their attitude to our new constitution. This was necessary in order to correct the lies which the Rhodesian Action Party, RAPE, our reactionary right-wing opponents, had been propagating. The South African government contradicted RAB's claim that they were opposed to our plan for stampeding the one-man, one-vote process. Going back to Vorster's time, on a number of occasions he had given undertakings that he would make it clear in public, firstly, that he supported us in what we were doing, if he were truthful. He would have admitted that he blackmailed us into doing it. Secondly, Vorster had promised that South Africa would oppose any move in the contrary direction. Pick Botha had given a similar undertaking to all 4 Executive Council members at the meeting at New Sarum in 1978, and at our meeting on the banks of the Limpopo on 15 November 1978. He had made a similar promise in the presence of PWU. Botha, T. The above South African reply to the rap was, nevertheless, engineered by me. In the week before, I had sent a message to PWF, Botha via Harold Hawkins, asking Hawkins to ensure that it went beyond foreign affairs and reached PW, pointing out that if they had not delivered the goods before my eve of poll broadcast, I would have no option but to take the initiative. No doubt that frightened them into producing the desired result. The thought of leaving it to me must have been a pretty grim prospect. We never ceased to be appalled at the South Africans' sheer dishonesty on the Rhodesian issue. On the one hand, forcing us to do things against our better judgment, while on the other blandly making public statements that they would never contemplate trying to apply pressure to us. And RAP was trading on this in their opposition campaign, in spite of the fact that they knew, through the 12 dissidents from our caucus, the truth of the situation. We found it difficult to decide which was more devious, the South African government or RAP. In the midst of our referendum campaign, there had been a fair number of seemingly influential visitors from Europe and America, and although they appeared to be impressed by our cause, we waited in vain for any response from their governments. I had a meeting on 29 January with visiting us Democrat Lowenson, who came with a reputation of being an extreme liberal. His attitude, however, was completely different, and he impressed me with his straightforward honesty and constructive desire to get the facts and try to help. He openly conceded that the U.S. administration was not motivated by principle or morality, but by black pressure from the UN. Even more important, in their own backyard, where the black vote had put Carter into office, and would mean win or lose for Carter next time. I could not help thinking to myself how unintelligent it was of the U.S. electorate to place themselves in a position where there won voters were so equally divided that a small percentage of extreme and racially motivated members of their community could hold the balance of power in the elections. Referendum day fell on 30 January. We cast our votes early and then moved around to various polling stations speaking to people. As usual, it was a busy, exciting day. After dinner, we went down to the central post office, where the results were coming in from all over the country. The place was a hive of activity. I had predicted a 70% ICE vote, so it was a most welcome relief for me when it turned out to be 85%. I declared it to be a great positive decision which will consolidate and strengthen us internally and be a forceful message to the rest of the world of our unity and determination. The press had been very much in evidence, and one of them put it to me that this was my greatest victory ever. But I wanted time to consider that one. The success for me was tempered by family departures. The next day, 31 January, I wrote, Elizabeth flew off back to Norway. We will miss her, because she fitted into our family perfectly and we have grown to love her so. Our hopes and prayers are that she and Alec will fulfill their dreams and plans. The day after that, 1 February, both my sons and my son-in-law were away. Alec left this morning for his stint in the army, and as Robert and Clem are likewise doing service, all three are away. It is a tough time for the mothers and wives and sweethearts left behind worrying and hoping. And what makes it much more difficult for us is that our friends in the rest of the world seem so unconcerned. The overwhelming affirmative vote in our referendum had made a significant impact throughout the world and encouraged our friends to renew their efforts. There had been reassuring calls from both Washington and London. Our black colleagues in government were obviously exhilarated by the result, hoping that, in the coming first majority rule general election, they could emulate our performance. There had been no reactions from South Africa. Hawkins told us that they were completely engrossed in their information scandal and the lambasting they were receiving, not only from their political opponents but, more important, from the whole country in general. It was becoming more and more obvious that Vorster had been completely in the picture all along. So much so that prominent newspaper editorials were calling for his resignation, and certain Johannesburg city councillors were refusing to attend the ceremony conferring upon him the freedom of that city. We received further views from the outside world on 9 February. When Ken Flower of the CIO reported on his recent trips to Europe and North Africa, where he met, among others, King Hassan, the Shah of Iran, General Dick Walters, USA, and de Maranchis, France Pride. Everywhere he found strong criticism of the decadence of the free world, which hinged on the dreadful incompetence of their leaders. One of the comments eschewed a bunch of pygmies who would look more at home amongst their contemporaries in Rwanda. And Flower relayed a comment from one of the representatives attending a recent conference at Guadeloupe, discussing the sale of aircraft to China and assistance for the Shah. That Schmidt opposed everything the British proposed. D'Estaing sat on his hands, and Carter didn't understand what was going on. On Monday, 12 February, my intention to retire was questioned at a meeting with the President and members of the African Farmers Union. Dennis Norman, of the Rhodesian National Farmers Union, was in attendance. We had an intelligent and balanced discussion on a number of their problems, and finally left me with the message of their deep concern over stories of my impending retirement from the political scene, as they believed that it would be in the national interest for me to continue. That day, Nkomo Zipra shot down a second one of our Viscounts, again on a flight from Kariba. This time no one survived as the stricken aircraft plunged straight into rugged, hilly country. Again there was a wave of public anger. Our security forces responded, as they had before, with raids into Zambia and a long-distance bombing raid on a Zipra base near Luso in Angola at the end of the month. Other concerns were raised on 15 February at a meeting in Bulawayo with the Matabele chiefs. I spoke strongly on the stupidity of the Matabele nation being divided into two factions and fighting among themselves, while the Mashonas were milking the cow and getting away with the spoils. They ended by expressing their deep concern over this majority rule monster which confronted them, and expressed their desire to continue as in the past. The question of my retirement met further opposition on the morning of 26 February in the party standing committee, which met to plan for the impending general election. We faced the difficult task of scaling down the existing 50 constituency MPs to 20, and I made it clear that I would be happy to stand down in order to make way for a younger candidate. There was complete opposition to this suggestion, however, on the grounds that this would have an adverse effect on the morale of our white people, and on the evidence available, a large number of blacks into the bargain. Not everyone was opposed, however. During lunch, a message came from my secretary to say that David Smith wished to see me urgently. He had received a phone call from Pick Botha expressing concern at their information that it was my intention to stand in the election. David conceded that during their unfortunate meeting at the end of December 1978, he had mentioned to Pick that he had heard me say that I would be ready to stand down if need be. Botha had used poetic license when passing my comment on to his friends throughout the world, assuring them that I was retiring from politics and that no longer would I be a thorn in their flesh, and accordingly, how happy we will all be. Botha was now sitting by his phone, I was told, awaiting the reply from David to pass on to his cabinet colleagues. And if it was the wrong answer, we would live to regret it. We agreed that it was deplorable that he could descend to such depths, the worst kind of blackmail, and a blatant contradiction of what they were telling the public. I wondered why he did not have the guts to contact me personally, but David said he thought the answer was obvious. My natural impulse, the same, I believe, as that of any normal man, was to tell Botha to go to hell. But then, as so often in my position, I had to curb myself. I told David that their days of blackmailing the white man, their so-called friends in Rhodesia, had ended. They had already indicated their choice in the New Zimbabwe, Muzorewa, and the UN. We had a number of pointers to prove this. So if they wished to do anything to my personal detriment, let them get on with it, because this would not harm my country. Thus my answer for David to pass on was clear and straight. I have never given any undertaking to anybody, or made any agreement concerning my retirement from politics. Moreover, there is a clear indication, not only from whites, but amongst black people as well, which has come to the surface particularly strongly during recent weeks, that I should continue in politics. The day I am shown that I am no longer wanted in the service of my country, I will stand down. Oh! As a final coup de grace, I told David to ask Botha from me whether his request was made in promoting the best interests of Rhodesia or in assisting him in his horse-trading business aimed at fostering South African detent. Needless to say, there was no reply. On 28 February, on the adjournment of the House in the afternoon, our final day, I made a kind of valedictory speech, and at the end, when I complimented this great Rhodesian nation with its tremendous people, a lump came to my throat, and I had difficulty in completing all I wished to say. It was embarrassing, but there is just nothing one can do about this. Under such circumstances, it would have been unnatural not to experience some emotion. The South African pressure on me was unrelenting. On 5 March, Rowan Cronje came to report back to me on his visit to Cape Town, the previous week at the invitation of Pick Botha, who met him at the airport and took him straight to his residence where he talked non-stop for 1.5 hours. Then they were driven to the Prime Minister's residence where he laid on a repeat performance. PWW sat, listened, and said nothing. Apart from the fact that they had given commitments to other people after his meeting with David Smith and Ernest Bola in late December. Pick claimed it would be to my advantage to retire gracefully. I had such a fantastic world image and reputation that I would go out in a blaze of glory. Otherwise, I would find myself in the degrading position of having to serve in a subordinate position to a black prime minister. Even my enemies in the world would be sorry to witness this, and of course my South African friends would find it even more traumatic. Pick hoped that Rowan could get the message over to me, discreetly and without mentioning names. Rowan was taken aback by this, and pointed out that he had obviously informed me about his visit, and whence the invitation had come. Anything else would have been dishonest. It would be equally dishonest if he failed to report back the facts to me. For the first time, PWA intervened to say that he agreed with Cronje. Pick was completely deflated, and the whole sordid business came to an end. Rowan was obviously embarrassed, and apologized for the fact that he had been implicated. But I put him at ease by indicating that, had he not gone, we would not have known what was going on. I was pleased to have further confirmation of what we had suspected. It was clear that their Department of External Affairs believed that the new black government in Zimbabwe would be something they could manipulate and mold. Any of the white ministers from the previous Rhodesian government would obviously make their task more difficult, but the thought of Smith being one of the participants was a dreadful nightmare that could not be contemplated. On the return flight to Johannesburg, Rowan bumped into Jimmy Kruger, one of the government ministers. He was pleased to hear that I was fit and ready to be a candidate in the coming election. In Pretoria, Rowan also met a number of Nationalist Party MPs who reacted enthusiastically when told of my readiness to stand in the election. Yet Pick had assured Rowan that it was the united view of government, cabinet, and caucus that I should step down from the political scene. I wrote in my diary, "It is sad to record that I find myself in a position where I am more averse to dealing with certain members of the South African government than the British. With the latter we know that they are our enemies, and expect accordingly, but when your friends treat you with such blatant treachery, your problem is compounded." My decision to continue in politics was supported on 9 March in a series of meetings at party level, with the Standing Committee and Caucus, and at government level, with the Executive Council and Cabinet. There was a strong conviction that I must not stand down, and the black ministers were unanimous in this view. As one of them said, "I can understand the South Africans wanting you out of the way, because that's what Nkomo and Mugabe want. But it's the last thing we need here." There was also representation from the security chief saying that the rumor of my retirement was causing concern among their men at a critical period, and they believed it was their duty to warn that such action would have adverse effects. But in Cape Town, the South Africans were keeping up the pressure on Harold Hawkins with the Audiobook. Seemingly casual questions such as, "Any news about your Prime Minister's position yet?" They were always at pains, however, to indicate that the decision was mine, and that they were not attempting to pressurize me, other than threatening to cut my throat if I did not agree. On 2 occasions since the new year, I had suggested to Harold Hawkins that a face-to-face meeting between myself and the South African Prime Minister might help to clear the air, but there were no takers. I had had a feeling that the message was stopped at Foreign Affairs and never reached PWW. My suspicions were further aroused when Rowan Cronje mentioned that on his recent visit, Pick had said, "We were hoping your Prime Minister would come down for discussion, but unfortunately he couldn't spare the time." A message came from Hawkins to say the South Africans would welcome a visit from David Smith and one of my other ministers, but not Rowan Cronje, as evidently they had been disenchanted with his obstinacy on his last visit, when he had refused to connive with them in their plan to deceive me. But their obsession with secrecy and covering up continued, for they insisted that the whole thing be in complete confidence and nothing mentioned about it. One would have thought that they had learned a lesson from the information debacle which was still raging. In the latest development, according to Hawkins, they had sent Hendrik van den Berg, the Secret Service chief, flying to Paris to buy off Eshel Rudy, the former controversial Secretary for Information, to prevent him selling his tape recordings. They were obviously concerned that this would implicate other people in their government. So a few $1 million of taxpayers' money might be a cheap price to pay to prevent this. I was happy to send Hilary Squires along with David, not only because of his clear and logical reasoning, but because they represented the vital ministries of finance and defense. We talked things over before they departed, and when the question of the secrecy of their meeting came up, I told them that it was a personal question for each man to agree or not. To which Squires replied, "That will be the bloody day." The South Africans were using every means to force my hand. I had a visit one evening from Muzorwa and Shikarema. They had been asked by the South Africans to press me to stand down because... So their argument ran. My resignation would lead to recognition of the new government by the major free world countries. This was a compelling reason, and moreover, the South Africans promised I would be taken care of and compensated anywhere in the world. I made 2 points in reply to Muzorewa and Shikarema. First, I had no intention of living anywhere in this world other than my own country. Second, because of my strong objection to corruption, I rejected any such offer with contempt. I said I would be influenced by what was good for my country, such as recognition and the removal of sanctions. But clearly we had to be on our guard because of those occasions when we had been deceived and betrayed by Britain, the USA, and even South Africa. If they were to deliver the goods through recognition and the removal of sanctions, it would be a pleasure and a relief for me to pull out of politics, and I would gladly give that undertaking. Muzorewa nodded his head in agreement and made it clear that he was merely the bearer of a message from the South Africans. He said that, on the evidence before them concerning the morale of the white people, and especially maintaining the confidence of the security forces, the UN's executive were convinced that I must not stand down. He then complimented me on the part I had played in our country, especially recently in bringing us to the current situation. History would record that I had been a great help and ally, and he hoped that my wisdom and experience would be available in the future interests of our country. His party would wish to take advantage of this. On 12 March, David Smith and Squires reported back on their Cape Town trip. It had been most pleasant and friendly. Why? I asked with surprise. What was the cause of the change? Absolutely fortuitous, was the reply. One day made the difference between triumph and disaster. Brand Fury had returned from Europe the previous day to give PWL a devastating report of Pick Botha's meetings with the British, US, German, and French governments. He had been affronted and literally snubbed by all of them. Owen's behavior had been particularly disgraceful, while the French foreign minister had insulted them by sending his deputy to meet them on arrival. The South African Prime Minister was incensed and vehemently made the point that none of them could be trusted. Accordingly, there was only one path to follow. Those of us who believed in the same ideals of democracy and civilization in southern Africa had to stand together. "It's an ill wind that blows nobody any good," was my comment. The South African government had learned the hard way what we had been trying to tell them for the past half-dozen years. The rest of the world would use them when it was to their advantage, and then drop them like a hot brick when the wind blew from the opposite direction. The South African volte-face was characteristic of their overreaction. 1 minute, they were up to their ears in détente, with the rest of the free world working hand in glove with them to bring peace to Africa. But when things did not materialize according to their aspirations, indeed hallucinations, they were dumbfounded and resentful, and reacted in the contrary direction. Referring to the question of my position, the object of the visit to Cape Town, PWA, said Rhodesia's 2 main priorities were to keep our white people in the country and our white soldiers in the army. If it was believed that my continuance in politics would assist with these priorities, the answer was obvious. Squires, with his logical, analytical legal reasoning, commented to me. I was happy that he didn't attempt to explain why their thinking was in the opposite direction the previous day. I suggested to Squires that there could be a difference between the thinking of PWI, Botha, and Pick, Botha. I added that it would not surprise me to hear that the day after Pick returned to South Africa, he was pressurizing Hawkins over my retirement. PWL asked R2 to convey the message to me that he and the members of his government had always had great admiration for my courage and leadership during our long battle. And in the short time that he had been Prime Minister, he had come to realize the great burden and pressures that such a position carried. Over the following week, we had visits from General Mallon and other security chiefs who had obviously been given political clearance to get on with the job. Mallon expressed his pleasure and satisfaction that he was now able to fulfill his plans and give us the priority we deserve. He was scathing in his criticism of the double standards practiced by the free world leaders against South Africa, but also conceded that some South African politicians had not acquitted themselves well. From the report I received, this criticism was mainly directed at foreign affairs. Fortunately, the close contact which had been developed with PWI while he was Minister of Defense was continuing, and this augured well for the future. On the morning of 3 April, I had a meeting with my 3 Executive Council colleagues to consider a plan which I had agreed with PWA, both in the previous week, involving a treaty of cooperation and mutual support in the security field after the coming election. PW and our security chiefs had expressed apprehension as to whether the other 3 Executive Council members would support it, but I assured them that there would be no problem, as it was clearly to the advantage of all concerned. My prediction was correct, and the meeting was terminated with all 4 of us signing the declaration. We then held a short informal discussion about the election, as it was necessary for me to apprise them of the fact that I was receiving a constant stream of reports that in many rural areas the candidates had not been seen or heard from, and the people were in the dark as to what was happening. A typical report was one regarding a meeting the previous weekend at Victoria Falls, where a large crowd turned out to listen to Zindoga and ended up informing him that it was their intention to vote for Smith. A ridiculously muddled situation when they were confined to voting for a black candidate. So it was necessary for me to upbraid them as tactfully as possible and urge them to greater effort. The British made a last effort to disrupt our progress. On 11 April, I had a report of meetings in London the previous month at which David Owen had tried to convince our 2 leading chiefs, Chirau and Wenwani, to break away from our Rhodesian plan and election. He received short shrift. When it was clear that he had failed to convince them, he lost his temper, and his behavior was reprehensible, according to the chief secretaries. I was saddened to learn of this behavior from a so-called civilized Westerner. Whether you agree with them or not, our chiefs are traditionally men of dignity and standing, and this kind of behavior from a British minister appalled them. They had one word to describe him: rubbish. The security aspects of the election were paramount. I wrote in my diary, 12.0479, for the past week, I've been talking with Nadjok about a few transborder operations. From captured terrorists, we have information that it is their intention to step up operations during our election in order to harass and embarrass us. Zebra has a base in Botswana, and they travel to and from Zambia using the Kazangula ferry. The Zipra HQ is in Lusaka, the nerve center from which all their operations are planned, and they have a large base west of Lusaka from which operations in that area are conducted. One captive from that base tells us that they are planning a big operation to take over a landing strip in northwestern Matabiland, to which they will fly in aircraft from Angola. Our chaps on the ground are hoping that they will try, because they will all be eliminated, and we would welcome a few extra aircraft to add to our fleet. But of course, they have neither the ability nor the nerve for such an operation. So we are going in tonight with a 4-pronged attack, just to give them a reminder. The preparations have been meticulous, because at this kind of game, the element of surprise is crucial, and for that reason, one seldom has a second chance. As always, there are great risks, especially with daring operations, and one of these involves driving over the Kafue Bridge on the main trunk road, which is heavily guarded. But our SASAs have a plan, and they are confident. These fantastic chaps have proved so many times in the past that they can do the almost impossible. I wish them well, and that night offered up a prayer for their safe return. Many a time I have heard visiting military specialists comment that our Army and Air Force must be, for its size, one of the finest in the world. 13.0479. The operation was a success which exceeded our expectations, with everybody safely back. The most serious casualties were 2 cuts and a bruise. The snatch from Zimbabwe base in Botswana brought back 14 terrorists for interrogation. The Kazangula ferry was at the bottom of the Zambezi River. Kamo's house, which is a stone's throw from State House in Lusaka, was demolished, and Zimbabwe HQ and an arms cache nearby blown up. The base west of Lusaka was sent flying in all directions. Poor old Konda, I felt a certain sympathy for him, having to put up with all these humiliations. Our crack troops, CS, Cella Scouts and RLI went into Zambia whenever they wished, and the local army did the only sensible thing. They got out of the way. This particular occasion was especially embarrassing for Konda, as he was hosting an OAU summit in Lusaka, attended by 300 delegates. Apart from having their sleep disturbed by the explosions and gunfire, however, they were in no danger. As all Zambians, Mozambicans, and Botswanans knew, we were interested only in Rhodesian terrorists who had declared war on their constitutionally elected government, using women and children and innocent civilians as their principal target. There was that occasion in 1978 when our Air Force put an aircraft over Lusaka Airport, giving instructions to the control tower to delay all arrivals and departures, particularly those of the Zambian Air Force, while our aircraft bombed a nearby Zimbabwe camp. The instructions, reinforced by a flight of hunters circling the area, were all faithfully carried out until the operation was complete. 14.0479. The news of yesterday's exploits has reverberated throughout the world. Our friends are thrilled and our opponents mad. The fact that there were so many OA leaders in Lusaka is the cause of considerable alarm. What if we had killed them? It would have been easy enough, but as I have said, that kind of action has never been part of Rhodesia's code of conduct. We despise terrorists and have never believed that their despicable acts give us license to reciprocate. Our troops are meticulously disciplined, and although this might sound outdated in this dreadful world, there is great spiritual solace in knowing that one has been able to abide by those genuine standards of civilization to which we have constantly paid lip service and claimed to support. These successes were topped off by the general election. By Saturday, 21 April, I could record a very successful week with a 63% turnout of voters for the election, in spite of the fact that terrorists had attempted to intimidate people into abstaining. There was a big gathering of press and observers from different parts of the world, and they were highly impressed and commented favorably on the whole procedure. The results went much as we predicted, with a majority for Uyungu Muzorewa, but fortunately not enough to encourage abuse of power. We received messages from supporters in Britain and USA who believed that after our obviously free and fair and successful election, things could only move our way. They promised to assist us to realize our goals. At least one lesson had been learnt. On the night of 20 April, Ndwini, proud of his election success, dropped in for a short discussion and to thank me for my advice and encouragement. The next morning, Gabela and Bafana came on a similar mission, and the most important point they both made was that the Matabeles now realized that their mission was to concentrate on Matabeland and stop trying to bluff themselves that they could influence politics in Mashonaland. It was so logical and obvious. No Matabele had ever won an election in Mashonaland other than a turncoat who had deserted his own people, and no Mashona had ever won in Matabele. It was far better to be honest and accept these facts of life. They are different people with a different language, different culture, different traditions, but nevertheless they can live and work together peacefully in the same country, as happens in many other parts of the world. 19. My last days in office. Muzorewa was to take over power from the transitional government on 1 June 1979, so there was much to be done by way of preparation for that and to wind up my premiership. In late April, I called in the service chiefs, Lieutenant General Walls, his deputy at Combined Operations Headquarters, COMOPS, Air Marshal McLaren, and the commanders of the Air Force and Army, Air Marshal Muscle and Lieutenant General McLean, to apprise them of my plan to prepare the ground for Muzorewa to approach Kama of Botswana and Konda of Zambia in search of reconciliation and the promotion of trade, which was natural and had always been part of the scene. With a new black leader in our country, the time was obviously propitious, and there was no merit in delay. With Kama, the position was straightforward, as he had always got on with the business of running his own country and avoided provocation. He was a mature person who had governed his country with wisdom, and the beneficial results of this were obvious. Konda, on the other hand, was a different case. He had got himself embroiled with the terrorists. His country was in tatters and deteriorating by the day, and his protege Nkomo was waiting in the wings, expecting to take over as the new leader of our country. No doubt they were both kicking themselves over the opportunities they had thrown away, caused mainly by Konda's inability to stand up to Nyerere. There were obvious tactics that we could use, however. First, we would desist from provocative attacks in and around Lusaka and deep penetration into Zambia, those acts which were so humiliating to Konda. But around our borders there would be no slackening of effort or lowering our guard. This would help to pave the way by enabling Muzorewa to take the credit. Second, I had asked the economic ministries to produce some plans which would be of economic assistance to Zambia. The Zambians desperately needed this, and it would obviously be a useful bargaining point for Muzorewa. The security chiefs were in full agreement and said they would commence with their part of the plan. I met Muzorewa on Thursday, 3 May, to advise him of these plans, and he readily concurred. He said he would think of an emissary to send to Kama, and we would make plans for Konda, and follow that up with Michel. He asked a number of questions about simple problems that were cropping up, difficult to deal with for those without experience, and clearly indicating the advantage of our agreement for an evolutionary handover, as opposed to a revolution with its associated convulsions. I reminded him of the most important change he had to face up to, as now that he was the leader of his country, he accordingly had to put the national interests before party interest. This meant orientating himself towards government and his official advisors, and away from party HQ and all its hangers-on. He agreed and expressed the hope that I would continue to make my help and experience available. And shaking my hand warmly, he said, "Thanks, my friend. We will go forward together." I noted in my diary that, if this were to materialize, he would need to produce greater qualities of leadership and develop the ability to make decisions. I attended a pleasant dinner that evening with the Van Vuren's, South Africa's representative. Rowan Cronje was there, and recalled the meeting at Libertas's, when Vorster was giving us a vivid description of the latest British thinking on our problem. I had asked, "Are there British here, and if so, wouldn't it be an idea if we met them together?" Vorster was taken aback, and after a few uneasy seconds admitted they were there, and agreed to make the request. It never materialized because of some lame excuse, but Rowan said he could never forget the coolness of my approach and the sixth sense, which indicated to me that the British were probably around. An embarrassed Vorster had no option but to tell the truth, or face the probability of the information leaking out. The next day, 4 May brought wonderful news of the British election. I wrote a short note to Margaret Thatcher. "All Rhodesians thank God for your magnificent victory, and pray that you will have success in your difficult assignment. May you succeed in restoring decency and honesty to the British political scene." On Sunday morning, 6 April, I went out to pay my respects to the Sela Scouts and reassure them over the future of our country. I encouraged them to talk and ask questions, and Ron Reed Daly, their colonel, said they were all satisfied. At the conclusion, they sang their tremendous song. Nothing could be more stirring. I had an interesting talk with Chris Schulenberg, the first man to win our highest decoration for bravery, the Grand Cross of Valor, GCV. The first citation, covering his award of the Silver Cross in the SAS, included a series of acts which seemed to be almost impossible. But the second, dealing with his top award, went even beyond that. It was difficult to credit the man's complete disregard for his own life and safety. He introduced me to a couple of his black colleagues, who were highly decorated. One of them was our first soldier to be awarded both the Bronze Cross of Rhodesia and the Silver Cross, CR. I recall this being drawn to my attention, and specifically the fact that he was a black man. My response was direct. I am not concerned with the color, but the merit of the case. This individual's foot had been blown off by a landmine, and as soon as the wound had healed and the artificial foot fitted, he was back in camp, insisting he should go on the next raid and performing with fearless bravery. Yet our friends in the British and us governments persisted in accusing us of being white racists, attempting to suppress our black people. It was our firm policy to preserve the highest standards for our awards. Indeed, many people claimed they were too high. During our approximately 10 years of war, mild to begin with, then growing in intensity, there were only 2 awards of our GCV. Schulenberg GCV, CR, CSS, and Sela Scouts, and Graham Wilson GCV, CR, and Big CR. These truly were the bravest of the brave. There were a few citations, however, for the Silver Cross, which involved such exceptional valor that I felt they may have been deserving of the higher award. The margin was indeed slim. Then, as in most theaters of conflict, there were the unsung heroes, acts of courage and leadership which went unnoticed, sometimes necessitating the supreme sacrifice. Just part of one's duty in the cause of preserving freedom and justice in one's country. Greater love hath no man than that he lay down his life for his friends. I was being kept busy. On 8 May I had a visit from 2 influential Americans, the heads of Superior Oil and Falconbridge mines, who believed that we were about to gain recognition from the USA. They were going back to do what they could to assist this process. By 11 May, there had been a series of investitures over the previous few days to clear up the backlog before the new government takeover. An incredible act of bravery from a 15-year-old schoolboy earned the Conspicuous Gallantry Decoration, one of our top civilian awards. He took on a gang of terrorists single-handed, wounded 2 of them, and when they retreated, pursued them, and continued the fight. As one of our senior commanders commented, listening to that citation brought on one a sense of humility. There were also a number of awards to security force personnel involving tremendous bravery, and as on previous occasions, I sensed strong emotional feelings. It was all coming to an end, this tremendous nation of Rhodesians with their epic history of fighting a lone battle for freedom and Western civilization, and they were wondering what the uncertain future would hold. There were 2 worthwhile awards in the civilian field, to men who had consistently over the years made tremendous efforts on behalf of Rhodesia and had played a big part in helping to bring the various factions together for the 3-March Agreement. Ken Mackenzie, a big industrialist in both Rhodesia and South Africa, and Andy Andrews, who was at the head of Allegheny Ludlam, the big smelters of Pittsburgh, USA, had both achieved spectacular successes in the battle to overcome sanctions. While grateful for the honor, both assured me that they had been motivated by their love of our country and the principle for which we were fighting. On 12 May, there was some good news from the UK, USA, and South Africa. Margaret Thatcher said that it served no purpose in looking back. They must now assess whether we had complied with the E6 principles. Into the bargain, there was her reply to a question during the Conservatives' recent election campaign. She said her assessment was that we had done enough for the Conservatives to recognize us and remove sanctions. And Carter, the real slippery customer, now said that he would make a decision on Rhodesia in a few weeks. His timing was right because, in a few weeks, he would be dealing with a black prime minister instead of a white prime minister, and that solved his problem. Finally, there was an encouraging message from Hawkins, indicating that the South Africans had realized, albeit belatedly, that they could not trust their free world friends. They were now working for the formation of a constellation of states in southern Africa, with the object of promoting the common interests of the countries involved and bringing their peoples closer together. Hawkins said, "I refrained from commenting that at last they were accepting our advice. There also were personal matters to consider. The family got Alec to the airport in time to catch his flight to Oslo for his wedding. We would be moving out of Independence at the end of the month, so we had a happy family dinner on the night of the 12th. Alec would not be returning to this residence. On 13 May I reflected on the South African problem with some of my colleagues. There was a strong consensus that the South Africans' first priority should be to start talking internally with their various races and hammer out something acceptable to the majority. They would be agreeably surprised at the result, we thought, as many of their black people were hoping for peace and a better way of life. A system of meritocracy which removed racial discrimination and preserved decent standards of civilization would be acceptable to the free world. The longer they procrastinated, the more difficult it would become. The release of Mandela seemed to be a necessary, albeit unpalatable, prerequisite. I had made the point to Vorster that while Mandela was incarcerated, with the passage of every day, his martyrdom increased. It served no purpose to point out, as he had done to me, that according to the law of the land Mandela had been sentenced to death and was therefore lucky to be alive. Against the evil of apartheid, that one was laughed out of court. By mid-May there was a bit of infighting and juggling for position among the various parties, and I had to devote much time to arbitrating and counseling reason and patience. The last thing we wanted at this stage was any breakup, especially as the main problem was in the UNC, the incoming government. Nothing could be more prejudicial to our hopes for recognition. Sithole was also being petulant. 16.0579 heard the incredible story, as yet unconfirmed, that Sithole has sent messages to the UK and US governments and UN and OA, urging them not to recognize the new government and remove sanctions, as the election was bogus. If so, this is absolutely evil and unforgivable, done in a peak of anger, attempting to seek revenge because of his poor showing in the election. There were other problems with the new order. Gaylord told me that Muzorewa had suggested in a most considerate manner that, because of his close association with me and the Rhodesian government, it might be undesirable for him to continue as secretary to the cabinet. This, in spite of the fact that he had concurred with me previously on the desirability of retaining Gaylord, even if only for a short period, to enable him to become established in his new position. There was no problem for Gaylord, who had indicated to me his preference for retirement with the advent of the new government. If the Prime Minister wished for a change, that was his prerogative. Gaylord informed him so, indicating that the likely candidates, judging from experience, ability, and seniority, were George Smith and Malcolm Thompson. Gaylord undertook to inform the Public Services Board of Muzorewa's wishes so that they could process his request. On 16 May, Gaylord conveyed to Muzorewa the board's recommendation that the post should go to Smith. He was a bit taken aback when Muzorewa said he wished to have a black, but Muzorewa must have been even more taken aback when the board chairman informed him that such action would be in violation of the 3 March Agreement and in conflict with what Muzorewa had said in public during the recent election campaign. Fortunately, he accepted this gracefully. Evidently, he had hoped that his brother-in-law could be given the position, a man with absolutely no qualifications or administrative experience. This would have been a gross violation of laid-down procedure for the civil service. We both shook our heads in disbelief. It was a classic example of how easy it would be for our country to degenerate into a banana republic if there were no laws and regulations and rules to control and guide governments. And equally important, no civil service bound by integrity, tradition, and experience. Then good news came from the U.S. Senate, where on 15 May, a resolution in our favor was carried by 75 votes to 19. This was a major victory, giving us a great boost. It seemed that it must pressurize Carter to move in our direction. After a meeting with Anthony Duff of the British Foreign Office, Gaylord told me the next day, 16 May, that the British attitude had changed completely since their last discussion. The British were most cooperative and seeking assistance in finding a modus vivendi for recognition. This gave us reason to be optimistic about the difference between a Thatcher government and the others. The honeymoon, however, would not last long. I had a taste of the new British attitude on the morning of 18 May, when Duff came in for a discussion. He appeared relaxed and helpful. He thought an all-party conference was now irrelevant, that Nkrumah was a spent force who had missed the boat, and that Sithole was making a fool of himself and would fade into oblivion. He agreed with me that if the U.S. removed sanctions, this would solve the problem and end Britain's predicament. Into the bargain, there would be no conflict with Margaret Thatcher. But, he warned, Britain would still be saddled with selling the packet to the OAO. My counter was to point out that, if it were a fait accompli, any problem would endure for a couple of days and then be overtaken by the appearance of a new Bokassa or Idi Amin. He smiled in agreement. I went on to point out the dangers which would be associated with the impending Commonwealth Prime Ministers' Conference, to be held in Lusaka in August, if our problem were not finalized. This would be an emotion-creating occasion in the middle of Africa, with the specter of the UO hovering in the background. The British, I predicted, would be backed into a corner from which it would be difficult to extricate themselves. It seemed to me to be absolute madness to run that risk, when an obvious opportunity for evasion presented itself. Moreover, such an atmosphere would provoke the terrorists, and in return we would be compelled to retaliate, obviously exacerbating the security problems associated with the conference. By grasping the nettle now, the problem would be eliminated. I recounted that Konda had said to me at one of our meetings in Lusaka that the problem with the British government was that they lacked the guts to implement their own plan. Duff showed no inclination to disagree, and undertook to relate my views to his political masters, indicating that these days his task was much easier. On 19 May, there was a hint of what was to come. Duff had been misleading me. I had a message from Hawkins to say the South Africans were convinced, through a message from their Washington embassy, that the British were planning to do a deal with the U.S. at the coming Vance-Carrington meeting, in which they would support the USA on the plan of the trial is well for Namibia in return for the Americans agreeing to hold their val down and easy val hand on the lifting of Rhodesian sanctions. I found this unbelievable. Maybe a Labour government would resort to this kind of treachery in an effort to connive with the UA in their desire to bring down our new government and supplant it with the communist terrorists they were supporting. But not a conservative government under Margaret Thatcher. Such a thought was totally ridiculous, and I wondered who could have concocted it. Then I recalled that some of our old and trusted Tory friends had expressed concern that Peter Carrington was being lined up for the job of Foreign Secretary. He had recently visited Rhodesia in this capacity on a familiarization tour and had interviewed me. He was certainly smooth, considerate, and supportive of what we were doing, but I would not have believed that he could be party to the Machiavellian scheming associated with the cynical plot of which we had been told. However, the fact that his reliability had been questioned by certain of his parliamentary associates gave me cause for concern. There were other distractions, however. On 20 May, as part of my final duties, we took the early flight to Bulawayo for our annual visit to the National Trade Fair, which was always a most worthwhile occasion. The usual warm reception awaited us when we arrived at Government House, but we noticed a special feeling associated with this occasion, because everyone knew that this was the end, our last such visit. Government House in Bulawayo is indeed a special place, full of history, tradition, and atmosphere. It was built by Rhodes, and everything about it depicts the British Empire. Its greatness, its glory, the beauty of old England, Rhodes's furniture, pictures, treasures. It was one of the most gracious houses we had ever occupied. To the one side stood Rhodes' hut with its thatched roof, his first home in Rhodesia. A short distance away, the big tree under which Rhodes and Labangula talked and made their treaties. In the distance, on a clear day, one can see Thabas in Duna, the mountain of the kings, which was the home of the Matabele kings, Mzilikazi and Labangula. The horse stables were magnificent, with ironwork, woodwork, doors, and enamel drinking troughs imported from England. When we moved in, we found that these outside buildings were not in a good state of repair, but that was quickly remedied with the placement of notices indicating matters of interest to encourage the public to visit and enjoy this lovely part of their heritage. The big tree was not looking in good health either, with evidence of the dreadful modern cult of name carving. In quick time, a guardrail was erected, and the tree experts brought in for advice. There were approximately 300 acres of estate land, and I was surprised to learn that it was never put to any use. A constant veld fire problem in the dry winter months. We quickly solved that by establishing a herd of pedigree Afrikander cattle and a flock of pedigree Persiana sheep, both breeds indigenous to Africa. This was achieved with wonderful cooperation from the nearby Matopos Agricultural Research Station and kind donations of female stock from certain members of the Rhodesian Afrikander Breeders Association. Not only were the magnificent animals a joy to see, but the scheme grew to be economically viable. Moreover, the residents living in the suburbs surrounding Government House not only enjoyed the pleasure of looking out on the beautiful animals on the other side of the fence, but they no longer lived with the anxiety of raging veld fires and the associated unpleasant smoke and fumes. We had received tremendous enjoyment and satisfaction from our association with this great place, which had the effect of stirring one's thoughts and imagination. We rescued a number of historic items from dust heaps and resurrected them with the assistance of the Historical Monuments Committee, who were thrilled at being given the opportunity to participate. Janet devoted her energies to organizing and improving the residence and beautifying the garden, creating a garden committee of local experts, enthusiastic at having this opportunity to contribute. Our participation and contact with this piece of Rhodesian history had been a rewarding and stirring experience. Needless to say, its ending was a nostalgic and traumatic occasion. We hoped that those who followed would continue where we had left off. The trade fair was a tremendous success, with the spirit of the people at a high peak. It was amazing to me when I knew that deep down in their hearts they must have had serious misgivings as to what the future would hold. But being intelligent people, they would realize the sterility of negative thinking, and that if ever there was a time in our history for faith and belief in the Rhodesians' ability to overcome problems, this was it. On our final night, we hosted our traditional dinner to enable us to pay our respects to a band of local people who had served their community with great credit. Indeed, this was an especially memorable event, as all those present realized that it was the last such occasion. We rose and drank a toast to Queen and country. That would never happen again. It would no longer be Rhodesia, and loyalty would be in a different direction. On 24 May, after an early breakfast, we took our farewell from the place we had grown to love so deeply, and as we drove out of the entrance gates, we held hands and, looking back, expressed our prayers and hope for the future. Janet had caught the flight to Salisbury to organize our departure from Independence, and I headed for Guanoro for a few days farming. The penultimate step in the process of standing down was to go to Parliament on 29 May for the election of the state president and president of the Senate. I then set about the task of determining who to bring in as cabinet ministers from my side. I had my quota, which was small, and it was an unpleasant task to determine which of my team to drop, for they all had been wonderful and loyal supporters. For myself, I was to be minister without portfolio. Then, finally, 31.0579, my last day in office, went down this morning, had a cup of tea, and said goodbye to them all. John and Claire were clearing up the last remains. This afternoon, after the last load had departed from Independence, finally Janet and I took our last walk through the house which had been our home for the past 15 years. We didn't talk, we just felt. What a wonderful part it had played in the history of our country. Meetings with prime ministers and many other ministers of state. It had witnessed glorious moments, tough and stirring negotiations, depressing occasions which one would prefer to forget, but they are there and cannot be eradicated. Our staff were waiting at the back door to bid us farewell. They had become part of the family, so this was another poignant moment. A few of them were departing tomorrow. For reasons best known to themselves, they were leaving government service. We drove out the back gate to our new home, which was nearby, much smaller but adequate and very comfortable. We were in bed by 11 p.m. and slept the sleep of the just, our best night for some time. 20. The Government of National Unity and the Lancaster House Conference. Bishop Muzorewa took office as Prime Minister on 1 June 1979 as head of the Government of National Unity. He faced many initial difficulties, including Nadabaningi, Sithole, refusing to recognize the election result. These issues would resolve themselves, but Muzorewa would enjoy only a couple of months before he was compelled to negotiate with the external nationalists at Lancaster House. This was to be his undoing. An immediate problem facing me on 1 June was to counsel the veteran nationalist James Shikarima. Over the past few months, had on several occasions expressed to me his deep concern over Muzorewa's lack of firmness, views which he claimed were shared by 15 MPs, including some of the most competent in their party, the UNKI. Their patience and tolerance were being severely tested to the extent that some were talking of breaking away from the party. After listening patiently, I commiserated with him, but as on previous occasions, I counseled patience in the national interest. There was clear evidence that we could justifiably expect recognition and a removal of sanctions from both Britain and the USA, and this would mean a number of other free world countries would do likewise automatically. If any action on their part prejudiced this, then responsible opinion, black and white, would condemn them, and rightly so. He said he could not fault my logic and would attempt to convince the others who were associated with him. Shikarima also informed me that 6 of Sithal's MPs were fed up with his continuing non-acceptance of the election results and the accompanying intrigue, and had indicated their desire to join any faction which broke away from Muzorewa. He hoped we could keep in contact. Another problem for me was that some of my overseas political enemies were still propagating their lie, that my plan was to frustrate a black takeover so that we could preserve white control. And they enjoyed an amazing amount of support from the communications media. Yet the record proved conclusively that from the time we made the agreement with Kissinger in Pretoria in 1976, all our efforts had been in the opposite direction. As we had pointed out on so many occasions, our problem was that some leading world countries had a guilt complex because of the part their ancestors had played in colonialism. And they jumped at every opportunity to use the white man in Africa as a sacrificial offering to salve their consciences. Into the bargain, because of our juxtaposition, Rhodesia's problem was aggravated by South Africa's apartheid policy. This washed off onto us, and we had a constant running battle explaining to people that there was no connection and no similarity between our countries' respective political systems. But our communist enemies did a good job of twisting the truth against us, and it was alarming to perceive how easily they succeeded in misleading people, even those who were unbiased and trying to make an honest assessment. And of course their task was facilitated by political leaders who were happy to join in the game of deceit and treachery in order to gain themselves some local political advantage. The first week of June went reasonably well with the first cabinet and several committee meetings, and our agreement to include a sprinkling of experienced white ministers was clearly facilitating the process of transition for the new government. But we were immediately confronted with the bombshell of Carter's decision on Thursday, 7 June, against removing sanctions. Our new Prime Minister, Muzorewa, came out with a strong condemnatory statement. Carter's hypocrisy and rank dishonesty was unbelievable and unforgivable. He advanced the reason that the removal of sanctions would be to the prejudice of our country, an absolutely infantile argument which nobody could credit, as the truth was the complete reverse. It was obvious to any thinking person that he had only one objective in mind: winning himself black votes in the coming presidential election. Fortunately, our supporters in Congress had reacted strongly against the decision, and even the Washington Post, well known for its left-wing leaning, had been critical. Unfortunately, it would have the effect of stimulating the terrorists and set back our new government in its quest for peace. It was a dreadful example of the tremendous power wielded by leaders of powerful countries who are prepared to abuse their power for their own selfish ends. Massive damage can be inflicted, sadly, on smaller, weaker people by unscrupulous demagogues who establish themselves in positions where they are able to exercise power without responsibility. Muzorewa and his church authorities in the USA had certainly been given to understand from Carter that sanctions were about to be lifted. The wedding day of our son and his Norwegian bride in Oslo was celebrated on 9 June. We drank a toast to their health and happiness. It was all we could do, because we had been given the message that our presence in Norway would be unwelcome. To have the racist Smith on Norwegian soil was obviously unthinkable. On 11 June, an interview with the new British representative in Rhodesia, Derek Day, tended to play down the significance of Carter's action. Day accepted the desirability of recognition and said it was simply a question of tactics and how to bring it about with the least provocation to the EOAA. He hoped that we would allow time for their new conservative government to settle down and prepare the ground. To counter Carter, Muzorewa announced to the cabinet on the morning of 12 June that he had received an invitation to visit Washington in order to put over our case, and he thought it a good idea. I inquired from whom the invitation had come, and as I anticipated, it was from strong conservative supporters. As I explained, we did not have to worry about convincing those people. We had to concentrate on the uncommitted voter, people who would like to help us but needed the relevant information and facts. We could, I argued, actually put the moderate middle of Theravada against us by being seen to be too closely associated with the right wing. He smilingly accepted the point. Unfortunately, he was a bit naive, especially for one who had to move in the jungle of international politics. The sense of urgency was lacking. At our Security Council meeting the next day, 13 June, the point was again stressed that our black cabinet ministers were not active enough as far as our amnesty plan was concerned. Zindoga was the only one to hold a meeting in the tribal trust lands. The rest were sitting back, enjoying life in their new positions. At my instigation, we were to set up an amnesty directorate along the lines of our most successful election directorate in order to facilitate our safe return policy. This was by far the most important task facing the new government, for if they failed in this, the whole government would fail. Unfortunately, it was a field in which white ministers could not contribute. I asked for a weekly update in order to ensure that we kept up the pressure. The meeting also discussed Muzorewa's impending visit to South Africa to meet PWA, Botha and some of the South African homeland leaders. Evidently, they believed he could assist and encourage in this area. The South Africans were developing the strategy of their Department of External Affairs of trying to bring our new government under their wing in order that they might control and direct our future policy as they had in the past with our government, by using security and financial assistance as a lever. Those of us with experience amplified the point and gave evidence to substantiate the fact that our current predicament was caused more than anything else by the South African government's failure to abide by their commitments to us. Instead, the South Africans further aggravated our position by continuing their flirtation with the frontline states and the British and US governments. We stressed the importance of Muzorewa keeping the ball in their court by reminding them of their obligation to deliver the goods in the security field, and also ascertain what efforts they were making to pressurize the USA and the UK to comply with their promises to remove sanctions and recognize us. What had South Africa done to impress on Swaziland, Lesotho, and Botswana the justification of our claim for recognition in view of the fact that we had complied with every demand made upon us? If those three independent countries in southern Africa, together with South Africa, presented a case to Britain and the USA of a plan to make a positive move in the interest of bringing peace to the whole region, it could tip the scales in our favor, we argued. A few of our black ministers made the suggestion that I should accompany Muzorewa to make available to him the benefit of my experience. But that was quickly laughed out of court. As I said, in the last few years they have attempted to evade me even when I was Prime Minister, so there wouldn't be much hope now. The reports from Harold Hawkins consistently emphasized the fact that their foreign ministry had openly demonstrated its opposition to, indeed resentment of, our success in including some white content and influence in the new Zimbabwe Rhodesia government. From the beginning they resented the concept of a national government, because, while it was one thing to have a few whites around the verges, especially good civil servants to ensure sound administration, to have them in ministerial positions where they would be able to make available their experience of past contacts and agreements with the South Africans was a bitter blow. Their first expression of concern was at the inclusion of 20 white seats in the parliament. But far worse was the agreement to include white ministers in the executive. This led to their frantic attempts to gain support for their plan to force me to stand down. So their dream of being able to work with and manipulate a virgin government, which had no experience of South Africa's shady history of the past 5 years, was shattered. It was our hope that Muzorewa's meeting with PWA would be able to expose all of this intrigue and introduce a bit of honesty into our dealing. On 15 June, after only 2 weeks of the new order, Chikarima came to tell me that the die was cast. On the morrow, they were making public their break with Muzorewa. They had heeded my advice, but in view of Carter's negative decision, their patience had run out. Moreover, they were being branded as weak and leaderless. I hoped that they would act with dignity and avoid recrimination and abuse, and present constructive alternatives. On his recent trip to London, Chikarima said that he had met some of Margaret Thatcher's ministers. They had assured him that the principle of our independence had been accepted, and their estimate was that by August we would receive recognition. Nkomo, who was in London at the same time, was confronted by a situation where no airline would allow him to travel on their aircraft because of the shooting down of a Rhodesian airline. Eventually, a friend accommodated him with a lift. This friend recounted to Shikarima that Nkomo had confided in him that he was making a plan to break away from the Russians. He never had been, and never could be a communist, and the problem was to find a way out of his jam. On Wednesday, 20 June, Muzorewa sent Gaylord to consult me. Our police had caught 3 CIA agents spying, and had also discovered that they were operating in South Africa and Kenya. They had confessed and were at present locked up. Flower had been in touch with the CIA, and they were pleading for their release. The CIA argued that if we made the arrests public and prosecuted the agents, it would embarrass the USA and lead to a rupture of the favorable conditions which had developed. A retired general, an old associate of Flower, and a close friend of Carter, personally assured Flower that Carter had made a deal with our friends in the Senate, Senators Helms, Hayakawa, and the others, that Congress was also about to lift sanctions, and Carter would not use his veto. This would enable Carter to disentangle himself from his commitment to his black supporters. It was a fortunate stroke of fate which had played into our hands, providing we did the right thing and turned it to our advantage. Gaylord thought it would be safe for us to release the spies on condition that, if the Americans did not produce the goods, we would publicize the affair. I disagreed because such a course would lose us the initiative. I argued, who in the world would believe our story if we had no bodies to prove our case? It appeared to me that our best tactic would be for us to initiate a visit by Muzorewa to the States, and thence to Britain, and while there he could show great reasonableness by making an agreement with Carter to solve his predicament. After all, Carter would be making no concession in view of the resolution passed by his Congress, while Muzorewa could magnanimously agree to the release of the spies. The sooner the visit took place, the better. Gaylord agreed, and went off to put the plan to Muzorewa. This was indeed manna from heaven, and should not be frittered away. It would be, however. Progress was being made. On 26 June, I could record in my diary. The first week in Parliament went well with good speeches from some of the new black members. The only thing which raised some interest was Muzorewa's trek by ox wagon through the city to take up occupation of the Prime Minister's residence. It was given headline prominence in the Herald, with a big photograph of the new Prime Minister sitting on his throne, dressed up looking like a colorful rooster, and a bantam at that, sitting on a replica of the ox wagons used by the pioneer column when they occupied the country in 1890. I cringed and closed my eyes. Muzorewa and his ancestors had not even invented a wheel by the time the white man arrived. Like most thinking people, I wondered what he was trying to portray. Sadly, his judgment has been so wrong in so many cases, in the eyes of black people as well as whites. It just does not help, especially with all the other problems before us. On 3 July, Rowan Cronje reported back to me after a trip to South Africa, where he said there was general concern at the turmoil within the National Party and a growing disillusionment among the public. A new president had to be elected to replace Vorster, compelled to resign because of his implication in the information scandal. It was generally expected that Lawrence Muller would get the vote until the day before the election, when he and P.W. had a difference of opinion, which led to a flaring of temper, resulting in P.W.A. changing course in Marévilloen, replacing Muller. Cronje was surprised at the growing strength of feeling and division in the National Party between Verlichte, liberal, and Verkrampte, conservative, and at the open discussion of the need for realignment in South African politics. That day I had to deal with the recognition issue, as I also saw Lord Harlech, who was visiting from Britain. He assured me that Thatcher and Carrington were going for recognition, in weeks not months, and that world opinion was moving our way. There was only one snag which worried them. The war did not seem to be ending as decisively as predicted. I pointed out that, if the British had the courage of their convictions, the whole thing would fall into place. The continuing refusal to recognize us was feeding the hopes of the terrorists. There were clear signs, I said, that both Conda and Michelle were desperate for a settlement. He agreed completely. I pointed out that, if the USA removed sanctions, Britain's problem would virtually be solved, therefore Carrington should be encouraging the American. I told Harlech that we had heard a story that Carrington was actually working in the contrary direction, and I hoped that this was some insane figment of the imagination. He was happy to assure me that the Conservatives would be neither so mad nor so devious. Harlech's report to Carrington, however, would simply lead to Britain turning its back on the recognition of Muzorewa's government. Muzorewa visited the United States, meeting Carter at Camp David on 10 July, and then went on to London. He was back on 14 July, and thereafter I had a long and interesting discussion with one of the officials who had accompanied him. I asked if Bob Nicholson was once again in control of their security. The answer was in the negative, as I had been classified as a much higher security risk, and it seemed correct, as there were no demonstrators or other security problems. These had obviously been the result of the United Nations, declaring me a danger to world peace. I was told that Muzorewa's performances were reasonable, some better than others. But the Americans' behavior left much to be desired, and the State Department were as devious as ever. The day Muzorewa was scheduled for an afternoon appointment with Carter, a lunchtime meeting with the press club had been arranged. At mid-morning, however, they sent a message asking him to stand by for a 1 p.m. departure, forcing a cancellation of his meeting. Eventually they took off at 4 p.m., and the crew informed our people that there had never been any doubt all day that the ETD was 4 p.m. So, their contact in the State Department had succeeded in frustrating an important meeting at the press club and annoying people who had made plans to attend, some coming from considerable distances. When our people requested that a couple of our team from information and the press accompany the Prime Minister, they were informed that there was insufficient accommodation on the helicopter, when, in fact, there were 6 spare seats on the flight. The visit to London was far more friendly, except for Callaghan, by then the leader of the opposition, and successful, and Muzorewa had worthwhile interviews with people from Europe, New Zealand and Australia, the latter strongly critical of their Prime Minister, Fraser, who had deviated from his election promises and was accused by his own party of being a turncoat. After his return, Muzorewa informed us that he had received the necessary undertaking from Carter to release the 3 American spies. Muzorewa added that Carter was obviously an honest man who would abide by his word, but needed a little time to make his plans. I was deeply distressed that we had thrown away this powerful bargaining counter. Sadly, as history records, Muzorewa's faith and trust were misplaced. He was out of his depth in the midst of all these international political sharks. Carter reneged on his undertaking to remove sanctions and never even attempted to explain his reasons to Muzorewa. The internal situation was demanding attention, and on 10 July, it was my duty to inform Cabinet that, at our last meeting with Nat Jock, the security chiefs had expressed concern over statements by certain black ministers indicating sympathy for the few missionaries who had been deported for supporting terrorism. I hoped it was not necessary for me to point out that the main target of the terrorists was Muzorewa and his cabinet colleague. Obviously, our white-serving men were not prepared to go on risking their lives eliminating terrorists if government was going to roll out the red carpet for their collaborators. Happily, there was positive and an unanimous endorsement, and a call for a public statement to be made to this effect. Security matters were taking on a new urgency as the terrorists began to take heart from the failure to secure recognition. On 17 July, our Security Council report to Cabinet pulled no punches in stressing the ineffectiveness of this government in dealing with the terrorist threat. Their complacency and comfortable confinement to the capital city was attracting much criticism. The Amnesty Committee had not yet got off the ground. They were waiting for the Prime Minister's broadcast to kick it off. Admittedly, he had only just returned from his visit to the USA, which seemed then to have been successful. But it is so easy to find excuses for not getting things done. I had a long discussion with Muzarewa on 2 August, stressing the seriousness of our situation and warning him that we were not gaining ground. If anything, the reverse was true, I said, and the longer we procrastinated, the weaker would be our negotiating base at any constitutional conference. Moreover, as a member of the Government Security Council, I was satisfied that he was getting an equally strong message from the security commanders. I was relieved to hear him concede that he had come to the conclusion that a conference in London was our best bet. He also made the point that it would strengthen his position for a visit he was planning to Britain and the USA. 4 days later, on Monday 6 August, at the Commonwealth Conference in Lusaka, Margaret Thatcher reneged on her promise of recognition under pressure from Nigeria and Australia, and set another course with a new commitment to an L-party conference in London. The month of August was devoted to the continuous battle of trying to motivate our cabinet colleague. In all honesty, we never ceased to be amazed, not only at the lethargy of our colleagues, but also at their incompetence, with a few exceptions. I had had a number of encouraging interviews recently with people from different parts of the world, and a delegation from a world forum with representatives from Europe, Britain and America, who were full of praise for what Rhodesia had done, and contemptuous of the response from the free world. Rhodesians had proved themselves to be truly great people, indeed an inspiration to those in the world who still believed in decent civilized standards and qualities such as courage and integrity. As one of them commented, "I still have faith that the free world will return to sanity." We detect that the pendulum is swinging back in a number of countries, and one day history will record that Rhodesia played a significant role in the battle against communism on the African continent. I hoped he was right, because time was running out. And in the end, even Rhodesians grew weary and lost faith in the free world. Regrettably, there seems to be a limit to human endurance, with maybe a few exceptions. Nevertheless, it was incredible what Rhodesians had endured. The loss of loved ones, the ruination of farms and businesses, and still they continued to resist, in many cases strengthened and enriched because of what they believed in and for which they had been prepared to make a stand. It was becoming more and more obvious that the new government was not succeeding, principally for one reason: they were unable to contain terrorism. Our black leaders had not been able to deliver the goods to fulfill their undertaking that once a black government was installed, the terrorists would come onto their side. There were a number of reasons. The black leaders were competing for support amid the various terrorist groups, and this involved running down one's opponents, creating uncertainty and suspicion in people's minds. A united front would have averted this. Moreover, the terrorists were totally successful in intimidating people, using ruthless methods against the poor, innocent rural inhabitants, who had to choose between capitulating or standing their ground with the resultant bullet through the head. The problem was compounded because of the failure of the 1976 Pretoria Agreement. Had Vorster complied with the undertakings given in the event of the agreement floundering, the situation would have been contained. The culmination of these events led to the erosion of our security forces, placing us in a position where we had lost half of our effective fighting force, and thus were unable to cover the ground effectively. Because of this, our security forces gradually became less effective, and from a position where they had always been in complete control, with the terrorists constantly on the run, they had to concede that in certain areas their presence was inadequate. And, although the terrorists beat a hasty retreat as soon as the warning was given, for much of the time they were in control. It was significant that whenever our security forces returned to an area, not only were they given a warm welcome from the local tribesmen, but there was a consistent appeal for them to remain in the area. The locals were on the receiving end of cavalier treatment from the terrorists, who consumed food and used accommodation without any compensation, but most objectionable was their insistence on sexual favors from their womenfolk. Moreover, there was the constant political indoctrination and accompanying inquisitorial investigations of those considered not to be in line. Needless to say, those who were considered guilty, often on flimsy evidence, received rough justice. I made a note of a particular case brought up in a Security Council meeting that vividly demonstrated the dreadful injustices associated with rampant terrorism. A young man in one of the tribal villages to our north was accused of collaborating with the security forces and shot by a group of passing terrorists in front of the locals who had been gathered to witness the occasion in order to impress on them what happened to those who sided with the enemy. Our security forces who operated in the area were puzzled, as they had no knowledge of the man. Investigations indicated that he had won the attention of a local girl in competition with one of the other contenders, who became so bitter and twisted that he decided to exact his revenge by disclosing his concocted story to the terrorists. It was diabolically effective. As the whole world knew, the main support for the terrorists had come from the communists, Russia and China. But what I found difficult to stomach was that in recent years they were receiving assistance and particularly moral encouragement from Western countries, notably Britain and the USA. Moreover, there was clear evidence that a few religious organizations were working hand in glove with the terrorists. When certain of these people were deported because of their subversive activities, there were the usual howls of anguish and accusations of infringement of rights. I always gave careful attention to complaints relating to violations of freedom and justice, and listened to the views of our legal experts. However, when one heard the evidence of the barbaric atrocities inflicted upon our innocent inhabitants by the terrorists, almost exclusively against defenseless black people, anyone implicated in these dreadful crimes was clearly associated with treason. It is generally accepted throughout the world that the penalty for treason is death, so such people who were deported should have been grateful for the humanitarian consideration which they received. Regrettably, it was difficult to avoid the conclusion that we were in a no-win situation. Muzorewa had clearly been deceived by Carter, as he, himself, was ready to concede. The Conservative Party in Britain, our friends, were avoiding a positive decision to comply with the undertaking given in the campaign for the recent general election which they had won. However, our staunch supporters in the party assured us that a British government-sponsored conference in London would provide a just and honourable solution. Although there were some doubts about Carrington, Margaret Thatcher would stand her ground. After all, we had complied with everything that had been asked of us. Free and fair elections, which nobody had questioned. A black majority government with a black prime minister. What more did they want? We were committed to the free enterprise system, and were on the side of the free world, so how could Britain and the USA and the other leaders of the free world countries do anything other than give us their blessing? They had pledged themselves to do just that. So, while I had previously resisted any thought of an all-party conference, believing that if we persisted, we would gain recognition of our honest and straightforward effort, I was reconciling myself to a change of thought, and my close colleagues in the Rhodesian front agreed. There were the two main reasons I have mentioned. First, the terrorists were gaining support among the indigenous population, not through convincing argument and appeal, but by using the dreadful weapon of intimidation. Second, the Western leaders would not face up to making a decision which conflicted with the views of the LOL, 90% of whose membership comprised countries governed by communist dictators. Jack Gaylord informed me that the local British representatives had assured him that their government were supportive of the idea of an all-party conference. They believed the climate was now right for it. To put it bluntly, with Ian Smith now out of the chair, they were satisfied that they could manipulate things their way. And of course, the perfect finale to the Rhodesian problem was for the British government to orchestrate the final act which would enable them to claim the credit for finding the solution to what had hitherto proved to be such an intractable problem. At first Muzorewa hesitated, and wanted more time for consideration. The two chiefs, Chirao and Nweni, went along with the idea. They were receiving worrying messages from the tribal areas of the dreadful atrocities perpetrated against the tribesmen by the terrorists. As Chirao said, "Intimidation is a terrible thing. They are even killing my supporters." On 22 August, Muzorewa informed Parliament that he had accepted an invitation from the British government to attend the Zimbabwe Rhodesia Constitutional Conference in London the next month. 5 days before the Lancaster House Conference opened on Monday, 10 September, our forces plunged south deep into the Gaza province of Mozambique, demolishing 5 major bridges, cutting the terrorist supply lines, and shaking Michel's nerve. Lancaster House was a glorious example of British diplomacy at its very best. If one believes that these affairs should be conducted in the same spirit as no holds barred all in wrestling, then there should be smiles of satisfaction. On the other hand, if one believes in the philosophy of abiding by the rules of the game as exemplified by British tradition, formulated and carefully preserved at Lord's and the Oval, Twickenham and Murrayfield, Wimbledon, St. Andrews, Epsom and Bisley, and accepted in their respective fields as typifying the hallmark of fair play and decent conduct, then one would turn away with disapproval. Indeed, revulsion. There was the usual build-up of British Foreign Office overindulgence in unnecessarily extravagant and ornate hospitality, a kind of compensation in advance for what was to come later. They seemed unable to comprehend that treacherous behavior was inexcusable. We had a warm welcome at our hotel from an enthusiastic crowd of supporters, making it clear that they were pro-Rhodesia and anti-British government. With their placards held aloft, they were constantly in evidence, and we made a habit of exchanging greetings and giving them a progress report on the day's proceedings. On our second evening in London, we attended a social get-together to enable delegates to meet. A tall, fine-looking black gentleman approached me and shook my hand warmly, saying, "For many years, one of the things I hoped for was that we could work together in order to build our country, instead of killing one another. This is a happy occasion." "I knew well." I asked his name. "Josiah Tongagara," he replied. Over the short period of the conference, we developed a cordial relationship, and he gave me the impression of being a man with whom one could not only reason, but who could also be trusted. We often spoke together when sessions were held, and at social functions, and I was deeply concerned on one such occasion when he confided in me that Tice was one running into strong opposition over his beliefs, that they should work together with Carmel and Smith in order to ensure a successful implementation of the final agreement. "Indeed," he said, "the position has become so serious that even here in London I have had to make plans to cover my back. A desperately alarming situation. Under the communist system, the party is divided into a political wing and a military wing. Tongagara was the head of the latter, known as Zonla. From what I had heard and read about the man, there had been built up in my mind a picture of aggressive ruthlessness. By contrast, I was impressed with his maturity and ability to make reasoned contributions to the problem before us. The conference dragged on for a month, with the British Foreign Office maneuvering around the various parties, using their diplomacy to reconcile differences. But it was clear to me that every time there was a shift of ground, this was towards Nkomo and Mogobe, and away from Muzorewa and the others representing our government. At one stage, Carrington went to Washington for more than a week, and during his absence no decisions of consequence could be made. On his return, I reminded him that innocent people were being murdered in our country every day, and this would continue until we finalized our work. I hoped he would dedicate more time to our mission. He displayed a pretense to being hurt, but I was simply giving him the views that had been expressed by all of our delegates during his long absence. I enjoyed a stimulating visit from Douglas Bader, the legless RAF fighter ace, and there was no difference of opinion between us on how best to settle the Rhodesian problem. On departing, he asked me to accompany him to his car, as he wished to leave no doubt in anybody's mind which side he was supporting. His small sports car was parked outside the main entrance, a concession not extended to others. "These chaps are very kind to me because of my legs," was his comment. It was good to find that there were still remnants of the British character which were not prepared to overlook history and the part played by their heroes. In keeping with the traditional code of people who believe in true freedom, this did not stem from any government ordinance. It came from the heart. Douglas mentioned to me that Max Aitken was confined to bed, so I visited him, and we reminisced about old times in Cairo and the Western Desert. Sadly, while his spirit was still there, his body was failing. Our Conservative Party friends in London were consistent in their support, and I maintained contact with them. As matters seemed to be moving in the wrong direction, however, I decided to speak to Julian Emery, and took David Smith, Chris Anderson, and Rowan Cronje with me. I expressed our growing concern that we had detected that things were moving slowly but surely in the direction of the Patriotic Front, that Muzorewa was incapable of holding his ground, and that while Carrington and his minions were happy to listen to our views, it was clear that they regarded us as of no consequence. Scant attention was being paid to the preservation of standards in the civil service, the security services, the Judiciary and Attorney General's office, and all the other essential services necessary to maintain standards of civilization for our country. Whoever the future government, at the commencement of the conference, we had been led to believe that these matters would receive priority in order to preserve the confidence of our white population, thus encouraging them to continue playing their part in building our new nation. Our request was for Julian to convey our deep concern to Margaret Thatcher. He listened attentively, put a few questions, and then asked each of my 3 associates individually if they supported the case which I had made. They all replied affirmatively. He undertook to speak to the Prime Minister. I had a visit from Hector MacDonald, our Chief Justice, who had flown in from Salisbury. He protested in strong terms that the British government was ignoring him, with Carrington unwilling to interview him. After all, I am second in status only to the Prime Minister in our country, and accordingly I am entitled to recognition. I've heard that story before, I thought to myself, but as he was expressing strong sentiments, which coincided with my own, I encouraged him to persist in his endeavor to see Carrington. With typical Foreign Office diplomacy, Carrington did see him. He took him in his car to Heathrow on his way to catch an aircraft to the Continente, and in that short space of time, he not only had MacDonald eating out of his hand, he had converted him into becoming a disciple of the British cause. That evening, MacDonald had a long session with Muzorewa and his colleagues, assuring them of the British government's good intentions of producing an agreement that would ensure a return to power of Muzorewa and his UN. The undertaking had been given to him personally by Carrington that very day. I was well aware of Carrington's tactic, because he had tried it on me without success, when I had warned him that the way things were going, we would be landed with a Mugabe government. He replied, "My dear Mr. Smith, I want to assure you that our whole strategy has been formulated to ensure that your prognosis will not eventuate. Quite the reverse. We have no doubt that your next government will be formed by a combination of Muzorewa, Nkomo, and Smith. Moreover, should your worst fears materialize with a victory for the external factions, the leader will be Nkomo, and not Mugabe. Even Nyerere has confirmed to us that all of them have accepted that Nkomo, as the first leader of African nationalism in Zimbabwe, will be the leader of the first government. I'll gaze firmly but courteously. I pointed out that it was incumbent upon me to inform him that one of the perennial problems we lived with was the agonizing fact that the British government in general, and the Foreign Office in particular, were dismally ignorant of African affairs, especially African psychology and their handling of political problems. In my opinion, Mugabe, through the use of his machine of intimidation, which was ready to move into top gear when the command came, would win a majority of seats. Carrington replied, "But the agreement states clearly that any party resorting to intimidation will be disqualified." Once again I had to point out that the British did not understand Africa. The intimidation was so well organized that it would be difficult, if not impossible, to obtain the necessary evidence. On the question of leadership, I had to remind him that Shona-speaking people comprised more than 80% of our population. Anybody who believed that they would accept Amadabile as their leader was living in a fool's paradise. He had more success, however, in persuading others to his way of thinking. This became clear at the joint meeting of our parties the following morning, held under the chairmanship of Muzorewa. I was surprised to see MacDonald sitting at the top table on his right-hand side. We discussed the proposed new constitution, and there was general acceptance, apart from the Rhodesian Front members. Muzorewa raised the question of obtaining the necessary majority in Parliament for the required constitutional change, pointing out that the Rhodesian Front had the necessary members to block such an amendment. Without hesitating, MacDonald intervened, obviously as part of a preconceived plan, saying that he did not believe this created a problem. As everyone knew, our country's recent history had created a precedent in ignoring our constitution, and if this government wished to do likewise, there was nothing to prevent them. Both Muzorewa and Nedabaniji Sithole were happily nodding their heads in appreciation. I was absolutely appalled. First, to claim that our UDI had created a precedent and that there was any similarity between the two cases was a blatant lie. And MacDonald, because of his position as a High Court judge, was well aware of this. Our case hinged on the fact that the British government had reneged on an agreement which they had made with our Rhodesian government, and accordingly we were satisfied that we were entitled to take matters into our own hands in order to give effect to the contract which had been made. A number of eminent international constitutional lawyers had endorsed this stand, and eventually our case came before and was accepted by the Rhodesian Appellate Division, with MacDonald as one of the judges. We never amended or changed our constitution. MacDonald was recommending something which was totally different. We were now operating under our own new constitution, which we had produced and passed through our parliament less than a year ago. This was done constitutionally, with the necessary majority for a constitutional amendment. Muzorewa was the prime minister, and he had sworn an oath of allegiance to uphold the Constitution. MacDonald was the Chief Justice, and he had sworn an oath of allegiance, hand on Bible, to uphold the Constitution. Moreover, as the Chief Justice of the courts of our nation, more than anyone else he was the guardian of our Constitution and our legal system. Now, here he was suggesting that it would be perfectly right and honorable if we violated this very Constitution, a classic case of high treason. In any civilized society, this was a crime which attracted the death sentence. I made a simple statement, regretting that our Chief Justice had allowed himself to be dragged into the political arena, and said that I believed he would live to regret it. Without further ado, he rose and departed from the meeting. It was the one and only time he attended any of our sessions. Obviously, he was there with one intent, to make the point that, in the opinion of the Chief Justice, if the government of the day wished to violate their country's constitution, there was no reason why it should not do so. This was an absolutely bizarre situation, and our Minister of Justice, Chris Anderson, shook his head in disbelief. He could not credit what he had witnessed. The next item on the scene was the appearance of Pick Botha. He had appointments with Muzorewa and some of our other black leaders, and, as I was subsequently to learn, with David Smith from my delegation. He assured them all that, in the South African assessment, the terms of the agreement were acceptable, and the South African government would give the necessary support to ensure that the election would provide the correct result for our government. Moreover, he had been assured of British support for this objective. I spoke to Rowan Cronje and asked if he thought the South Africans were trying to avoid me, knowing that I held a different opinion. I believed that, as the leader of our delegation, he should have taken the trouble to consult me, even more so if he knew I held reservations over the proposal. Rowan agreed and said he would speak to Louis de Villiers, the South African ambassador in London. He came back to me shortly after saying that Pick was returning that evening from the continent to catch the AA flight from Heathrow to Jan Smuts. Pick apologized for not meeting me in London, a regrettable oversight. But fortuitously, he had a half-hour wait at Heathrow for his connection, and he would reserve that for me. Everything went according to plan, and after giving me a warm welcome, we sat down for our discussion. He wasted no time in briefing me on his trip to America, Britain, and the continent. He was at pains to explain how he never ceased to be amazed at how reluctant these countries were to acknowledge that South Africa was changing. Britain, Pick said, was the best of them and was trying to be constructive. But this was because there was reciprocity with South Africa assisting over the Rhodesian problem, and together they were trying to introduce a bit of reason and sanity into the other governments of sub-Saharan Africa. Why, Pick asked, would they not accept that apartheid was on the way out? And that the South African government required encouragement and credit for what they were doing, not condemnation over past history. This was nothing new to me. I had heard it before many times. I was keeping an eye on my watch, and 20 minutes of my allocated half-hour had gone without my managing to get one word in. Slowly and deliberately, I leant forward and, catching his eye, said, "I am worried that any minute now you will be called for your flight. Do you mind if I make a few points about this Lancaster House conference?" Reluctantly, he nodded his head in approval and sat back in his chair. Knowing his facility for presenting his case, loquaciously and dramatically, he was clearly taken aback at being curbed while in full stride. I gave him the reasons for my concern over the proposed agreement, pointing out that it would play into the hands of the terrorists, resulting in a patriotic front government, with Mugabe replacing Nkomo as leader. The evidence in support of my case was clear and compelling. He appeared somewhat subdued and methodically expressed his surprise at hearing my views, because they were in conflict with all the other opinions given to him. "Even David Smith?" I asked. He pondered for a few moments, obviously sensing the gravity of my question, and then replied in the affirmative. He ended up by saying that the South African government had great respect for my experience and knowledge of African affairs, and he assured me that he would report my views to his Prime Minister. I was not sanguine, however, and the thoughts passing through my mind on the drive back to the hotel were that he was not really interested in my case. The South Africans, with all their power and strength and superior knowledge, had all the answers to Africa's problems. Their minds were made up, and they had no intention of allowing themselves to be deviated. So with Carrington and Pick Botha and Jimmy Carter working together for the same objectives, the dice were obviously loaded. If a small country like Rhodesia had to be sacrificed as a morsel to feed the crocodile, that was an insignificant price to pay in order to buy time and secure some respite. The day had arrived for our government delegation to make their decision on the draft constitution. I felt a genuine sorrow for Muzorewa because he was out of his depth, not really in the same league as the other players in the no-holds-barred rough and tumble of international politics. Carrington had said to him, in order to persuade him to stand down as Prime Minister during the period of preparation for the general election. Of course everyone knows that you are going to be the incoming Prime Minister, so you may leave your slippers behind in your office to await your return. In fact, if Carrington had acted in keeping with the Lancaster House Agreement concerning parties which resorted to intimidation during the election campaign, as will be recorded later, Muzorewa would have been Prime Minister. But for reasons of political expediency, he changed his stance. Our party held the normal after-breakfast meeting before the commencement of other business, and I invited further discussions on the proposed agreement which was to be considered by our all-party meeting. There were no new opinions. We reiterated our belief that there were inadequate safeguards to ensure free and fair elections, and the concession to allow armed terrorists freedom to operate throughout the country, intimidating voters, would ensure a patriotic front victory. It amounted to legalizing terrorism. There were other omissions, less vital but nonetheless important, such as the guaranteeing and remittability of pensions, and a fund to provide foreign exchange for those who believe they could no longer live in the country if, for instance, communist dictatorship should eventuate. We had also pressed for stronger safeguards for minorities in order to create the necessary confidence to encourage them to remain in the country and continue providing their professionalism, experience, and skills. And there were a number of other beneficial conditions which would have made it more acceptable. I had nominated David Smith as the senior minister to vote with me. My comment was that I believed our 2 votes, each party was entitled to 2 voting delegates, would be the only opposition. Because the previous day, Chief Shirao mentioned to me that their party was having second thoughts about opposing the agreement, as there was great pressure to convince them that such action would be to the detriment of the future of the Chief's Council. The Foreign Office had clearly prepared their case meticulously and resorted to every devious tactic to obtain maximum approval. I was sad to see their changing course like this, because they had always been dedicated and consistent. They knew that the terrorists were the chief's deadly enemies, dedicated to destroying the tribal structure for the obvious reason that it was an impediment to the communist philosophy of totalitarianism. On more than one occasion, I had heard their apt description. They are cowards. They bite from behind when your back is turned and then run away like jackals, instead of standing and fighting like men. Some chiefs had been murdered because they would not support the terrorists. They assured me, however, that they would stand their ground, even if it meant that they would be killed. That was their fate. They were born into it, and they had to have the courage to face it, like true men. It gave me much satisfaction to work with these people, renewed my faith in my fellow men, and underlined the fact that courage and strength of character are not confined to one particular class of people. Sadly, treason and corruption are efficient forces, quietly and insidiously penetrating underground. By the time one becomes aware of the destruction which has taken place, it is too late. The honest, straightforward approach of the chiefs was incompatible with the underworld of politics in which they were now enmeshed, and they were clearly bemused by all the maneuvering and pressures to which they were being subjected. When we entered the lounge which had been allocated for our meeting, there was an obvious air of expectancy over the decision to be made, with the buzz of people talking while others were attending to the final plan. Muzorewa was sitting in his chair at the top table, and eventually called the meeting to order, explained the reason for our coming together, and reminded us that each delegation was entitled to 2 votes. Was there any discussion? Briefly, I reiterated the reasons for our opposition, without belaboring the points, as we had made our views clear in previous discussions, and I concluded by giving a warning that if the agreement were accepted, we would live to regret it. The vote was taken, and there was only 1 vote against, mine. David Smith, the second vote in our delegation, had cast his vote in favor. The rest of our party members were completely taken aback. The meeting was over, and we retired upstairs to the room where we held our discussion. I asked David Smith to account for what he had done, and, without hesitation, he replied that for some time he had been having second thoughts, and after giving the question deep consideration, his conscience dictated that he should vote in support. Chris Anderson hit the nail on the head when he asked the simple question, "Do you not believe you should have given us forewarning?" There was no reply. He was left in no doubt that the other members of our delegation took exception to the fact that he had breached the trust and team spirit which had been built up, not only at Lancaster House, But over the many years that we had fought and stood together in the battle for Rhodesia, we were inured to accepting this kind of treatment from our enemies, but from our trusted colleagues and friends. I recalled Cicero's famous words, "A nation can survive its fools and even the ambitious, but it cannot survive treason from within." Maybe I should have anticipated this kind of behavior, because of reports of his meetings with Pick Botha, Carrington, and others. I always encouraged such contacts and welcomed the exchange of ideas and information which emanated from them and was passed on. But when this is carried on behind one's back, obviously suspicions are aroused. Sadly, this was the beginning of a trend of unfortunate incidents which proved that David Smith was hedging his bets to ensure that whatever the final outcome, he would be on the winning side. I was subsequently informed by one of the members of our government team that Muzorewa had promised him a post in his next cabinet. By working in collusion with Carrington, however, he received his reward even when Mugabe was the winner. Later that afternoon, Kaisa Ndweni, the Matabele chief and one of the doyens of the chief's council, confided in me his grave doubts over their support for the Constitution. But he said, I was outvoted. These Shonas do not understand politics. They have not had enough experience. Then out of the blue there came a flash of news which raised my hopes and made me feel that the miracle had happened. Mugabe believed that he had not gained sufficient concessions to ensure his victory in the election, and so he decided to register his protest by making a dramatic withdrawal from the conflict. He had packed his bags and was making arrangements to fly out to the United States. This was the kind of tactic that these people resorted to, and threats had already been made. Fortunately, the British had made it clear that if any party pulled out, the conference would continue without them, and we had been assured that there would be no deviation from this plan. Our spirits were buoyant, and we set about our business in a more sanguine frame of mind. Sadly, it was not to be. Carrington contacted Samora Machel, and he delivered the goods. Machel dispatched his ambassador in London to Heathrow, where he intercepted Mugabe and conveyed a firm message. If Mugabe broke away from the conference, then he must know that he would not be permitted to continue using Mozambique as a base for his operations. Clearly, Mugabe had no option. He returned to his hotel with his tail between his legs. I do not believe he could have been as depressed as I was. My hopes were dashed. I received a telephone call from Julian Amory telling me of his predicament when Margaret Thatcher informed him that, according to reports she had received, David Smith had disagreed with me. When Julian told her that he had positively agreed in his presence, she advised him to check again. Moreover, Carrington had assured her that he had Chief Justice MacDonald in his pocket as well. Regrettably, I had to confirm both of these facts. So, said Julian, methinks we have had the rug pulled from under our feet. I was saddened. When one is part of a small band of people trying to make a stand on principle, surrounded by enemies conniving to sabotage your case, one derives satisfaction from the justice of one's cause and the conviction that history will prove its validity. It is indeed a privilege to be associated with such an occasion, something unknown to those who grovel in the troughs of appeasement and compromise. But it was all over bar the shouting, and so I started making plans for my return home. Of course, a grand celebration party was laid on, but it clashed with a dinner arranged by my 130 squadron colleagues in the city. There were 5 of them still around, and we invited Douglas Bader to join us. It was a happy occasion, and we took our time reminiscing about those wonderful days, and the associated history that enables all true Britishers to hold their heads high. It gave me a satisfying feeling to have a genuine excuse to send my apologies to the Lancaster House celebration, because in all honesty, it would have been a nauseous occasion for me, and to pretend otherwise would have been hypocritical. Even had I attended in mourning garb, it would not have rung true, because funerals are occasions when one pays one's respects. My only feeling would have been contempt, and I believe all true Britishers would have joined me in bowing their heads in shame. Tragically, this is the kind of occasion which plays into the hands of the opportunist, who waits to see which way the wind is blowing, and then bends with it, regardless of the consequences to others. Over the next few months, during the period of the run-up to the election, there were many such opportunities. It goes without saying that this kind of behavior earned the disapproval of the great mass of our people, who had succeeded in preserving their high standards of integrity and belief in the principles of fair play to one's fellow men. Obviously, feelings ran high and there was much straight-from-the-shoulder talking. The comments in my diary reflect this mood, and while I have always resisted indulging in personal recrimination and character assassination, it is only right that the truth of the occasion be recorded for history. 11.179 Arrived back from the London conference. My comment at the airport: while we have been landed with a bad agreement, we have no option but to make the most of it. Our country will succeed in the future in proportion to the white content of our population. Accordingly, my main task now is to preserve the confidence and morale of our whites in order to convince the maximum number to go on living and working in Rhodesia so that we retain their expertise, professionalism, experience, initiative, and all those other desirable qualities which have contributed towards making this country one of the success stories of the modern world. I immediately had a busy day on 12 November, meeting a string of people, black and white, wanting to know what was happening and giving their views on the situation. I received a briefing from one of the senior members of the South African embassy, who spoke in confidence and must therefore remain anonymous. He expressed the unhappiness of many South Africans over the conduct of their external affairs. He referred in particular to a meeting Pick Botha had with Muzorewa and David Smith to plan assistance for Unilateral, both financial and material, coupled with instructions to keep me at arm's length in case I disapproved of their action. If Muzorewa won the election, I was told, he would bring in David Smith to represent the white community. Then there was the disturbing news that David had for some time been scheming behind my back, and this had culminated in a meeting arranged by John Landau with selected MPs, those whom they believed would comply, to seek agreement to move me out and put David Smith in my chair. David had claimed strongly that the South African government were in support of such a move. Unfortunately for David and Landau, they received a hostile reception from the MPs, who told them to do the honest thing and put their plan before our caucus. No more was heard about it. A message from Harold Hawkins informed us that the scheme had been the brainchild of South African Foreign Affairs, and no one else in their government knew about it or would support it. As my caucus knew, as did the whole party, I was more than ready to step aside and hand over to a successor. But there was a clear message to the effect that I was the only person with the experience and track record to enable me to handle the situation confronting us and hold the confidence of our white community. I believe the point was substantiated by the fact that at the ensuing election the Rhodesian Front won all 20 of the seats allocated to the whites. Preparations were beginning for the coming election, although the Lancaster House deal was not yet formally ratified. At the Security Council meeting on the morning of 15 November, we were informed of the South African move into our southern districts to assist in preparation for the election. There were 3 of their big Puma helicopters, a DC-3 transport aircraft, and an excess of 1,000 troops already in. They were certainly keeping to their agreement of backing Muzorewa to the hilt. At our first caucus meeting since our return from Lancaster House, there was pretty straight talking right across the board, from the hawks on the right to the doves, who were probably more in the middle than to the left. In the end, cool heads prevailed, and there was unanimous agreement that we had no option other than to go along with the Lancaster House outcome. After the collapse of the 1976 Pretoria Agreement, we had gradually been reduced to a position where we were no longer in control of our own affairs, and this had enabled the British government to manipulate the situation to fit in with their plans at Lancaster House. Pick Botha was in the wings, adding his support and encouraging Muzorewa to comply. The promises of both financial and material assistance made at the meetings with Muzorewa and David Smith proved to be a powerful lever. In addition, the performance of Hector MacDonald at the conference was a significant factor which caucus found inexcusable. He had made a major contribution towards undermining Rhodesia's position in London. Chris Anderson, our Minister of Justice, expressed his strong feelings over the inexplicable behavior of our Chief Justice. He subsequently informed me that the other judges of the Appellate Division had expressed positive views in opposition to and condemnation of the stand MacDonald had taken at Lancaster House. If people are prepared to make a stand on principle and live with it, that is one thing. But in this case, once the whole sordid affair was in place, and Mugabe and his communist dictatorship installed, MacDonald cashed in his pension and associated benefits and beat a hasty retreat to live in a comfortable home on the coast of South Africa. At the end of our caucus meeting, it was agreed reluctantly that a statement would be issued indicating our compliance with the agreement. Alec Mosley's plea was, make it as unenthusiastic as you can. The stresses within the government of national unity continued. At the cabinet meeting, on the morning of 20 November, Muzorewa lost control of himself and accused Rhodesian front members of siding with Shikarima and others in order to undermine himself and the Lancaster House agreement. He now found himself in a position of uncertainty as to whether he would have the support in Parliament to pass the necessary legislation to implement the agreement. He exclaimed, "Everything is in a terrible mess." I did not think he was capable of rising to such heights of emotion. His outburst was totally misplaced, indeed destructive, and it was therefore necessary to bring him down to earth. I reminded him that the new messes we found ourselves in stemmed back to his entry into politics, when he had led the campaign to reject the British government proposals from the Pearce Commission in 1972. Had that plan been accepted, I explained, we would by now have had responsible black majority government. Second, if he had accepted the British and American government's plan at the Geneva Conference in 1976, that would have introduced immediate majority rule. Third, boom. If he had succeeded in keeping his commitment to win over local black support and prevent further terrorist incursions during his tenure as Prime Minister, everything would have been under control, and there would have been no need for a Lancaster House conference. And fourth, the fact that he had allowed Carrington and his accomplices to pull the wool over his eyes at Lancaster House was clearly his responsibility, and it would be dishonest to suggest otherwise. The record showed clearly that he had allowed himself to be seduced into endorsing the agreement in conflict with the advice I had offered. I made the point that the kind of exercise we had just been through was totally sterile and could be of benefit only to our opponents. Why did he not put the question to a vote in order to ascertain the true position? He agreed and found that there was unanimous support from the whole cabinet. After an embarrassing silence, he meekly commented, "This is a great achievement. A great day. I must thank all of you. The whole thing had been a dreadful misjudgment on his part, and did nothing to enhance his image among his cabinet colleagues. Quite the reverse. My diary gives the atmosphere of those dark days." 23.179. Today's Salisbury Herald is something to be remembered. British are great apes, says Conda. They are spineless hyenas. Previously he had referred to them as toothless bulldogs. Mugabe tells Carrington to go to hell. The mob in Lusaka ransacked the British embassy and destroyed the Union Jack while shouting swine, white pigs, and other insulting remarks. The black man in Africa can do whatever he likes and get away with it, even murder, knowing full well that the British politicians will continue to grovel before them in an attempt to win their support. Last evening saw Muzorewa's press interview on TV, regrettably inept. My secretary informs me that the media representatives were loud in their criticism. One said, "He sounded as if he had overindulged, but I know he doesn't touch the stuff. It is sad because we're landed with him, for better for worse, and must make the most of it. I had a good meeting that morning, 23 November, with the Rhodesian Front's 2 Salisbury divisions and Mashonaland Rural. Although the story which I gave them of the Lancaster House Agreement was tough and unpalatable, these wonderful Rhodesian people had a facility to absorb whatever punishment you threw at them without deviating from their course. The next day, 24 November, I went down to Bulawayo for a meeting with the Matabeleland Division, and as usual, there were no problems. They were strong, resolute, and unswerving. On my way to Salisbury Airport, I called in at Government House to see President Goody. He was disillusioned. None of the black politicians seemed to know what was happening as a result of Lancaster House. They had clearly given in to the British and the terrorists, and were now confused and uncertain. We were in the desperate position of having no leadership. Was there nothing I could do? He asked. Apart from agreeing with his sentiments and assuring him of my continuing efforts to guide affairs along the correct channels, it was a fact of life that I was no longer in control. He shook his head and quietly said, "That, of course, was the mistake we made." At Cabinet on the morning of 27 November, I expressed strong concern over the restrictive exchange dealing with the remittability of pensions in the draft constitution from London, and it was agreed that we would send our protest to the British government. But I was not hopeful, as it was clear to me that the British were obsessed with placating the Patriotic Front. Moreover, they would make the assessment that this kind of appeal, while having strong support from our white people, would attract lukewarm support from our blacks, as their main attention was directed at gaining concessions in those areas which would win them voter support at the impending election. 2 days later, on 29 November, I had separate meetings with the 2 chiefs, Chirao and Ndwini, who wished to brief me on their election tactics. I also bumped into Dumbachina and congratulated him on his contribution in the House on the previous day when he was strongly critical of Muzorewa's unbelievable statement, which made reference to the sidestepping of Parliament. Dumbachina said this was the kind of incomprehensible behavior that one has grown to expect from him. There is no doubt that the idea was placed in his mind by Hector MacDonald's irresponsible outburst at Lancaster House. My comment was that it would have been bad enough if he had spoken like that in some back room. But to use the hallowed ground of the dispatch box in Parliament was nothing short of sacrilege, akin to the Archbishop of Canterbury using Canterbury Cathedral to preach a sermon against God, especially when one realized that Muzorewa was one of the chief architects of the Constitution passed through Parliament a year ago. In other words, he was contemplating unconstitutional action against himself. Was that not heresy on the part of both a prime minister and a bishop? On 30 November, I was taken aback by the news that Yuank Muzorewa had attacked me publicly, saying that I had made a secret pact with Zapu in Como. The record is clear. I warned Muzorewa at Lancaster House that the agreement favored the Patriotic Front, Nkomo, and Mugabe. But he knew better. I had not seen or spoken to any PF member since departing from London. Ever since, all of my efforts had been directed at trying to ensure that we, the parties forming the current government, including the UNT, win the election. When I subsequently questioned him, he claimed that the statement was made without his knowledge. He undertook to make a retraction, but it never came. Within the Rhodesian front there was also dissension. On 3 December, a small delegation came to say that there was a strong feeling in our caucus that David Smith should not be offered a constituency in the election as he was suspect. In addition, they said, Paddy Miller had indicated that he was opting out. He was tired of the intrigue of politics. In fact, he had already informed me of his decision personally. They brought a message from Hilary Squires expressing his concern over the intrigue which had come to his notice, and saying, if his services were required, that he would step down from the bench. He had become a High Court judge and stand for Parliament. Not only had he been one of my most able ministers, but loyalty and courage were obvious qualities in his generally quiet demeanor. I came to the conclusion that he could best serve his country by continuing in his current capacity. Strong and independent judges who have the courage of their convictions are an essential ingredient of our civilization. The Lancaster House Agreement was becoming a reality. The British governor, Lord Soames, arrived on 12 December to the strains of God Save the Queen. When he drove into Government House, there was a handful of people with a Union Jack to welcome him. The same old bunch of starry-eyed liberals who had always been petrified at the thought of standing alone in this world. They now heaved a sigh of relief at once more being able to cling on to the mother country's apron strings. At the same time, they were busy fawning over those whom they believed would be their future masters. It is pertinent to note that over the next few years, many of them packed their bags and departed, complaining that they could no longer live in the country. Conditions had deteriorated at such an alarming rate. Muzorewa and his Uank produced a mock coffin as part of their ceremony of burying Udi. The comment came from a number of our black people. Did they not use Smith and his Udi to bring themselves into power? They reached an agreement with the architects of Udi, and then used the Udi Constitution in Parliament to implement the 1979 Constitution, which brought them into power, and then went on to use the same Udi base to usher in this latest Constitution, which they helped to fabricate at Lancaster House. So this was a belated and somewhat pathetic effort to remedy the situation. But they only succeeded in drawing attention to their self-made predicament. In the eyes of the hardcore nationalists, they stood condemned for building their edifice on a Udi foundation. It would have been an intelligent tactic if they had claimed success in turning Udi to their advantage, using it to bring in the majority rule for Zimbabwe that had always been their cherished objective. But this past year had been a sad story of one blunder after another. For the past 2 decades, the communists had been trying in vain to destroy Rhodesia. They had now succeeded. The black political parties who had joined together in forming our current anti-communist government had tragically allowed themselves to be hoodwinked into supporting this devious plan. The name Rhodesia would be removed from the statute books, but we would preserve the wonderfully proud Rhodesian spirit. There are many tribes in our country. The Matabele in the west, the Karanga in the Midlands, the Zizuru and Manika in the east, the Venda and Shangan in the south, and the Makerkor and Tonga in the north, all composed of black people. There is only one white tribe, the Rhodesians, who are indigenous to this country. Our blacks admire those who are strong and have pride in themselves, their traditions, and their history. They would welcome the white tribe as part of our new nation, making their unique contributions towards building a great, free, democratic, viable, and happy country, which would continue to be the envy of the rest of Africa. That week I received a lovely book, Sigh for a Merlin, by the great Spitfire test pilot, Alex Henshaw, and he wrote inside, "There is no dishonor in a lost cause. The shame is with those who betrayed you." The Lancaster House Agreement was in being, but there were still difficulties with the ceasefire arrangements. On 16 December, I received a visit from one of my friends in telecommunications. He had a tape of a conversation between Christopher Soames and Carrington. The British were trying to obtain another assembly point for the Patriotic Front. PFQ and Anthony Duff, as a member of the British team, had persuaded Walls to agree. On the tape there was much backslapping and smug satisfaction. "Absolutely fantastic. Congratulations, Christopher. Old boy." Then the reply, "Don't mention it, Peter. After all, it's part of the job and the main credit is due to Duff. He knows these chaps so well, and they trust him completely." Carrington was absolutely thrilled that they had done the trick, and the whole Lancaster deal could now be clinched. Soames said he had been on the phone to Cyrus Vance, and he was completely satisfied. Carrington assured Soames that he would phone him as soon as he and his Prime Minister got over to Washington. It looked to me as if once again the British Foreign Office had taken our security chaps for a ride. Our intelligence department was still suspicious of these Britishers, rightly so, and were watching every step. On 17 December I had a happy day, with constructive meetings at Karoi and Sonoya. I was impressed with their strong dedication to the principle of unity among our white people. It was our only hope. Wherever I had been since returning from London, to the four corners of the country, there was that tremendous Rhodesian character, reconciling itself to the inevitable treachery inflicted upon us, but betraying no sign of retreat from those decent standards and beliefs that had always motivated our way of life. Before taking off from New Sarum, Chris Dixon, one of our Air Force pilots, brought along the British General John Ackland and introduced him. Ames said it was a pleasure to be able to tell me of the high regard in which our security forces were held by their British counterparts. He also wished to mention the respect which I personally enjoyed throughout Britain, and his satisfaction that he would be able to inform his own family that he had met me personally. I visited Solmes on the morning of 18 December, and we talked for over an hour. He met me with great courtesy and was most reasonable in our discussion. I was impressed by his acceptance of the fact that a daunting task confronted him, and the humility with which he hoped he would be able to cope. He questioned me on a number of points, such as getting the white election out of the way first, and I concurred that this would be a simple, straightforward operation. His main concern was the behavior of the Patriotic Front, and whether they would comply with the terms of the agreement. I told him the problem was that if you give them an inch, they will take a yard, but that they understand and respect a firm hand in the administration of justice. When I departed, he walked out with me onto the veranda and thanked me for giving him the benefit of my advice and hoped that we would continue to communicate. You have forgotten more about Africa than I will ever know. The next day, 19 December, I received a message inviting me to travel to London the following day for the signing ceremony of the agreement. I would be an observer, not a signatory. I could not believe it. I certainly would not have attended as a signatory to sign my own death warrant, and I was even less keen to go as an observer. Watching others doing the job for me would have been a nauseating experience. My rejection of the invitation was therefore firm and unambiguous. As a matter of interest, attending the conference were 4 parties, and their leaders representing our government, and 2 parties and their leaders representing the PFDAO. At the signing ceremony, both PF leaders were signatories, while only one of the 4 government leaders was invited to sign, another classic example of how the British government pandered to the terrorists. By 22 December, we were going through one of those periods when the media were having an absolute ball building up magnificent pictures and creating heroes out of a situation which occupies a black page in Britain's history. It was orchestrated by political opportunists seeking short-term glory at the expense of sacrificing their own loyal kith and kin. During the Lancaster House talks, whenever the British gave way to the demands of the PF, we would subsequently read reports of how they had resisted these unreasonable requests and won the day. Whenever Muzorewa and his associates collapsed and gave ground, they were commended for having the courage to stand firm on their principles. In our local herald, Jimmy Carter hailed the magnificent Rhodesian agreement. In truth, he should have lamented the fact that it played into the hands of communist transgression in Africa. Even Margaret Thatcher, obviously prompted by Carrington, thought that the Rhodesian agreement would make an enormous difference to the whole of southern Africa. Then the editorial. Carrington deserves the greatest credit for having masterminded the ceasefire agreement. In fact, the plan was worked out by the Rhodesian and British security representatives, not by Carrington. In order to obtain a true picture of how the original planning commenced, it is necessary to go back to the Commonwealth Prime Ministers' Conference held in Lusaka in August 1979. Carrington, together with Malcolm Fraser, the Australian Prime Minister, ganged up with the leaders of the front line states, and together they pressurized Margaret Thatcher to abandon her plan to give recognition to the Zimbabwe Rhodesian government, even though it had fulfilled all the conditions laid down by successive British governments. This would have complied with undertakings given by Margaret Thatcher, and indeed the Conservative Party, in their election campaign, followed up by statements made after their election victory. I received many messages from Australians apologizing for the behavior of their Prime Minister, interfering in the internal affairs of another country. They claimed that he had failed to abide by his election promises in his own country, and calls for his resignation were mounting. The front-line states were so desperate for a settlement, for both economic and security reasons, that they pressurized the British to deal with the problem and agreed to give Nkomo and Mugabe instructions not to walk out, as they had been wont to do. So they were locked in, a situation which no other British government had enjoyed. The other sine qua non was to remove Smith and the Rhodesian front from the driving seat, something which no other British government had been able to do. With the connivance of John Vorster, they succeeded in achieving this at the 1976 Pretoria meeting. Carrington was therefore faced with Muzorewa representing Rhodesia. One of the stipulations laid down by the frontline states was that there should be no quick election after the agreement. This was vital, since it would enable the PF to infiltrate their terrorist forces into Rhodesia and cache their arms in readiness for their campaign of intimidation during the election. Our security forces knew that the arms handed in at the assembly points were surplus to their requirements. Many of them were dilapidated and of no practical use. The frontline states' leaders, with the support of the UAU, were in constant touch with Carrington, and whenever the PF required pressure, it was available in abundance. By contrast, Muzorewa had the backing of Pikbotha, who, in British eyes, was a lightweight. Moreover, as I knew from my dealings with John Vorster, the South Africans were working hand in glove with the frontline states, and there is no reason to believe that these contacts were not in existence during Lancaster House. The South African Foreign Office were losing no time in employing the tactic of hedging their bets. On the lighter side, the vanguard of the British contingent had been in the country for some time. As I suppose could only be expected, a bunch of them got into a provocative argument with some of our chaps in a local pub, and as a result had to be case-evased to the Andrew Fleming Hospital in Salisbury. It appears from the reports I received that they asked for what they got. Regrettably, I must say that I have met the odd, arrogant Englishmen on a few occasions, never more so than when they carry with them the stamp of the British Foreign Office. On 23 December, there was much euphoria in the press and broadcasts over the signing of the agreement, with hostilities ceasing from midnight. I contacted the local editors and reminded them of previous similar occasions when a few of our people had dropped their guard, and the terrorists had taken advantage of this. Was it necessary to go through this kind of hypocrisy and stage acting to assist in building up the image of British politicians more concerned about getting themselves off the OA hook than about the future of Rhodesia? After the signing ceremony, we were subjected to a classic Carrington statement. Any party which systematically breaks the ceasefire or indulges in widespread intimidation will be disqualified from the election. There was one obvious, simple question. Did this imply that breaches of the ceasefire which were not systematic, and intimidation which was not widespread, would be in order? Messages of support from all over the world continued to pile up. One from Wales. Speaking on behalf of many people, it is ironical that those who would wish to decide the future of your country did not contribute to the sweat and tears it required to hack a civilization out of the jungle. At least your UD bought time and showed the rest of the world that your people did not intend to be written off. I departed for the farm to get away from everything. When he won the election of Mugabe, I returned to Salisbury on the evening of 6 January 1980, having enjoyed the Christmas break at Edwinoro, our farm, and so far we had enjoyed a good rainy season. I had time to reminisce over the past and plan for the future. The nation was still in crisis. People were still being killed. The first hurdle was the coming election. What sort of government would it produce? I had an early meeting on 7 January with Chris Anderson, who reported that he had been in contact with many people, and there was a clear message that the RF was the only party to support. My next visitor was Rowan Cronje. He informed me that over Christmas he had had time to reflect and had discussed our situation with a great number of people. He had received a consistent message that my record was exceptional, unequaled in the latter half of this century, and that my composure and dignity over this latest disgraceful episode would be recorded in history. A group of young people had asked him to convey a message to me, saying that I was one of the few constant factors they could find in this world, that I had always stood for what was decent and honest, and that I could be assured their continuing support. Cronje wished to stress that, since I was the person responsible for creating this incredible nation, nothing would do more harm than my withdrawal from the political scene at this stage. Then P.K. Haya van der Bill arrived for a general discussion. Something which I always appreciated and enjoyed. There was seldom a dull moment when he was around. And most important of all, I knew that his dedication and loyalty to Rhodesia was absolute and unswerving. Harold Hawkins had been up on a visit from Pretoria in the previous week and had called in to see him for an assessment on the local state of affairs. PKK had told him that much of South Africa's effort was being misdirected, as usual, and if they could be encouraged to work more closely with our people, this would be of assistance. Harold replied, "As you know, you can't tell those chaps anything." On 8 January, I had a visit from Francis Zindoga, who said that the black ministers in our government were deeply concerned that Soames and those around him were conniving with the Patriotic Front. I reminded him that I had warned them at Lancaster House of this danger, but, because of weak leadership, they had landed themselves in this predicament. In all fairness, Zindoga reminded me that he had agreed with my stand, but had been unable to convince the other UN delegates. He believed the 4 leaders of our government of national unity should form a delegation to protest to Soames. I agreed, saying that as soon as the other 3 leaders were ready, I would join them. He departed, believing he could make the necessary arrangements. PKA came with a message just received from London. It said that Tiny Roland and Larho were excited and enthusiastic over a plan to bring the veteran nationalists, James Shikarima and Michael Malma, into an alliance with Nkomo as the best means of keeping Mugabe out. Roland, who was holidaying on the south coast of California, was about to return to London and suggested a meeting with PK somewhere on the continent. I was neither opposed nor enthusiastic, and suggested we wait a while and let things cool down. P.K. Xiao also informed me that one of our Arab friends, at a meeting in London to discuss Russian infiltration into the Middle East, had attended a luncheon with Margaret Thatcher. She had said that, according to her latest information, Mugabe would win the election. Whether we liked it or not, it was a fact of life. It seemed as if the British were coming around to accept the view I gave them at Lancaster House. One of our informers from the Mtoko and Mrewa district reported that everyone there was pro-Mugabe, because the whole area was riddled with terrorists and Mujiba's collaborators. In other words, those poor, defenseless, confused people had got the message. Did they want to remain alive or not? Our friend from the South African Embassy informed us that Pick Botha and his Foreign Affairs Department were still harping on their theme of removing me. But the military chaps disagree. It was believed that P.W. Botha did not support Pick. Dennis Walker, our former Minister of Mines, was the next to drop in to tell me that he was taken aback when Van Vuren, South African ambassador, told him he believed it was time I retired from the political scene, and that it was not important for our white people to stay united. Our best tactic would be to serve as a benign opposition, Van Vuren felt. He received a flea in his ear from Walker. To me, this was no new development in South African policy. If they could neutralize us, they believed they would be able to manipulate the black politicians, and if necessary, make a plan to procure their compliance. They had often told me how easy it was. Witness Forster's, I have got them eating out of my hand. But they overlooked the evidence which proves clearly that they go on eating only as long as it suits them. The same as any other intelligent person in this world. On 18 January, I saw Soames about the massive intimidation and the confirming affidavits which had been produced, over 1,000 of them. He was composed, and said he had anticipated this would be the subject of my visit. He was pleased to inform me that they had a plan. He produced a map and indicated the 3 main provinces where intimidation was greatest. He said they proposed to disqualify the PF in those provinces: Mashonaland East, Manicaland, and Victoria. But, I pointed out, there was intimidation throughout the whole country. Yes, he agreed. However, he then argued that there would be problems selling that to the world, and in particular to the OAA. His team, he said, were satisfied, nevertheless, that they could get away with disqualifying the PF in those 3 provinces. After all, he maintained, it would achieve the objective. Muzorewa would secure a majority. I had to agree. It was easy to work out the mathematics. A typical piece of British diplomacy. Dishonest but effective. Within my party, over the past few weeks, feelings over the behavior of David Smith had been strong, with the suggestion that we must have a showdown. I had numerous representations from ministers and backbenchers, expressing themselves most forcibly, convinced that he was working in collusion with Carrington. I had strong feelings, not only because of his behavior at Lancaster House, but also about his maneuvering behind my back locally. Yet, I adhered to my conviction that the national interest must always receive priority. Particularly at this stage in our history, it was vital to preserve white unity. Nevertheless, at our party executive meeting on 18 January, the matter came to a head, and David Smith was challenged. His attempt to justify himself was pathetic, something about devoting 3 days to persuading Muzorewa to include me in the delegation to go to London. But PK instantly hit that on the head by reminding him that my inclusion was determined by an open cabinet decision, and that this was recorded in the minutes. Did David Smith not recall that at the same cabinet meeting, it had been agreed that Netabeningji Sithole would be entitled to attend in his capacity as leader of one of the parties forming our government of national unity, although he himself was not a cabinet minister? I then informed the meeting that Muzorewa had approached me prior to the commencement of the cabinet meeting and asked me to determine the composition of my delegation. David Smith simply collapsed and pleaded that he had nothing further to say. The executive accepted my suggestion, with obvious reluctance for many of them, that the matter be left in the hands of the party chairman and myself. We had much work before us in our planning for the election, and decisions had to be finalized at this meeting. Certain members of the security forces had maintained contact with me, and Rob Gaunt, one of our members of parliament, who was a wing commander in our Air Force, also brought in much useful information. For some time, there had been a growing disenchantment with decisions from our Nat Jock. His report of a meeting at New Sarum told of blunted, critical talk, and a certain high-ranking officer, noted for his straight talking, told Walls that he should concentrate on his military job and leave the politics to Smith. The security forces still regarded me as their leader. Evidently, Walls was floundering, and more often than not, his political assessments were proven to be wide of the mark, resulting in acrimonious recrimination. As I had predicted at Lancaster House, Walls, Flower, Hector MacDonald, and David Smith fell into the trap laid by Carrington and the British Foreign Office. It was becoming more and more difficult for them to refute the evidence that Mugabe was heading for a victory, unless they succeeded in preventing intimidation, and so far, they were not succeeding. And most important of all, they convinced Muzorewa to go along with the plan and to turn his back on me. If we had worked together, we could have insisted on a few amendments that would have made all the difference. After all, we had come a long way, creating the transitional government, which in turn led to the election of our current government with Muzorewa as the first black prime minister of our country. Sure, we had our differences, all part of healthy democracy, but we were united in our opposition to the dead hand of communism and all its associated evils. There were encouraging reports at Lancaster House that Muzorewa was resisting pressure from Carrington and the British Foreign Office. He had often spoken to me of his distrust of the British government, but it was his own friends and advisers, the four mentioned above, who finally convinced him to cooperate with the British. Then there was Pic Botha representing the South African government, who played a not insignificant part. Into the bargain, as one would expect, the South Africans used the powerful weapon of financial assistance for the election, and this was followed by those covert meetings when Muzorewa and David Smith visited Pretoria to make the necessary plan. Muzorewa distanced himself more and more from me as he came under the influence of his friends, who had swallowed hook, line and sinker, the theme that team. Poor old Smith, great guy that he may have been, is now over the hill and unable to adapt to the realities which surround him. But they were changing their tune now, with copious condemnations of the British government's devious plan. In truth, they were paying for their own mistakes, which, as everyone knows, is part and parcel of the hard school of gaining experience in life, and the price exacted is always greater for those who arrogantly believe that they know all. There were a few exceptions maintaining their support for the British, albeit discreetly. They were the people who expected to be rewarded for their compliance and who were obviously not prepared to do anything which would prejudice their ill-gotten gains. After all, there is honor even among thieves, and their efforts would be rewarded no matter what the final result. Moves were being made to prevent Mugabe from taking power. For example, on the evening of 21 January I received a message saying that Tiny Roland was giving his backing to a plan to keep Nkomo and Mugabe divided, and eventually bring Nkomo into an alliance with the other parties in order to ensure the defeat of Mugabe and the communists. The ultimate objective was an anti-communist government of national unity, incorporating the whites as well as the majority. In other words, this was the plan which Carrington assured me the British were working on at Lancaster House. Roland had always supported Nkomo and Zapu, so this was nothing new. It looked to me as though Roland, smart tactician that he was, had not been kept informed of the British Foreign Office's change of tactics. Another message, received on 24 January, came from the local South African military representative to say that one of their top security men, close to PWA, Botha, was coming to make a personal assessment, as they were not satisfied that they were getting the right message from their Department of External Affairs. On 25 January, I was contacted by some Portuguese chap in Maputo wanting to know how he could get a parcel of prawns to my mother. This gift was an expressed wish of Tongagra before his demise on 25 December 1979 on a road in Mozambique, and his Portuguese friend wished to honor it. Tongagra had stated that he would always remember the kindnesses which he and his friends had received from my mother when they grew up in the Solokwe district. His death was a great tragedy, and the announcement that he had been killed in a motor accident rang hollow to me, especially because of his disclosure to me in London that he had to guard his back against those hard extremists in his party who took strong exception to his philosophy, that the time had come to forget the bitterness of the past.